The man who slapped Erin stood in a luxurious, jewel-adorned hallway. It was her fiancé, Archduke Damien Keen. Damien's eyes were emerald green and elongated, and he looked at the girl with deep hostility. It was her fiancé, but his gaze clearly showed hostility towards her. Without saying a word, the girl turned her gaze to Damien's companion, a woman with beautiful, long red hair. The redhead named Lillian patted the boy on the shoulder, reassuring him that she was okay, trying to make fun of Erin with this gesture. The feeling that Damien was left with for his bride was not love, hate, or hostility, but simply intolerance. She fell in love with him like a fool at first sight several years ago, but the guy did not have mutual feelings and was never attracted to her. 4 years ago, Erin fell madly in love with him and ran after him everywhere, but Damien only ridiculed her persistence. She pursued him even in the most terrible days, just to be near the Archduke. To attract the guy's attention, Erin cured the disease he had been suffering from for a long time. The girl was from the Serkia Count's family, which was under the protection of the imperial family. From generation to generation, the power of healing was passed down through the blood of the family. Seeing Erin's abilities, Damien suddenly proposed to her. The girl was beside herself with happiness, although she had not imagined this moment this way. But the result was what she had dreamed of. Erin knew he did it to use her, but she hoped that if she tried, he would look at her at least once. Damien kept postponing the wedding under various pretexts, and the day he was injured was the only time Erin was able to touch his body. All this was tolerable until the moment when he brought into the house a girl named Lillian. The groom begged Erin to cure this red-haired girl. She couldn't refuse the man for whom she was ready to do everything, which is why she healed Lillian without further questions. When Damien's companion came to his senses, he immediately rushed to her. His eyes were filled with happiness. He had never looked at Erin like that. Finding her fiancé kissing another woman in her room, the girl felt as if the ground had slipped out from under her feet, and at that moment, her feelings disappeared. In fact, Erin knew that her 3 years of efforts were nothing but futility. She simply denied it because she loved Damien too much. Having collected her thoughts, she suggested that she break off the engagement. The guy's eyes filled with anger. He began to shout at Erin, but she was calm as never before, repeating that she was only a hindrance, and thus removed herself, wishing them to live together happily ever after. Erin took the engagement ring off her finger and threw it aside. Damien grabbed his bride's hand. He couldn't believe his ears. There was no question of breaking off the engagement. Finally, Erin lost her temper and started shouting throughout the corridor that the stupid girl from Serkia, who loved Archduke Damien to death, was no more. Having said everything she thought about her fiancé, the girl ran away, but she did not take one thing into account. Damien turned out to be crazier than she thought. As he plunged a dagger into Erin's back and watched blood ooze from the wound, the Archduke said that he had hoped that she would be a good girl, but alas, he could not allow her powers to be used by someone else. The girl couldn't believe that she fell in love with a man who was worse than trash. If she went back in time, she would never do something so stupid again. He tore her heart and mind to shreds, so she decided to do the same to him. Erin woke up in her room. Her father was standing in front of her. Pain and horror were written on his face. The man gently stroked the hand of his beloved daughter. The girl could not understand what was happening, because her father died 2 years ago. Father said that today was Erin's birthday. How could she sleep for so long on such a day, especially as if she were dead, which scared him a lot. The girl tried to understand what birthday her father was talking about, but the man just laughed and told her to get out of bed quickly. Erin demanded that her father tell her what year it was. With a look of bewilderment on his face, the man replied that it was now the year 829th according to the imperial calendar. Erin fell to her knees. She was completely confused. She went back in time to her birthday 4 years ago. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked the man again if it was really him standing in front of her, her father. The man laughed, confirming that he was her father, and she was his daughter Erin. Her beloved father gave in to his terrible daughter's insistence on marriage, betrothed his greatest treasure to the Archduke, and went to the battlefield. That day, Erin saw him for the last time. Since her father did not return from the war, he went to his mother in heaven, and now she sees him in front of her, completely alive. The girl could not believe her happiness and threw herself on her father's neck. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. She really hoped that this was not a dream. The man hugged his daughter tightly and stroked her head, calming her down. She must have had a terrible dream. The Count ordered the cook to prepare everything as Erin liked, giving her time to get ready. He said that he was expecting her for breakfast. Having closed the door behind her father, the girl did not believe that it was a dream. unhappy days at the Archduke's estate and their apparent end. Erin made a decision that no matter what, she would not miss this opportunity. The only thing that made her happy was that Damien was sick, and no one, not even the most famous doctors, could help him. The Archduke still doesn't know that Erin is the only person who can heal him. The girl wondered if she could use this to destroy her fiancé, but if she approached him without any preparation, the one who would be destroyed would most likely be herself. Erin needed to find and recruit someone who could protect her family and go to war in her father's place. Only one person came to her mind who met all the conditions. The only man in the Empire who was stronger than Damien was Cassidon, a man who, despite being a slave, caught the eye of the Crown Prince and became the commander of the Imperial Knights. In his past life, he had countless nicknames: the God of War, the right hand of the Crown Prince, the handsome man blessed by God himself. Erin knew she couldn't lose her father in the war again, so she thought of Cassidon as someone stronger than Damien and who would return unharmed even if he went to the battlefield. There was no one more suitable on the entire continent than Cassidon. Right now, Cassidon will have to act as a slave gladiator. About a year later, the Crown Prince found Cassidon and brought him into the Imperial family. Erin decided to find him before the Crown Prince, raise him properly, feed him, and then tame him. The girl was going to make a slave into a sword that would protect her and her father. There was nothing left of the past Erin. If all this could protect her and her father, then she would not hesitate to use others. The girl came down to breakfast. The table was full from the abundance of dishes on it. For the father, all this was natural, because it was the birthday of his beloved daughter. The man had prepared thoroughly for the day, buying various jewelry and dresses, but also asked Erin if she wanted anything else. The girl asked her father for a younger brother. The Count choked on his food from such an unexpected request. He asked his daughter if he had misheard. She began to reassure her father that there was no need for him to remarry. She was thinking of bringing her younger brother herself. Erin was the only person her father trusted, but her request for a younger brother caught him off guard. In the Seville Empire, as soon as a war begins, one man from each family must go to the battlefield. If this law is broken, one can face the loss of title, confiscation of property, or death. Erin believed that if they accepted into the family the desperate Cassidon, who now lives as a slave gladiator and is almost desperate, if he is kept close, fed and treated well, he will become the little brother who will go to the battlefield in his father's place. Even if Damien were to target Erin, Cassidon could be a stopgap because he was the only person who could defeat Damien. The father thought that it was enough for him that his family was only Erin, but the girl demanded that her father listen to her stupid thoughts. The girl began to press on pity because she had never asked her father for anything like this before. The man would never have thought, even in his dreams, that his daughter would ask him for such a thing. He knew that Erin would never say something like that without a reason. There must be some deep meaning behind it, because from childhood, his daughter was much smarter than other children. The Count had only one request. Whether it was the younger brother or someone else, she had to introduce him to him first. Erin was overjoyed that she had managed to persuade her father, and she immediately stopped hugging him. In front of the maid, Sasha stood an incredibly beautiful girl. Erin looked so good in this blue dress, it emphasized her eyes. The maid suggested that the Countess wear earrings and a necklace under her dress, which matched it perfectly. Sasha asked where Erin was going to celebrate his birthday. The girl arrived at the gladiator arena she had been talking about all day. Fortunately, the Imperial family's people were not visible. She needed to seize the initiative and do it before the Crown Prince. After providing enough money, Erin asked to be taken to a place with the best view of the arena. Having apologized for cutting in line, the girl was going to pay for the tickets for everyone else. Erin's family was incredibly rich. In exchange for the Imperial family monopolizing the healing power, the Serkia family received Imperial protection and accumulated wealth from generation to generation, of course. This fact was a secret that only the Imperial family knew about. However, Erin broke the unwritten rule and revealed the secret to Damien. The girl understood that she had shown her abilities in vain. In the end, they took advantage of her, and she died. She was confident that she would not repeat this mistake again. Judging by the screams of the fans, it was safe to say that most of the viewers came to see Cassidon. Erin did not take her eyes off this guy, when suddenly he raised his head and gave the Countess an incredibly beautiful look. This guy who was a gladiator slave turned out to be the most handsome man Erin had ever seen. It was a treat for her eyes, but she found herself thinking that looks meant nothing when you were a gladiator slave. Before starting, the host of the fights began to explain the rules. There was only one rule in this game: kill all your opponents and stay alive until the end. Erin was beside herself with surprise that the public simply did not consider slaves as people, but treated them as things that could be safely thrown away. In their society, it was believed that if slaves were useless, they were sold here to participate in the show, thereby eliminating them without much effort. The host announced the start of the match, and the slaves all rushed to the battlefield. One Cassidon stood motionless, watching his competitors kill each other, even knowing that slaves were treated worse than cattle, but seeing it in real life, Aaron could not contain her emotions. Finally, the one the girl came for entered the game. He easily eliminated one opponent after another. It is not surprising that almost half of the arena came to watch him. Having defeated the last slave, the audience began to shout Cassidon's name and applaud him. The host introduced the winner of this match. Such strong and beautiful slaves were extremely rare. The rule was that whoever bid the highest amount for him would get to spend a hot night with him. Aaron couldn't believe that they were trading a person so easily. The spectators immediately began to offer their bets. Someone shouted 1,000 gold. Someone immediately raised it to 30,000. The host announced the final bet of 500,000 gold, hoping that someone would give more, but the hall was silent. Finally, Aaron raised his hand, offering a bet of 5 billion, and the room seemed to freeze. Her condition was that she pays 5 billion gold, but Cassidon does not stay with her for one night, but she takes him forever. The presenter immediately fell to his knees in front of the girl and began shouting that this was quite enough for her condition. The hall was filled with exclamations. The spectators were extremely surprised by such an end to the auction. Left alone with Cassidon, Aaron didn't have time to say anything before the guy began to unbutton his shirt and gradually take it off. The girl stopped him, asking what he was doing, but the slave replied that wasn't what he was bought for. Calling Aaron his mistress, Cassidon added that he was going to spend the night with her right now. The countess tried to explain that she had not bought him to spend nights with him, but the guy became confused, not understanding why he had been bought then. Aaron explained that she couldn't take her eyes off his eyes, which seemed to be begging her for help. She knew that to lull Cassidon's vigilance, she had to skillfully mix facts and lies. The girl took the guy's hand and discovered a huge number of scars on it. Aaron said that initially, she was going to simply buy him out and release him, but then she realized that the guy would be sent back to the gladiator arena. Touching Cassidon's hand, the girl healed his wounds. The guy even screamed, not understanding how this could happen. She explained it by the fact that she used a magical ointment that is passed down in their family from generation to generation. The slave asked why she used such a precious thing on him, but Aaron thought it was nothing compared to a human life. Cassidon suddenly felt uneasy. She was the person who killed countless people. The countess began to reassure him, since this was not his personal choice, but an inevitability in order to survive. She was very interested in how the guy became a gladiator slave and whether he even had a family. Cassidon had no one left. Everyone had died long ago, and being left alone, he began to wander and eventually ended up in the arena. Plucking up his courage, the guy asked Aaron who she was. Smiling, she replied that she was the only daughter of Count Circius, her mother having died shortly after giving birth to her. During the conversation, Aaron found out that Cassidon was 18 years old, which meant she was 2 years older than him. Finally, she asked the question for which this dialogue had taken place, inviting him to become her little brother. The guy was confused and asked her again what she meant. Aaron suggested that Cassidon get rid of his slave status by becoming a member of her count's family. Then he would not have to live as miserably as before. He would not have to kill others to live, and no one would dare to neglect him anymore. Extending her hand to the boy, the countess invited him to become her family. He extended his hand in response, saying that if it were the lady's will. Aaron introduced herself again, asking not to call her so formally because they would now be a family. Cassidon thanked his savior. He was happy that he came across such a kind person on his way. Aaron suddenly felt terribly disgusted because only she knew the real motives behind this proposal to become a family. She tried to reassure herself that this was all just to protect herself and her father, so she shouldn't care what Cassidon thought. The girl brought the guy to meet her father. The count was beside himself with anger that his son would turn out to be a slave gladiator. He started yelling at his daughter that she was crazy. Even if she had asked to make him an accompanying knight, it would have been unacceptable. But a younger brother, that would not have worked at all. Aaron apologized for acting willfully, but asked her father to think carefully. If war breaks out, the count will be the only man who will have to go to the battlefield. All of this could be avoided by simply adding a man to the family, especially a man as outstanding as Cassidon, who could return from the battlefield alive and well. The count caught himself thinking that his daughter had been thinking about this from the very beginning. He couldn't believe that Aaron was going through such thoughts alone. The man asked his daughter to leave him alone for a while to collect his thoughts. Stepping outside her father's room, the girl noticed the sunset. It was as red as the day her fiancé killed her. She remembered her lover. She was terribly offended because she healed his heart and he pierced her with a sword. These cries of birds, similar to human cries, reminded her again and again that Aaron should not forget for whom she died. If only to return Damien's pain many times over, she couldn't let go of Cassidon. She had to make him her younger brother. The guy washed himself. Now he stood in front of Aaron absolutely clean and not covered in blood like when they met. The lady ordered food to be prepared and brought to the room. Her guest was probably incredibly hungry. After changing, Cassidine felt strange, but Aaron reassured him because this whole outfit really suited him and the room seemed to have found its owner. The guy wondered if someone like him could receive such treatment. Aaron asked him to never say that again. Since she brought him here, it means he is her family, and she will talk to her father again. Squeezing the Countess's hand tightly, Cassidine promised that he would prove his worth. The Countess knew that this was true. She asked if he needed anything else. If so, then let him speak and not be shy. The guy immediately asked for some kind of sword. He felt uncomfortable without a sword in his hand, probably because for some time he lived exclusively with it. It all seemed like a dream to Cassidon, but one thing he could say for sure was that he liked Aaron. He couldn't take his eyes off her from the moment he saw her. If this was a dream, the guy hoped he would never wake up. But even if the girl left him, he would never be able to hold a grudge against her. Aaron understood that the slave she had saved was in deep despair. The beast, who had chosen his words very carefully since the very first meeting, indeed, there was a reason why he had survived so long. He looked at the girl with pleading eyes, asking her not to leave him. Aaron promised that she was not going to leave him. She decided that she would tell him all sorts of nonsense and be a sweet sister until the guy opened up to her. The girl led Cassidine to his room so that he could have a good rest, showing that her room was nearby if necessary. Before going to bed, Aaron read a book about medicinal and poisonous herbs that grow only in the north. It would have been incredibly difficult for a non-healer to obtain such a book. 19 years old, around this time last year, the emperor's illness was cured, making her family even richer. At the age of 20, at the prince's birthday, Aaron met him, the very one who ruined her life. A huge amount of money went directly to Damien, and in the end, she met a sad end. Aaron couldn't forgive him. There was a month left before the prince's birthday. The girl needed more information to resist Damien. The north was his territory. The countess should not miss a single bit of information. Aaron was already trying to fall asleep when Cassidon knocked on the door, saying that he wanted to tell her something. He knew it was impolite to come at such an hour, but he could not sleep. The countess told the boy to come at any time, so he risked being rude and came. The girl reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, especially since she was still reading the book anyway. Cassidon noticed the book and read its title, which surprised Aaron. She didn't expect that he could read. The price increased as the commodity became scarce. There were many things that had to be learned to survive, such as reading and writing and etiquette. Slaves in this empire were just commodities. Aaron thought, because the more a slave knows, the harder it is to control him. In the Seville Empire, slaves did not have the opportunity to read, let alone learn to read. Cassidon couldn't sleep because of the excitement. Leaning close to Aaron, he asked if he could sleep next to her. The girl thought it was a test, so she didn't fall for it and easily agreed to accept the slave into her bed. The countess assumed that Cassidine was restless sleeping in his new place, but it turned out that this was not the only reason. The people he was forced to kill came to him in his dreams every day, bloody, crawling into his bed, asking why they had to die. Aaron began to calm him down. These were not premeditated murders. The guy raised his sword to defend himself. It was the first time anyone had said such words to Cassidon, and the girl was very interested in what kind of life he had led up to now. The guy didn't even have anything to tell. He thought that he lived an ordinary life, so boring that there was no point in even telling. Stroking his cheek, Aaron said that she hoped that now he would not have to endure the pain of festering wounds alone, promising that only happy days awaited him in the future. Cassidon was happy. Then there was only one person in the arena who exuded happiness. But when he got to know Aaron better, she began to shine brighter than the sun for him. The slave thanked the countess for taking him away from there. The girl tried to fall asleep, lay with her eyes closed, and felt Cassidine's gaze on her. She was right. The guy leaned over to her, wished her sweet dreams, and left. As soon as the guy left, Aaron opened her eyes, and it immediately occurred to her that her new acquaintance was a liar. Just as she wore the mask of her sweet sister, Cassidin wore his mask. He had been through a lot in the gladiator arena, so it was no surprise. The girl did not delude herself with hopes that the slave would immediately begin to trust her. Arryn was just waiting for the boy to naturally become part of her family. At the prince's birthday banquet, he would inevitably run into Damien. Before that point, she needed to formally enter Cassidin into the family registry and properly tame him. But the problem was that she knew nothing about him. Even after turning over her memories from her past life, all Arryn could remember was how they once locked eyes while the boy stood silently next to the prince. The girl decided that she would do everything in her power and give him everything he wanted, asking only for himself in return. The next morning, in the corridor, Arryn's maid Sasha called out to her, informing her that her father was waiting for her in his office. At that moment, the Countess was concerned with only one question. Where had Cassidin gone? His room was empty. The slave stood on his knees in the Count's office and obtained some sedge, the smell of which was difficult to confuse with anything else. Arryn was beside herself with anger. Sedge was a medicinal herb that grew in caves on the steep cliffs to the west. There were rumors that monsters lived in those caves. The Count spent the entire previous night in thought, thinking about none other than Cassidin. The man decided that if he successfully passed the test that would be assigned to him, he would be accepted as a member of the family. The first test of obtaining sedge was passed, and the second test was ahead of him. Arryn rushed to Cassidin. He was covered in blood. She began to examine him, but the guy calmed her down. The blood on him belonged to the monsters from the cave. The girl believed that the tests were no longer necessary. No matter what they were, the guy would cope, especially since she had already been convinced of this when the slave got this herb. Arryn insisted that her father allow Cassidin to be registered as her younger brother. She was sure that he would definitely become the pride of their family. The Countess has already gone to extreme measures, declaring that if the Count does not want to accept the guy because of his slave status, then he should also expel her from the family. Hearing this, the father was beside himself with anger. Arryn had no other choice. Even if she looked like an impulsive child, she couldn't continue to waste time on registration problems. These words tore the Count's heart. He did not understand why his daughter was so fixated on this slave. Arryn gave an example. Her father loved herbal tea, and it was the slaves on the farm who grew it. Most of the slaves on the plantations were former aristocrats, trampled overnight by the empire, deprived of their title and property. They are now forced to live like slaves. The title was a trifling thing, like a midsummer night's dream, like a sharp frost in the middle of winter. It could disappear in the blink of an eye. Cassidin was a man just like her and her father, so she begged him to keep him and register him. They said that there are no parents who can defeat their children, and the Count was one of those parents, so he allowed his daughter to do as she wanted. With great gratitude, the girl threw herself on her father's neck. At that moment, Arryn felt like she had taken a step forward. While taking a bath, Cassidin recalled the conversation between his savior and his father. He was happy. He understood that this was an impulsive action on Arryn's part. The guy was very interested in what she was like when she was angry. So far, she was behaving like a capricious child. He had nothing against this girl after all. He had only one goal. Cassidin was going to use Arryn, use everything he could to achieve his goal. The Countess went into town to choose a sword. She decided to present it to the slave as a memorable gift upon his acceptance into the family. Finally, she found what she was looking for. The sword looked quite comfortable to wear. It turned out that it was not just a sword. They said that it belonged to the crown prince of the destroyed kingdom of Haran himself. The price of this sword was incredibly high, but Arryn decided that it would suit Cassidin. Without waiting for the registration day, the girl presented the sword to the slave. She really wanted him to unpack it as soon as possible. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, and the question immediately arose as to where the lady got this sword. Arryn told it like it was, that it was being sold at a tent nearby. As soon as she saw this sword, it immediately reminded her of Cassidin, but it didn't have a scabbard. The guy knew for sure that this weapon had to have a scabbard. The girl told the story of this sword, that it belonged to the crown prince of a fallen kingdom. Most likely, it was the kingdom of Haran. Cassidin did not react to this story. Arryn suggested ordering a scabbard, but the guy refused. There was no need for it. He dealt with different swords in the arena, so there would be no problems with the scabbard. Besides, it was a gift from Arryn, so the slave was happy anyway. The Countess congratulated the guy on the fact that he was now a member of their family. Cassidin considered his savior too generous. Meeting her was the greatest luck in his life. If it weren't for her, he would still be in the gladiator arena, touching Arryn's shoulder. The guy said that he didn't want to lose her warmth. In the arena, he saw only one person, and it was the Countess. She looked like an angel descended from heaven. Aaron also thanked him for becoming her family, but the girl made a remark that brother and sister should not hug like that. Cassidy seemed not to hear this remark. It turned out that the slave had not felt such warmth for a very long time. Taking Cassidy by the hand, the girl assured him that now he could lean on her at any time if things got difficult. Playing the sweet sister, Aaron said that if he couldn't sleep, she would sing him a lullaby. And when it was a clear day, they would go to admire the flowers in the garden. The slave asked permission to come to the Countess's room again, and she agreed, promising to hold his hand until he fell asleep. With irony in his voice, Cassidy asked if that was what brother and sister did. Embarrassed, Aaron said that in that case they would not be just brother and sister. The guy was very interested in why the girl wanted to accept him into the family so much that she was ready to leave it herself. But the answer was simple, she just promised it. Aaron remembered what Cassidy had said last night, that he wouldn't be mad even if she left him, but the girl wasn't going to leave him. When he asked her not to leave him, he looked as if he was about to burst into tears. At that moment, the Countess wanted to make him happy, no matter what. The guy couldn't answer anything except that he was already very happy. Today, Aaron decided to sleep through the night and thus weaken Cassidy's vigilance. That night she saw Damien in her dream. The girl woke up suddenly and felt very heavy at heart. Finding the bed empty, she wondered if Cassidy had left during the night. Her gaze fell on the shelf with books. One book was missing. The maid Sasha burst into the room. She wanted to say something important to her mistress. She knew it would sound strange, but perhaps Cassidy hadn't been a slave to begin with. Aaron didn't understand what Sasha meant and asked her to explain in more detail. The handmaid barely managed to meet the slave trader who was the one who found Cassidy. He said that when he first saw him, he was lying on the road alone and in expensive clothes, which were completely unusual for slaves. That's why the slave trader thought the guy was an aristocrat. The slave trader said he clearly remembered where he found it and what his first impression was. But these words did not sound like a lie. Nobility is not something that can be learned by imitation unless one is born noble from the start. Aaron decided that in the future, Cassidy should be treated even better. The maid did a good job, and for her work, Aaron gave the girl one of her jewelry. Sasha started to cry. She didn't do all this for the reward. Lately she was worried about her mistress, because she didn't look like herself there. Aaron had been very tired lately. No wonder the maid thought so. She gave her a day off for her good service to her. She handed the box with her jewelry to Sasha. She really wanted her to take it. It would be strange not to change. Returning to the past after death, however, Sasha was the first to notice this. Aaron wondered if Damien's mansion had at least one such maid. Things would probably have been different. The groom did not allow the Countess to take a single maid. She was locked like a bird in a cage. The guy was affectionate only when the girl was treating him. The abandoned bride became the ideal prey for his subordinates. Aaron suddenly became curious about what expression she would have on her face on the day of the prince's birthday banquet. The girl took her new friend into the garden. She loved this place very much because of the incredible number of beautiful flowers. Cassidy really liked the garden. He associated these blue roses with Aaron. Unlike red roses, blue roses were very valuable, the boy noted. In the language of flowers, blue roses meant impossibility. They were so difficult to grow. The guy also saw them in real life for the first time. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful a flower is, it will still wither despite its value. Aaron believed that a rose was of no use after it bloomed, and from the moment it withered, it became a problem for the gardener. The girl made a remark to Cassidy that comparing people to flowers could be offensive, depending on who the words were addressed to. Aaron remembered that one book was missing from her shelf, so she decided to ask her companion if he knew where it was. Cassidy pretended not to understand what was being discussed, but if the lady allowed it, he would help find the missing item. The girl realized that in front of her stood a liar who came to her room every night. His radiant smile, his words about the blue rose, all of this was a lie. Since their first meeting, Ryu has always worn a mask in front of the lady. Aaron didn't understand why he was so devoted to the crown prince back then. Then followed a series of peaceful days. The father officially accepted Cassidy into the family in exchange for the condition that his slave origins never be revealed. When he first appeared in public, passers-by admired the guy's beauty. He looked like some kind of aristocrat. No one could even imagine that he was a slave. Aaron asked him who his parents were. His father was a good-natured man, and his mother was tougher than anyone else, but they were both good people. The boy had no brothers or sisters. Cassidy changed the subject by saying that he enjoyed strolling around outside the estate like this. Aaron also liked these walks. She asked her companion if he needed anything. Or maybe he wanted something. Instead of all this, he always wanted to stay close to the Countess, Cassadine admitted. The lady said that very soon, literally in a week, there would be a banquet on the occasion of the Crown Prince's birthday. Every year, their family is invited to events held in the imperial palace. This time, the father will not be able to attend because of the inspection of the lands. Holding Arin close, Cassadine asked her to take him with her, citing the fact that there would be many people in the imperial palace, and he was afraid that someone might steal his Arin. The girl reassured him, saying that she was going to go with him anyway, and he shouldn't worry, no one was going to kidnap her. Arin said that she would do whatever he wanted. Just let him stop checking her. The guy pretended not to understand what was being discussed, but it was the first time he felt such warmth, that's all. If so, then the girl asked him directly why he stole her book. It had disappeared 3 weeks ago, and then magically appeared in its place. Cassadine was caught off guard and didn't know what to say. The guy began to claim that he had not taken the book, but Arin stood her ground, since he was the only one who visited her room that night. What was important was not that he stole the book, but that he lied to the Countess while looking her straight in the eye. Cassadine couldn't understand why. If Arin knew this from the beginning, she only accused him now. Taking the guy by the hand, the girl answered. She did not blame him right away, because he is her precious family. From now on, the slave promised that he would never lie to his savior again, because she was his only ray of light. Arin warned that if he wanted, she would give him any book, and if she didn't have it, she would find it. Cassadine thanked the girl for such warm words, admitting that he just wanted to see what kind of book she was reading. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have done it. The Countess suggested that her companion choose whatever he wanted. It was important for her to know what interested him, and in fact, there was such a thing. Without a twinge of conscience, Cassadine said that he desired only her, Arin. The girl understood that she shouldn't expect a normal answer from this guy. From that day on, Cassadine did not come to the Countess's room at night for some time. On the eve of the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, the newspaper reported that Archduke Damien Kindeus was the winner of the fencing tournament. After reading the news, Arin thought that he was a damn monster. To win a tournament with such a body, no one in their right mind would even think that this guy had some kind of heart problems. Even she only found out about it when she saw Damien fall with her own eyes, despite the fact that Arin had been following him around for a whole year. In the evening, Cassadine knocked on the Countess's door, and the girl asked him why he had recently stopped coming at night. The guy admitted that he was happy that his savior was waiting for him. Now practically nothing bothered him at night, and all thanks to Arin. Cassadine believed that if others found out that he came to the Countess at night, they would have problems, so he always left before dawn. But the girl had a different opinion. If the slave was worried about this, he would not have come at all. This guy liked to see Arin during the day, but he also liked to see her at night. Her blue eyes were like a calm lake, and her face was illuminated by the soft moonlight. The girl, too, when she looked into Cassadine's dark purple eyes, thought about many things, especially when he looked into space, wrinkling his forehead. She became curious about what he was thinking about at the moment. Without saying anything new, the slave replied that he always thought only of his savior. Arin reported that a few days ago, one person saw Cassadine leaving the mansion at night. The girl did not take her eyes off the guy, looking at his reaction. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that he had just gone out to get some fresh air. The Countess looked at him suspiciously. Did he really think she would believe this? Sasha then said that Cassadine returned to the mansion just before dawn. So the night full of lies passed, and the morning of that very day came. The maids were bustling about, getting their mistress ready for the birthday celebration. One was combing her hair, the other was looking for earrings that had gone missing somewhere. Finally, the preparations were over. The lady was simply magnificent. Arin was definitely supposed to be the main heroine of today's banquet. One could envy the person who would dance with her. The Countess was convinced otherwise, that the hero of the evening would be Cassadine, not her. Seeing Arin in front of him, the guy thought for a moment that there was an angel standing in front of him. Having given his hand to his savior, the slave led her into the carriage, and they headed to the celebration of the Crown Prince. The seat opposite was free, and Cassadine could have let go of his hand long ago, but he liked being next to Arin. Resting his head on the girl's shoulder, he said that she gave off a pleasant aroma that he was ready to inhale for the rest of his life. Cassadine said that now he would like to stop time. In the palace, a lot of people will be looking at his Arin, and he does not like that. The girl still could not understand why her companion was behaving this way. They were brother and sister, and most importantly, why he was still lying to her. She really wanted Cassadine to open up one day and tell her the truth. The guy paused for a long time. Pretending to be innocent, the slave asked again why his mistress didn't believe him. When Cassadine lied, the corner of his mouth would lift, and the eyelashes on the right side would tremble slightly. His lies were rather clumsy. The slave grinned and asked Aaron what kind of person she was, but she didn't have to answer that question as they arrived at their destination. Before their eyes appeared the emperor's palace. It was of incredible proportions. Aaron has been visiting the palace since she was a child, and the fact that their estate was located close to the palace was also done so that members of the emperor's family could be healed at any time. Because of this, rumors even began to circulate that the countess was a possible candidate for the position of crown princess. As Aaron stepped out of the carriage, she saw on Cassadine's face that he wanted to say something, but as usual, he said nothing worthwhile, except that his companion was very beautiful. Today, the guy gave the girl too many compliments, as if he was asking for a compliment in return. With an impassive face, the guard asked who was accompanying the lady. People around were whispering who this handsome man was. No one had seen him before. Aaron introduced the guy properly, that this was her brother Cassadine. The doors to a palace of extraordinary beauty opened before the family of Count Circe. Imperial Palace, Crystal Hall. Aaron remembered everything exactly as it was. Damien would be late for the banquet today. The only difference now was that today the girl came with Cassadine. Lady Christine ran up to greet the countess. The girl was very flattered that her mistress remembered her. Evelie Christine, daughter of the Christine family of counts, who became rich from diamond mining, they killed hundreds of slaves in their mines and spread rumors that the Aaron family was hiding the mine. Evelie was very curious. She immediately paid attention to the countess's companion, asking who this handsome man was next to her. Cassadine introduced himself first. The girl immediately became embarrassed. The guy had a great voice. Aaron introduced the slave as her younger brother, and a buzz immediately arose in the hall. Everyone was actively discussing it. Usually they would talk and laugh among themselves on the sidelines. But now they surrounded him like a pack of dogs on a hunt. No one could believe it, because as far as anyone knew, Lady Aaron was the only daughter of Count Circe. The countess did not understand why everything turned out this way, but she simply did not want to waste her mental energy on this senseless struggle. The girls gathered in a crowd around Cassadine. They all admired him, saying that they did not understand how it was possible to hide such a handsome man. Evelie Christine went on the offensive, asking if the young gentleman had a girlfriend. One of the ladies invited the gentleman to her mansion. Finally, the newly minted brother Aaron broke his silence and said that he does not have a girlfriend, but he has a person whom he keeps in his heart. Evelie Christine did not calm down. She asked directly who this stranger was. Without hesitation, Cassadine replied that on the day he met her, she was wearing a light blue dress with her collarbones exposed and a blue sapphire necklace around her neck. The guy couldn't take his eyes off her because she was so beautiful that he felt guilty when he looked away from her. Cassadine's heart belonged entirely to her, and there was no room in it for anyone else. The girls asked to name this stranger. At that moment, Aaron became very tense. Fortunately for her, it was announced that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived, and all attention turned to him. All those gathered greeted the small son of the empire. The Crown Prince was named Leon de Crassabel. The prince thanked those present for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend the banquet. Cassadine was originally intended to be a close confidant of the Crown Prince. It was God's best choice to protect her family, but she couldn't help but feel guilty towards the prince. Having finished his speech of thanks, Leon de Crassabel said that for today it was worth forgetting about all business and worries and having a great time. As soon as the prince touched his lips to the glass of wine, he fell down dead. There was poison in his glass. Aaron couldn't believe her eyes. In her past life, the crown prince wasn't poisoned at the banquet. The banquet lasted until night. Damien arrived late, and the only difference from then until now was that the lady came to the feast with Cassadine. The thought came to the countess's head that the person who poisoned the prince could be her new brother. But why? Little by little, the picture began to come together. Cassadine could have been the crown prince of the kingdom of Haran, which had completely disappeared from the map, and if so, it would explain his actions. However, in his previous life, he was the crown prince's closest aide, and for 3 years at that. That's it. This is most likely pure revenge. Aaron was very interested in how much Cassadine had to suppress this strong desire inside himself. The feeling of the need to hide everything behind an outer shell, it seems, the lady could fully understand this. Taking her companion by the hand, Aaron whispered to him that she knew everything, that he was the crown prince of the kingdom of Haran. Cassadine's eyes were full of surprise, and he stuttered as he asked what the lady had just said. The guard announced that from now on, no one would leave the castle walls until the interrogation was over. This was an order from His Majesty the Emperor. The criminal can be here. If anyone behaves suspiciously or tries to leave, then he will automatically be considered guilty. Those present could not believe that there could be such a fool among them who poisoned the prince at the banquet itself. Arin felt a tremor as she touched Cassidon's hand, but it wasn't from fear. The guy was angry at her. The girl gave shelter to a wild animal. The countess began to calm her companion, but asked him not to do this again. This advice was for his own good. Cassidon looked at the girl silently, not knowing what to say. The girl once again took the guy by the hand and promised that she would protect him. The herald loudly announced that Lady Arin Serkia was being summoned by the emperor. The girl walked and thought that now rumors would begin that she would become the prince's bride. Entering the room, Arin bowed her head and greeted the shining sun of the empire. The emperor called the lady to heal his son. The prince was pale, which meant the poison had spread throughout his entire body. The poison had neither smell nor color. The poison poisoned the blood throughout the body. It was strong and fast-acting, and also odorless and colorless. Arin realized that it was poison from the crow's eye, a plant found only in the north. The book that Cassidon stole said that mixing the juice of a raven's eye with jade would remove the poison's smell, but if it was done too late, the prince would be bedridden for the rest of his life. The poison was deadly. Arin's expression changed. She immediately thought that Cassidon was completely crazy. Having unbuttoned the prince's shirt, the ladies began to heal. After some time, the girl still managed to please the emperor. She removed all the poison. Arin saved His Majesty from grief. In return, she could ask for anything for her merit, but the girl did not need anything. She only did what she had to. Now the main question was who dared to do this on the prince's birthday. Whoever it was, he clearly wanted to die. It's so good that Arin knew how to heal. The girl decided to take advantage of the emperor's trust. She was afraid to say it, but it was the only way to save the emperor. Arin decided to divert suspicion onto another person, telling the emperor that it was poison from the crow's eye, a plant that grows in the north of the country. The northern territories were ruled by the emperor's younger brother, who after his death left his only heir, Damien. The emperor noted that Arin emphasized that the plant grows exclusively in the north. The girl had enough to sow doubts. Damien's father had never been interested in the throne, but his son was completely different. Even after the prince was named heir to the throne, Damien never looked him in the eye. He was the closest thing to a threat to the throne. The emperor loved his son very much, and therefore, although he was able to avoid the first suspicions, now he will not escape the imperial interrogation. Arin will do everything to prevent her sweet little brother from being suspected. Before leaving, the emperor had one request for his son's savior. He asked the girl to stay with the prince until he came to his senses. The emperor himself was going to go to the aristocrats, since he could not simply lock them in the hall and not go out to them. Satisfied that Cassidon was now beyond suspicion, Arin promised to carry out His Majesty's order. The girl was still wary that the emperor trusted her so easily. She really hoped that His Majesty had not begun to consider her as a bride for his son. Arin wanted to get away from everything. She began to think about Cassidon, what he was doing now, hoping that he was not causing another accident. The crown prince began to moan, and the ladies could not understand whether he had come to his senses or was talking in his sleep. Bending over Leon, Arin began to button his shirt. The guy opened his eyes. He woke up. The prince stared at the girl in bewilderment. After a minute of silence, he asked who she was and what she was doing here, and how she dared to touch his body. Arin said that she was a healer who had cured him of the poison that had spread throughout his body, and if she had done it a little later, everything could have ended badly. The boy began to remember that his father had told him about the existence of such a girl. The Serkian family was the only one in the empire that possessed this gift. The prince had heard that the girl from this family was the greatest healer of all time, and he was eager to see Arin's abilities. The lady was confused. She tried to explain to Leon that this was impossible, since she had already cured his illness, so there were no more mortally ill people here. As soon as the girl was about to leave, the prince suddenly cried out and began to complain of pain in his heart. Arin rushed to Leon to help, thinking that there seemed to be some poison left. After some time, she reported that she had not found any illness, and the prince's heart had a completely normal rhythm. The guy had recovered incredibly quickly. The poison had disappeared completely. Leon laughed and began to make stupid jokes that it seemed like the girl really was a healer. Arin knew that the prince was a year older than her, but she couldn't understand whether he behaved this way because he grew up in an imperial family or because he was still a child. The girl was about to take her leave, since her work was done, but the guy suddenly grabbed her hand, trying to detain her. He said he was still worried about his health, so she should stay with him for now and observe. Aaron denied it until the very end, trying to call the servants. For the prince, such behavior was unbelievable. Other girls would do anything just to talk to him, but the healer, on the contrary, tried to escape as quickly as possible. Leon was a strong narcissist. In her past life, they never exchanged a word. Aaron couldn't even imagine that he was like that. The countess believed that not all girls were the same. She wanted to leave here as soon as possible. She needed to come up with an excuse. The girl tried to explain to her interlocutor that in the future, he would probably meet many ladies, and not all of them think the same way, since each person has their own values. The prince grabbed Aaron by the hand, pulled her towards him, and asked what she thought about him. His face was getting closer and closer to the lady's lips. She tried to move away from him, quickly throwing out that for her, he was only the crown prince and nothing more. Leon laughed loudly. The girl stood there in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to him. As if flirting, the guy said that if something else were to happen to him, then she should definitely heal him. Letting go of her hand, the prince said that they would see each other again, but now she could go. Aaron really wanted to hit him, but she left only with the hope that they would never see each other again. Entering the palace hall, the girl discovered that all the guests had disappeared somewhere. Only the servants were clearing away the remains of food and drinks. The maid reported that everyone had been sent home. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that Kassadin was safe. But the question was where he was now. Finally, she found him. He was standing in the complete darkness of the corridor and talking to someone. The lady called out to him, and the conversation immediately died down. With a smile on his face, the boy began to shout that he was glad to see his old sister. Aaron came closer, looking at her with the friendly face of her younger brother, who had good manners. But recently, he looked at her as if he was ready to kill. The girl asked who her little brother's interlocutor was. The countess's eyes widened as she caught sight of Kassadin's interlocutor, a gentle but affectation-filled voice she was all too familiar with. The closer he was to her, the more vivid the memories became. The guy introduced himself by giving his name, Damien Keen Deus. Aaron understood that she needed to calm down because she had been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Her fiancé had previously asked if she was feeling well, as the lady looked rather pale. Forcing a smile onto her face, Aaron replied that she was fine, thanked him for his concern, and introduced herself. The lady asked what Damien was talking about with her younger brother. The guy made a surprised face, asked again if he understood correctly that Kassadin was her younger brother. The new acquaintance thought about it. It seemed strange to him that Aaron and Kassadin were completely different from each other. Damien said that he was late because of some business, but it turned out that the banquet was cancelled. On the way here, he met the lady's younger brother, and he explained everything to him. Pretending to be sorry that this had happened to the prince, the Archduke made a sad expression on his face. Aaron understood that this incident must have given him pleasure, because he was so eager to take the throne that did not belong to him. The lady almost got herself into trouble by calling Damien an archduke. The guy looked at her questioningly, asking how she knew his status, but the girl justified herself by saying that his family was quite famous in the empire. In a past life, Damien lost to Kassadin, who was participating in a knight's tournament for the first time. Aaron remembered how shabby her fiancé looked as if it were yesterday. That day, the Archduke's arrogance was trampled into the dirt like toilet paper. Suddenly, Damien asked the lady why she had stayed in the imperial palace for so long, since everyone else had already left. Before Aaron could say a word, the knights seized the Archduke. The boy screamed, not understanding what was happening, but all the knights could say was that he was obliged to go with them, since this was the emperor's order. It was very difficult for the lady to hold back her laughter. She kept saying how this happened, trying not to laugh. Finally, the girl turned to her younger brother, who clearly had something to tell Aaron. It was already very late. The guys decided it was time to return home. The countess had only one question. Why did Kassadin do this? Aaron tried to assure him that he could trust her, that she wouldn't tell anyone anything, and even more so, that she wouldn't accuse him of anything. At that moment, his mask cracked and fell from his face, and it was no longer possible to hide the feverish gleam in his eyes. The lady understood that if she could find out everything, it would help not only Kassadin, but their entire family. Pulling the boy closer to her, Aaron said that it didn't matter to her whether he was the former crown prince of the kingdom of Harran or a slave. If he had some kind of goal, first of all, he had to survive. Gritting his teeth in anger and pushing the lady onto the sofa, Kassadin replied that if he killed her right there, no one would even know it was him. He expected Aaron to say something last with her beautiful lips. The slave was furious that his savior had found out, but he was even more angry at how this could have happened. The Countess didn't even resist. Cassidon was too pitiful in her eyes, because he lied even to himself. Her calmness irritated him. The guy thought that Aaron did not realize the situation he was in to say such words. The lady tried to convince him that she was perfectly aware of everything. The guy did not understand who his real enemy was, and now he was trying to harm the completely wrong person. 8 years ago, during the conquest of Chiron, the troops were led by Damien's father, Hail Cyndius. An excellent pretext for war was found. It was a well-known old prophecy left by a long-dead prophet of the Seville Empire. While Aaron was trying to find as much new information about Damien as she could, she learned something new that Cassidon didn't know. The Countess did not give up. She insisted that all her words were true, unlike the words of the slave, especially since now there was no point in her lying either. Cassidon didn't understand if the girl regretted saving him, but she didn't regret it one bit. The guy's hand weakened. Aaron pulled him closer and hugged him, whispering that no matter what anyone said, he was still her family. The voice that lulled Cassidon's worries, although it belonged to the lady, was unfamiliar to her. It's funny, but it was Aaron who used it. That night was quiet and sad. Arriving at the palace, the girl asked the maid Sasha to fill her bath with water. She really wanted to relax. She also asked to bring her all the books of the kingdom of Haran, all the useful information that could be useful to her to learn more about this kingdom. Meanwhile, while everything was being prepared, Aaron went to Cassidon's room. She wanted to talk to him before going to bed. The girl started the dialogue first, drawing attention to the tea leaves that were helplessly drowning in the whirlwind of water, and at one moment calmed down, just like the lie. The pain that seems endless, that poisons your whole life, will also subside one day. Life with Cassidon, who was ready to drag her down with him at any moment, turned out to be quite contradictory. What amused Aaron was that it wasn't that she had nothing to say. In her past life, she had learned everything about Damien. Therefore, in order to fulfill Cassidon's wish, it was necessary to achieve her goal. The girl knew perfectly well that if her new brother destroyed Damien and went to war instead of her father, then she would do anything for him. Aaron tried to remind the guy that she was his family, that he could turn to her at any time if she could do something for him, even if it meant getting her hands bloody. Cassidon broke the silence, pulled away from the girl, and asked what she was even thinking. He thought that Aaron was out of his mind and didn't understand what he was saying. The boy expected to be scolded for being an ungrateful slave who did not understand what a service he had been rendered, but he was not even reproached once. Aaron maintained that if Cassidon had wanted to harm her, he would have done so long ago. Naturally, someone who had to become a beast in order to survive will not give up now. The month they spent together could not pass without a trace. The slave had already gotten used to his savior, no matter how much he didn't want to. Aaron continued to convince him that he could consider his actions to be her actions as well, since it was she who had taken the initiative to shelter the guy. The girl believed that she was also to blame for Cassidon's wrongdoing, since instead of healing his old emotional wounds, she periodically reminded him of them. The Countess sincerely asked her brother for forgiveness. Without answering, Cassidon turned and left. It felt like something was squeezing his heart. A girl whose face radiates the calm of a monk, not sad, but not thoughtful either. Aaron's expression was as if she had had to give up a lot. A beautiful appearance was poison for slaves. People did not pay attention to wounds or blood. They were only interested in a good physique and a beautiful face. Cassidon had hidden his true identity with all his might, unable to even allow himself to grieve about the past for the sake of survival. But now he began to doubt. The guy couldn't figure out this chaos. His head was aching from undefined emotions. He felt safe next to this suspicious girl. Along with this came an inexplicable feeling of defeat. Having collected his thoughts and thought everything over carefully, he knocked on Aaron's door, saying that he would like to know more about his older sister. He wanted to apologize to her and hear her voice. For a moment, his whole body was burning. Placing the girl's hand on his chest, Cassidon asked why all this was happening to him. Hugging Aaron, the guy told her that she was beautiful. Every time he looked at her, she shone brighter. Her hands were so soft. The girl jumped back sharply from Cassidon, touching his wounds. She realized that they were burns, as well as marks from swords and axes. Such traces appeared when the body suddenly lost weight and remained in an exhausted state for a long time. Cassidon was a gladiator in the arena, but these scars were not of battle origin. The guy got them without fighting, Aaron concluded. He was tortured. The girl asked him to tell her all the details of what happened. Cassidon agreed to tell about his life. Aaron asked him to sit down next to her, touching his body, warmth radiating from her. After some time, there was not a single scar left on the guy's body. The lady had healed him. The guy was extremely surprised. The girl grinned. She knew it would happen. She should have done it much earlier. Cassadine must have been in incredible pain, but he couldn't tell you about it. Aaron felt extremely sorry for her little brother. Smiling as if nothing had happened, she told him to go and have a good rest. Returning to his mistress's room when she fell asleep, Cassadine looked at her sleeping and thought that he had fallen into a trap. The next morning, Aaron was slowly getting ready in her room when Sasha flew in shouting that the lady needed to get ready quickly. With shining eyes, the maid announced that the crown prince had arrived. Aaron was clearly not happy with this news. She did not understand what he needed here. Sasha reported that the crown prince wanted to meet the lady in person. That's why he came. Now he is in the living room and waiting for her. The girl immediately thought of Cassadine, because it had not been proven that he had poisoned the crown prince. Sasha was sure that the prince fell in love with Aaron at first sight, because despite yesterday, he still visited her. The lady thought that this was impossible. The prince must have come out of curiosity, but the question was why? Didn't he really have other things to do? It was revenge. It's amazing that Cassadine had the patience to be around this idiot for so many years. Sasha had information that the empire was not at peace. They said that Archduke Damien tried to poison the prince, and now he was in the imperial prison. Nobody knew what the Archduke was pursuing, but it was rumored that they were going to let him go, since there was no evidence against him. Aaron thought, of course, yesterday's incident was incredible. The Damien she knew would have gotten out of prison even if he was guilty. The Countess knew that when he was released, he would definitely start looking for the real criminal, and when he got to the truth, he would use it to attract Cassadine to his side. The Countess should not have allowed this, and while she was going to find out about Damien, it would not even be bad to play out a dramatic scene. The girl asked the maid to prepare something more elegant for her. She was going to charm the crown prince. Near the room, Aaron was waiting for Cassadine. The guy was clearly unhappy about something. Seeing his sister in a chic red dress, he immediately asked where she was going in such a hurry. Aaron said that a guest was waiting for her in the living room. The newly made brother immediately asked to go with her, but the girl was forced to refuse. She thought it would be a bit difficult, but Cassadine didn't understand what the problem was. And then the Countess explained that the man he had poisoned was waiting for her. On her brother's face, Aaron read that the defeated beast was about to show its true nature. Smiling at him, she went to meet him, not understanding why she was so happy. Cassadine remained standing alone, as if humiliated and insulted. In the living room, the crown prince joyfully greeted the lady, saying that he almost died of boredom while waiting for her. Looking at his happy face, Aaron would never have said that the guy really almost died yesterday. The Countess apologized for her lateness and greeted the little son of the empire. The prince asked to skip these formalities after all. It was not the first time they had seen each other. This confused Aaron. She did not understand why he was behaving as if they were close friends. The girl understood that she couldn't lose her composure because she had come to find out about Damien. The crown prince started the dialogue first. He said that Aaron was probably wondering why he came to her early in the morning, but without waiting for an answer, he proposed to her to become his princess. The girl was in a panic. She didn't understand what he was talking about and whether he was in his right mind, but the prince didn't calm down. It turned out that even the emperor had already given his consent to the marriage. His Majesty was so happy that Aaron had saved his son, and there were also rumors that her family had made a fortune in mining. The prince believed that the family whose descendant had healed him was worthy of the emperor's patronage. Moreover, the emperor himself seemed to be thinking about making the countess a princess. Finally, Aaron was able to get a word in. She thanked the prince for such a flattering offer. However, she was happy with everything in her current situation. Leon asked again if he understood correctly that the countess was missing the opportunity to become the first lady of the empire. The girl thanked the guy, saying that his gratitude was enough for her. The prince certainly did not expect such an outcome. For him, Aaron was a very interesting person. Someone burst into the living room without knocking. Turning her head, the countess saw Cassadine in front of her. He apologized for interrupting such an important conversation, but the guy thought that the guest was hungry, so he decided to bring cookies. Aaron realized that her brother had taken the cookies from the maid to prevent her from talking to the prince. Leon thanked the guy for the cookies and told him he could go. Cassadine did not give such an answer. He insistently replied that he intended to stay here. Once again, Aaron had to take matters into her own hands, introducing the guy as her younger brother and apologizing for his rudeness. The crown prince noticed that the brother and sister were completely different. She was a blonde, he had silver hair, and their eyes were completely different. The prince was not a tactful person, so he immediately said that the guys were clearly not related by blood. Arryn acknowledged this, but noted that Cassidon was her only younger brother, to which the prince said that with such a body and appearance, it was strange to be just a younger brother. No wonder the girl had high standards. The lady repeated that her brother was indeed very handsome, and the prince could not help but laugh. Wiping away tears of laughter, he said that it was time for his handsome younger brother to go, as he and his sister had an important topic to discuss. Cassidon asked persistently what could be so important that he shouldn't hear. Since the crown prince was not a timid person, he immediately said that he had offered Arryn to become the princess of this empire. The girl was very indignant. She shouted that Your Highness did not dare to tell everything. Since everyone present was aware of the events, she repeated that she was forced to refuse this offer, to which the prince replied that if she intended to refuse, then let her come to the palace and say so there. He arranged to meet her tomorrow at noon at the fountain. It was important that Arryn came to the meeting alone. When the prince had left, the lady went out onto the porch, and Cassidine followed her to check whether the crown prince had told the truth. She admitted that it was true and was going to go to the palace, since she had no other choice. Cassidine didn't think it was worth doing, but Arryn didn't understand why he was so adamant, since she was going there to report her refusal. The guy thought it might be a trap, adding that the crown prince looked so-so. The girl looked at him with a smile. She wondered what Leon's appearance had to do with it. According to Cassidine, sometimes appearance alone is enough to judge what a person really is. From one look at the crown prince, it was clear that he was bad. Arryn agreed with his words, especially since she herself didn't like him at first sight, and his character was generally disgusting. The girl caught herself thinking that gossiping about the prince was so exciting. But still, she and Cassidine were not ordinary brother and sister. The guy suddenly became interested in what Arryn's first impression of him was. The lady thought that they were similar. She could not name the reason, but she was sure that it was so. Arryn was attracted not even by her appearance, but by her gaze, in which a long story could be read. There was sadness in it, similar to the light at sunset, and a bottomless emptiness. The countess asked a counter-question about what Cassidine thought of her when they met. After a moment of silence, the guy replied that it was a secret, and in principle, it was stupid to ask a liar a question. Anyway, Arryn tried to get him to tell her if he would at least think that she was a good person or a bad one. He didn't know what to tell her. Then the girl grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket, but he pulled his hand away, repeating that he didn't know the exact answer. Cassidine thought that his sister was angry with him, but Arryn was not the touchy type, and there was no reason. At this point, the guy decided to be honest, and said that he didn't think she was a bad person, but she wasn't a good person either. Rather, she was strange to him. Without even paying attention to the answer, the countess blushed all over. She did not expect that Cassidine could answer honestly. The guy blushed and looked away. Arryn immediately rushed to him, thinking that the fever had not yet passed, but it was her. At that moment, the girl became interested in whether her new relative had brothers or sisters. The book she found didn't have a chapter about Chiron. Apparently, Cassidine had been here, although he left no traces, as he had in the imperial palace. There was another problem left. What to do if Arryn met Damien? She had to shed light on all his actions. His fall to the bottom was the countess's goal. But Damien was not an idiot, so Arryn came to the conclusion that it was worth acting like a fool. She must have understood Cassidine, because she could not forget the pain she felt on the day of her death. Checking his watch, the crown prince was glad that the countess had come to meet him. Arryn bowed before him, greeting the small son of the empire. The girl repeated that she had come only to decline the offer, but Leon was persistent, suggesting that they not rush, but rather talk first. The countess assured the little son of the empire that he had nothing to worry about. She had come alone. The prince noticed that the girl was quite smart, and also had the power of healing. Arryn screamed it was a secret, and here they could be heard, to which Leon replied, if so, maybe she would agree to marry him. The girl was outraged, because the prince doesn't even love her. She is a healer, not a toy for him. The crown prince believed that love was not necessary in marriage. Mutual understanding was much more important. Arryn would have power, and the imperial family would have the power of healing. Although Leon thought it was a good deal for both of them, the lady was already happy with her life. However, with His Highness's permission, she wanted to ask him to make another deal. The prince was interested in this proposal and asked to tell him more about it. Arryn asked if the Archduke was not the one suspected of poisoning him, and as far as she knew, he was currently behind bars. The girl wanted to meet this man. Leon asked again if he understood correctly that right now she was asking to meet with the Archduke. If the Crown Prince allowed Erin to do this, she promised to show her healing power right now, which was strange for Leon, since she was the one who said that it couldn't be used if there was no one injured. The girl corrected. Did she say that she could only heal people? She could make a flower that was stepped on bloom as if it had recently opened its buds. Erin immediately showed her healing power. The prince could not believe his eyes. He began to suspect that there was a sorceress in front of him, and he became incredibly curious about how the girl did it. But as it was presented, everything was possible. The Countess was just a healer. Leon picked the newly healed flower, deciding to put it in his chambers, since someone else might step on it here. Erin was extremely surprised, because being torn off was the same as being trampled. The Crown Prince had the expected question. Why did the girl need this meeting with the Archduke? Why did she have to go all the way to prison to meet this man? She expected him to ask this, but still, the question caught Erin off guard. It seems strange to confess my love to someone who was put in prison. It would have been even stranger if she had said that she wanted Damien to see at least one beautiful face before he died. Even stranger to say that to someone who had been offered the chance to become a princess. Leon was tense about this silence, as if he was being ignored. Turning to His Highness, Arryn asked if he was sure that it was the Archduke who had carried out the assassination attempt. The Crown Prince was not sure about this. It was strange that a man with such a title was accused of the assassination attempt. No one found evidence proving his guilt, which means that the crime was committed by another person, embittered against the imperial family. Arryn explained that the Archduke was accused because he was late for the Crown Prince's birthday ball, and because the poison was made from herbs that only grow in the north of the country. The Countess said that she learned about this when she tried to heal the prince, and it was she who told the Emperor that the herbs were from the north. The girl pretended to feel guilty for accusing the Archduke without having any other more substantial evidence. She was sickened by the thought, so she decided to visit Damien. Arryn lied. Finally, the Crown Prince realized whose mistake it was, and he began to worry that if the Countess was right, the situation would escalate. Looking down, she replied that for some people, the truth can become a real lie. Standing up abruptly and extending his hand to Arryn, Leon said that he understood everything and would personally take her to the Archduke. In her head, the girl was happy. It was clearly a success. The gentlemen turned their attention to the knight, who seemed suspicious to her because he was wearing a helmet in such hot weather. Arryn and the Crown Prince approached a tall tower that looked very gloomy. Leon was prepared for the girl to see this tower for the first time. It was located quite far from the imperial palace. His Highness noticed a tail behind them. He turned to the knight who was pursuing them, asking how long he had been following them. Arryn noticed the purple eye, which clearly stood out from the rest. The Crown Prince thought that this was the work of his father, who ordered that his every step be reported. He considered this incredible loyalty. Leon asked his companion if she knew why he had asked her to come to the palace alone. He found her brother's look quite unusual. The girl thought that this was natural because the one who tried to kill the prince remained alive and unharmed, but she only answered that her brother was too shy. His Highness spoke not only of the way Cassidin looked at him, but also of the way he looked at Arryn. It was the first time he had seen someone look at their own sister like that, even if they weren't related, and it was kind of wild to see. The Countess tried to confuse his thoughts by explaining that Cassidin was a dear person to her, and that by talking about her brother in such a way, he was putting her in an awkward position. The Crown Prince became curious about how much Arryn loved her brother. She admitted that she loved him very much, since no one could replace him for her. Arryn thanked His Majesty for seeing her off, but she intended to go on alone, not wanting to cause him any trouble. Referring to the fact that the Archduke was arrested because of her, it will be difficult to have a sincere conversation with him in the presence of the prince. Leon ordered the guard to follow the Countess. There was no longer any need to keep an eye on the Crown Prince, so the guard was to escort Arryn to the Archduke's chamber. But if anything happened to her, he would be held accountable with his head, the prince ordered. Arryn assured His Highness that he had nothing to worry about, as she would talk and return immediately. Smiling, the prince changed the subject, saying that he had not been able to celebrate his birthday properly, so he intended to hold another ball in the near future. He promised to send Arryn an invitation she couldn't refuse, so they would see each other soon. Trying to be romantic, Leon promised to keep the forget-me-not that the Countess had brought to life. When the prince left, the lady immediately asked Cassidin what he was doing there. The guy was surprised how she recognized him. Arryn grinned and replied that she couldn't help but recognize him, but she was curious about something else, where he stole that armor. Cassidin replied that he had not stolen them, but merely borrowed them, and that their owner had simply accidentally fallen asleep for a couple of days. The lady was worried that her brother would be caught, but the boy was confident in himself. He understood everything, right down to how the nights moved. For Aaron, this was not the case. Last time, Cassidy had miraculously escaped punishment. Looking into the Countess's eyes, he asked if she was really worried about him. The girl admitted that from the moment she opened her eyes in the morning until the moment she closed them at night, there was not a moment when she did not worry about him. Cassidy was pleased to hear this. With hope in her eyes, Aaron asked if that was why he came to the palace, because he was also worried about her. The girl heard what she wanted to hear, because if it weren't so, the guy clearly wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. Cassidy extended his hand to his companion. It was time to go. It was necessary to figure out how the prison was arranged. The smell, of course, in this place was monstrous. It was a labyrinth from which it was impossible to escape. The way was known only to the man who delivered food at a certain time, and, apparently, the prison did just fine without guards. Finally, Cassidy asked what Aaron could possibly want here. The girl replied that he would understand everything when he saw it. The 8th camera they needed was visible in front of the guys. The Archduke was reading a book. Once upon a time, his coal-black hair and emerald eyes captured Aaron's heart. But now she knew what was hidden behind that beautiful shell. Coming closer, the girl asked if Damien remembered her, but it was hard not to remember her once you saw her. Coming closer to the knight, the Archduke realized that he had already met him too. Aaron tried to hide the knight's identity, saying that he was just an imperial servant accompanying her. The main question was what the Countess was doing here, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. The girl said, as it is, that the Crown Prince gave her permission. This information surprised Damien greatly, and what was even more surprising was that the prince personally escorted the girl to prison. Aaron got to the point, telling the Archduke that she knew he was innocent of the assassination attempt. Approaching the cell bars, looking Damien in the eyes, the Countess confessed her love to him at first sight. It was obvious that the Archduke would not believe this immediately. He was confused by the fact that if this was true, then why did he end up in prison? Aaron was a good actress. Tears came to her eyes. She began to sob loudly that he could not help but believe her, because she took such a risk for him and came here. The girl didn't stop trying to get Damien emotional. Finally, something happened. The guy asked if it was true, and she really did fall in love with him. The Countess's eyes lit up, and she confirmed that it was true, because only a madwoman could come to such a place. Aaron lied to the Archduke, looking him straight in the eye, about how she fell in love with him at first sight, although she didn't believe in such a thing before meeting him. In order to achieve her goal, the lady was ready to endure all these humiliations. It was necessary to show how the girl was hurt after she found out that her lover was taken into custody. It was better to appear as a stupid girl whose feelings are all on the surface. Aaron needed to get the Archduke to trust her, so she said she had to go to great lengths to get here, including convincing the prince. Damien tensed, thinking that the lady was close to the prince. In a past life, the Archduke and the Crown Prince did not get along. Damien tried to establish a connection, but Leon was reluctant to make contact. In this sense, the Crown Prince's proposal was even problematic and could turn into a stumbling block. There would be more restrictions than new opportunities, and in addition, the Archduke would be wary if the princess decided to get closer to him. It was also necessary to take into account the character of the prince, who, without receiving a quick answer, would lose interest in Aaron. In any case, the girl had to keep a reasonable distance and use the situation to achieve her goals. The Countess pointed to the knight whom the prince had allegedly assigned to her as an escort, and if Damien didn't believe her, he could ask him everything. Aaron needed to find out the reason why the Archduke was late for the ball, promising that in that case, she could help him prove his innocence. The guy offered a deal. The girl had to tell him what kind of relationship she had with the prince. In exchange, he would tell what he was doing on Leon's birthday. At that moment, the Countess realized how petty the Archduke was. Even under threat of death, he tried to dictate his terms. Aaron reminded them that the Crown Prince's knight was with them, and if Damien had offered her such a condition, then she was a complete fool for falling in love with such a man. The girl pressed on his pity. Her eyes filled with tears again. The Countess reminded him that she had come such a long way to help her lover, and he was treating her like this. The Countess turned and headed for the exit, saying that her heart was mistaken. Now she knew what the Archduke was like. Damien realized that this was his last chance to be free, so he called out to the girl, apologizing and promising to tell her why he was late for the celebration that day. Aaron realized that she had won a small victory, but it was only the beginning. The guy said that he was preparing a grand gift for the prince, but it would take time to deliver it from the estate. The Archduke realized that if he told what kind of gift he had prepared, it could benefit him. He was a slave, brought from far away because of his outstanding abilities. It took a lot of effort for Damien to keep the slave from biting off his tongue and dying. The guy thought that Arryn had misunderstood him. He was trying to explain that slaves with outstanding abilities were extremely rare and cost a fortune. About a month ago, a gladiator slave was sold for 5 billion gold coins. Even taking into account the fact that the Empire treated slaves worse than cattle, the girl did not understand how the Archduke thought of giving her a slave for his birthday. Or maybe it was an excuse for being late, which was due to a heart condition. In any case, the Countess had to find out. With a smile on her face, the girl asked Damien to send her this slave. The guy was clearly taken aback by this request, but Arryn explained that the poison that had poisoned His Highness was made from a plant that was found only in the north of the country, and this was the main reason for the Archduke's imprisonment. The lady presented the facts. She simply found out what was in the poison, and Damien was simply late. It was she who informed His Highness and His Majesty. Finally, the Archduke understood why he was arrested. He initially found it strange that the arrest occurred because he was simply late. The guy had to hand over the slave to Arryn so that she could talk to His Highness and prove Damien's innocence. She assured the guy that the prince would believe her if she provided evidence. The Countess skillfully pretended that she was very sorry that the Archduke could not rely on her earlier, but she simply could not leave him in such a hopeless situation. Damien clearly didn't expect this, but without suspecting anything, he agreed to send the slave to the Countess. In return, he demanded to spend some time with him. Screaming with happiness that she was invited on a date, Arryn thought about her small victory. The guy fell for her trick. Damien clearly thought that this way he could get information about the prince. The lady said she was looking forward to their meeting, and the guy replied that he hoped they would have a good time once he got out of prison. The girl understood that at this meeting she would use the opportunity wisely. Returning to her estate late in the evening, Sasha brought a certain document into the Lord's room, in which was written about the kingdom of Chiron. Unfortunately, the maid could not find anything new. She searched for information all over the city. Sasha met with a man who was known to have a wide variety of information. She asked him a few questions, hoping that he would help her. Of course, it wasn't for nothing. The maid made good use of the jewelry that Arryn gave her. The Countess was outraged that Sasha was following orders to her own detriment, but the maid did not let her mistress say a word, saying that she had found out who might know about the kingdom. It was decided to go to this man tomorrow. That night, Arryn couldn't sleep. She stood near the wide-open window and was clearly waiting for someone. After some time, the door of her room opened and Cassidan entered. The girl was very glad to see him unharmed. She was worried about him, asked him to sit down next to her and tell her how everything went, whether he was caught when he returned the armor. When the Countess asked why her brother looked so bad, the boy remained silent. After a few seconds, he asked a question that surprised Arryn. Did she like green eyes? Seeing the surprise on his sister's face, Cassidan asked again. She doesn't love him, only because his eyes aren't green. Handing the guy a mug of tea, the lady began to explain that everything was not so at all. Even if his eyes were not green, it did not mean that she did not love him. Cassidan didn't understand. If everything was as she said, then why did she say in front of him about that coal-black hair and eyes that sparkled like the stars in the sky? To some extent, Arryn was flattered by this, because the guy didn't miss a word. Moreover, he remembered everything. The girl confessed that she loves Cassidan, and let him not even think that it is not so, because his eyes are not green. No matter what he looked like, he was the most precious person to the lady. Baring his teeth in anger, Cassidan pulled the girl close and asked how many people she had said that to. The guy clearly didn't believe her. He was worried about what number he was. But for Arryn, he was the first. Cassidan was so strong that it took the Countess's breath away. Gently touching her chin, the so-called brother asked the girl not to take her eyes off him. He demanded that she repeat what she said, looking him straight in the eye. His hand wrapped around the girl's neck. He squeezed it so hard, and with a sarcastic smile on his face, said that such a face was already familiar to him. Arryn pushed Cassidan away with all her strength. She could hardly breathe from the pain. Since there were pieces of a broken cup lying on the floor, the boy noticed that a stranger would think that he had done something bad, but he had not done anything bad yet. Arryn wondered if her younger brother would be able to cope with his desires. She allowed him to do so whenever he wanted, if it made him feel better. The question was whether he felt better. For some reason, the girl was sure that Cassidan was not that kind of person. He said it as if it were a threat, and asked not to provoke him again. At that moment, Aaron felt that her brother was very pathetic because he couldn't trust her. All he could do was bare his teeth, although in fact she thought he was very kind. The girl repeated that she would always be on his side. Cassadine only replied that he hated her, but she seemed not to take it to heart, saying only that none of this mattered, and the most important thing was that he not torture himself. The guy was very surprised by such behavior, after everything he did and said. He silently turned around and walked out of Aaron's room. At some point, the girl agreed with his words. She really made Cassadine part of her family in order to use him later. The guy used it too. The crown prince of the ruined kingdom must have had a very rich history behind him, but he was unwilling to tell it. Cassadine wasn't going to tell about the kingdom of Chiron either. His homeland was incinerated because of the prophecy, and Aaron had no choice but to find out everything herself. Sasha was worried about her mistress. Whether she was tired, in general, she did not like the idea of going without Cassadine, since something could happen to them. Aaron was against this idea, as she believed that it was impossible to take her brother on a search for information about him. Judging by the fact that there was only forest around the girls, it seemed that people could not live here, but they followed the map that Sasha had obtained precisely. The maid was determined, saying that if she had been deceived, the informant would have to part with his leg. In the middle of the wild forest, the girls discovered a small hut. When they knocked on the door, no one opened it. It felt like the tenants had moved out long ago. And did ghosts live here? After some time, the door was finally opened, and an old man stood in front of the girls. The first thing he asked was how they got to the house of the unseen old man. Aaron told everything as it was, that they heard that the old man knew a lot about the kingdom of Haran. She apologized for them coming so unexpectedly, but it really was important. After listening, the old man introduced himself, allowing him to be called Notios. He saw that Aaron was the god's favorite. Despite her beauty, she was touched by the god. The girl froze in surprise at hearing something like this. She realized who was standing in front of her. It was that same prophet Notios. The old man was apparently quite modest, saying that there were times when he was called that, but now he is a simple old hermit. There were rumors that Notios had long since died, but this was only the price for the fact that the man talked a lot about the future. Now he lived as if he were dead, but the fact that the girls came here was God's will. The peaceful kingdom of Chiron was destroyed because of his words. Aaron was very curious about what the prophecy was about, and since she turned out to be the god's favorite, Notios promised to tell her, "Kneel down the kingdom and the empire. All living things in this world will be ruled by the ruler born in the kingdom of Haran." The girls were shocked to hear this. Pretending that Aaron knew nothing, she asked if the person about whom the prophecy spoke was still alive. The old man replied that the man was alive, however, the prophecy had changed. The hawk with broken wings found its nest. The black raven, who wanted to live in the hawk's nest, flew too high, for which he will be burned alive in the rays of the sun. That was all Notios could say. Aaron asked to explain the meaning of this prophecy, to which she received the answer that she already knew everything. The girl decided to ask the last question, what does God's favorite mean? According to the old man, this is what it meant, because nothing happens in the world for no reason. The girl was sorry that she couldn't find out more, but it was incredible that they found that very prophet, and it was thanks to Sasha that Aaron learned everything she needed. The Countess thought, since Damien's father was already dead, it meant that the black raven from the prophecy was the Archduke himself. The reason his father destroyed Chiron was to eliminate an enemy that could completely change history, but the question was whether he would have the audacity to put his son on the throne. With the man who destroyed the kingdom dead, it was interesting to see what Cassadine would do. It must have been the thirst for revenge that helped him endure years of slavery and hardship. If he found out that a representative of the family that destroyed his kingdom was still alive, it is unknown how he would react. Aaron was very glad that she and her poor brother had a common enemy. The girl caught herself thinking that she did not deserve this strange love of God for her. In the evening, the Countess knocked on Cassadine's door. A voice from behind her frightened her. It was her brother, who asked why she came and what she wanted from him. Smiling slyly, the girl asked if she needed a reason to see him. Taking the lady by the arm, Cassadine led her into his room, for it would have been rude to converse in the corridor. Trying once again to grab Aaron by the neck, but abruptly changing the direction of his hand, the brother asked where his older sister had gone today. Removing his hand from her face, the girl rudely replied that if he was so interested in where she went, then he should have followed her. Cassadine realized that she was evading the answer. He was angry that he was not told the truth. Aaron threatened to tell everyone who he really was. She clearly had no intention of sending her brother into the arena to become a gladiator again. Plucking up her courage, she asked Cassadine if he was afraid of her and not the other way around. Squeezing his hand tightly, she said that it would be so nice if her brother would stop worrying. Aaron asked him to squeeze his hand tighter around her neck if he wanted to, until he learned to trust her. Abruptly letting go of her hand, the guy began to shout, "Is the girl really not afraid of death, or is she just crazy?" Cassidy's emotions were clearly out of control. He hugged Aaron and began to apologize for the way he behaved, for making such mistakes. The Countess even burst into tears. Her little brother was so cute. He never asked her for anything, and it seemed to the girl that she had already cried all her tears in her past life. Hugging her brother tightly, Aaron said that she loved him. Cassadine realized that he was very tired. Last night he couldn't sleep because Aaron couldn't get out of his mind. He knew she was going somewhere early in the morning, but he decided not to follow her. It irritated him that he couldn't see her. However, knowing that Aaron might be somewhere far away made Cassadine even more angry. The guy couldn't understand why the lady went to the imperial palace, why he felt unnecessary and abandoned just because she told the Archduke that she fell in love with him at first sight. As he replayed the scene in his head of her grabbing Aaron by the neck and what she said, Cassadine kept wondering if that emotion was fear or deep sadness. He couldn't even imagine that the girl was so crazy. What was even crazier was that the guy was drowning in all of this like in a swamp. Aaron disappeared from his embrace like stars in the fog, but he couldn't let her go. From that day on, Cassadine began to treat his sister more politely. There were no lies, no night visits. Aaron didn't understand whether that conversation had really affected him that much. She did not regret taking the risk then. Rather, she was upset by his distrust, and the Countess was curious how he would react. The girl began to catch her brother's glances more often. She asked why he was looking at her like that, but Cassadine couldn't give a clear answer. In the morning newspaper, Aaron read that the Archduke was suing the imperial family. The Countess considered him a coward, but Sasha, on the contrary, considered his reputation to be damaged without any solid evidence, which is why he filed a lawsuit immediately after his release. It didn't matter whether Damien won the lawsuit. Only those who had something to lose behaved so pathetically. The Archduke had been free for some time, which meant he should have invited Aaron on a date soon. When meeting, it was necessary to make sure that the guy was on the Countess's side. The lady noticed that it was very noisy outside. The maid came to tell Aaron that someone had sent a gift. The sender was not indicated, but the girl immediately understood who it was from. The gift was a slave. Aaron was shocked by what she saw. She couldn't believe her eyes that Damien was going to give this slave to the prince. Despite all the persuasion not to do this, the Countess demanded that the slave be released, and in the meantime, she was given a message from the Archduke. The message stated that the guy wanted to meet the lady as soon as possible. Damien also gave tranquilizers. They turned even a wild animal into a meek lamb. Of course, they could not influence the slave's abilities, but they could pacify his fierce disposition for a while. Before leaving, the servant informed him that if the tranquilizers ran out, Aaron could always get them at the Archduke's estate. Judging by the slave's slow reaction, the girl realized that he was under the influence of drugs. Cassadine crept up behind the Countess and quietly called her, and the girl jumped in fright. The guy was no less surprised than Aaron when he saw the slave. Looking at this slave with needle marks and imprisoned in a cage, the Countess felt as if she was doing something wrong. The girl told Cassadine that this man was originally a gift, but now she was going to thoroughly wash him and change his clothes. Aaron ordered 3 strong men to wash him, and in the kitchen to prepare food for the slave. From the look on Cassadine's face, the girl assumed that he was afraid that another slave would take his place. The Countess tried to support the boy, reminding him that he was her only brother, so he shouldn't worry so much about it. During the day, a scream was heard in the imperial palace. The emperor thought that his son had gone completely mad, but Leon was as calm as possible, as if nothing had happened. The conversation was about marriage. His Highness believed that whoever heard this story would think that the status of the prince's bride was no longer needed by anyone. His father ordered him to marry Lady Circia, but something was clearly going wrong. The crown prince tried to explain that the girl had refused him when he proposed to her to become his wife, and for him it was funny. The guy was too narcissistic. If Aaron had accepted his proposal immediately, he would have lost interest in her that very hour. The palace's reputation was ruined by the incident at the ball, and Archduke Damien also filed a lawsuit against the emperor. With a smirk, Leon blamed everything on his father, since he did not take proper security measures and still has not found the real culprit. The father grabbed his son by the collar. He was furious that the prince allowed himself to speak to him like that. The emperor had already started shouting and began pointing at his son, saying that he had taken this throne because of him. Leon clearly didn't like his father. He blamed him for his mother's death. He didn't care that his father was doing everything for him, because it wouldn't make up for his guilt before his mother. The prince made it clear that he never wanted this, neither the title of crown prince, nor the care of a father that came only out of guilt. Without listening to the end, the boy turned around and headed for the exit, asking his father not to bother him with trifles anymore. The emperor was left sitting alone in a depressed state. Leon admired the flower that reminded him of Arin Circia and thought about her. The servants did not know what to do. They could not find clothes of a suitable size for a slave in the entire estate. They did not sew such large sizes, since there was no need. Because of this guy, even Aaron's room began to seem cramped. His body was close to perfection, like a cross between a bear and a panther. The girl knew that the prince would not get him so easily. The girl decided to look for clothes for the slave on her own. When asked what his name was, the boy just remained silent in response. The servants began to get angry, believing that Arin was spoiling him. The countess calmed them down, saying that everything was fine, even though the slave refused to eat and try on clothes. The girl asked everyone to leave and be alone. She tried to persuade the slave to eat, citing the fact that he was probably tired after a long journey, and if this food was not enough for him, then she would cook more. Aaron asked not to pay attention to the servant's words. However, the guy still did not react. The countess could not understand what was going on. Had Damien really decided to send the prince a disobedient slave? She decided to try something different, asking him to move the sofa he was sitting on closer to her. This time, the slave stood up and obediently began to fulfill the request. It usually took 3 people to move this sofa. Aaron began to understand that the guy did not eat, did not talk, but only followed orders. It was eerie to realize that he was born only to serve. The slave also had strange wounds that resembled bite marks, but they did not look like those of either animals or humans. The tranquilizers were making his heart beat irregularly, and he was bursting with energy, but at the same time he was completely exhausted. Despite his impressive appearance, this man had many internal wounds. Upon examination, Arin opened the slave's mouth and reeled in horror. Someone had cut out his tongue. The countess studied various herbs and their reactions to poisons in her room. Of all the herbs, only milk thistle reacted to poisons. Aaron realized that she was deliberately not allowed to know the composition of this drug, since it was a poison disguised as a tranquilizer. Damien wanted to buy the favor of His Highness by giving him a poisoned slave. He could not allow such a powerful slave to remain near the prince for long, and so he took care in advance to remove the obstacle. The mistress ordered the slave to lie down on the bed. Even Cassidon wasn't in such a sorry state when she brought him to the estate. First, it was necessary to remove the poison from the body, and then return the slave's tongue, but this would require a lot of healing energy. The girl would really like to talk to him. She hoped that when the boy came to his senses, he would certainly be able to tell her what the Archduke had done to him. Even with her fingertips, she could feel how strong the poison was. This poison was not comparable to the one that poisoned the prince. Arin's strength was not enough to heal. The girl needed to concentrate as much as possible and direct all her energy towards him. After some time, the slave woke up. The first thing he asked was who was in front of him. Without having time to answer, Arin began to lose consciousness. She didn't think she would become so weak. Every time the Count went on business trips, he brought his daughter a huge number of gifts. The Count stood for 3 hours under the scorching sun to buy the lady some golden honey because she liked sweets so much. The Count had already taken it to deliver it to the lady personally. He was in an excellent mood. He knocked on his daughter's door to say that he had already returned. Not hearing an answer, he opened the doors and noticed a picture that was not the most pleasant for him. The gifts all fell to the floor in an instant, and he walked towards the stranger with fury in his eyes. The slave sat with a frightened face, not understanding what was happening. Cassidon walked down the corridor and remembered how Arin looked at the slave. He scolded himself, calling him a fool. Hearing the scream coming from the Countess's room, he immediately rushed there. The Count had already drawn his sword and held it against the stranger, demanding to know what he was doing with his daughter. Seeing Aaron's body lying motionless, Cassidon froze, unable to move. A moment later, he seemed to let go, and he hit the slave in the face with all his might, knocking him out. Cassidine threatened to kill the bastard, but the Count said that today, of all days, he would allow the murder to be committed in his house. The slave still could not understand why he was hit and accused of something. He was as if defenseless. Getting closer and closer, he said that since he was not around, the guy allowed himself to take advantage of this and do something with Arin. The guy began to defend himself as best he could, repeating that he didn't understand what was being discussed and didn't even know where he was. At that moment he realized that he could speak, even though his tongue had been cut out. He asked Cassadine if he wanted to know his name. He didn't care, because he was preparing to kill the slave right now. The servants gathered around Aaron's room. Not understanding what was happening, Sasha rushed to her mistress. At that moment the lady came to her senses, and a smile was barely visible on the Count's face, that everything had worked out. The father began to apologize for having been inattentive to his beloved daughter lately. He blamed himself for not even knowing that some black bastard had gotten into his darling's room. Aaron realized that something terrible could happen now. She suddenly came to her senses. Cassadine was wary of believing his sister's words, that she was so tired that she had fallen asleep on a stranger. The girl thought that she had finally managed to resolve the misunderstanding in this situation. Finally, the guy managed to introduce himself. His name was Tyr. Aaron said that he arrived here in a terrible state, then asked if he could tell her what happened to him. Unfortunately, Tyr remembered absolutely nothing. The girl suggested that Damien had done something to his memory. Everything seemed to be covered in darkness. His memories were cut off, but Aaron didn't need details. It was enough for her that Tyr remembered. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness was the words that someone needed more blood. Assuming that his words would sound like nonsense, it was after this phrase that his tongue was cut out. When Tyr came to, his tongue was in his mouth again. He could not say what had happened to him because he himself did not understand. The guy didn't see who cut off his tongue, since it was bandaged, but the man's voice was quite nasty, as if it were an old man's. The slave also remembered that this man reeked of blood. Aaron wondered if she could know a person who reeked of blood, but was experienced enough to cut out a tongue without killing a person. It could have been the butler Kindell, Damien's confidant who had been with him since childhood. Surely it was he who helped the Archduke get rid of Aaron's body, but unfortunately, that was all she managed to learn about him in her past life. The Countess promised that from now on, Tyr would never encounter anything like this, and for now, he could live in her house, where he would not need anything. She promised to sew him new clothes, but he just had to wait a little. The guy felt awkward. He didn't want to bother Aaron even more, considering himself the most ordinary slave. Realizing that he was practically naked, the guy blushed all over. The lady only grinned, asking to take the guy to his room. Turning to Cassadine, the girl hinted that it was time for him to go too. Without saying a word, he left. Aaron tried to stop him and ask what was wrong, but the guy did not react in any way. The Count was shocked. He came to terms with the fact that his daughter had taken in Cassadine, but he could not understand why she had brought this slave home. The man demanded to be sent back to where he came from, since one Cassadine was enough for him. The Count heard rumors that his daughter had brought her brother to the palace, which had caused a stir, and now she had brought home another slave. Aaron assured her father that he had nothing to worry about. She would soon send Tyr to the crown prince. She explained that she had been asked about this at a ball by an aristocrat she knew, and since she knew the prince, she agreed. Aaron said that while her father was away, she healed the crown prince when he was poisoned during his birthday ball, and after the prince recovered, he came to their estate. The Count handed his daughter a letter, which was most likely addressed to her. It was an invitation to a banquet at the palace. The scandal surrounding the Archduke had damaged the reputation of the imperial family, and this banquet was meant to show everyone that the prince was alive and well. Aaron promised to send the prince away immediately after the banquet, when the situation in the imperial family would be calmer. During this time, she needed to get the slave to talk so as not to miss the slightest detail about Damien. The next morning, breakfast with Cassadine passed in complete silence. The guy had a dissatisfied face. The brother impersonated his sister when she ordered the slave to be sent to her bedroom, and then stood up and walked towards her. Coming closer, Cassadine said that if she needed a slave, she should call him. Despite everything, he was just a slave, dirty from head to toe. Brother Aaron was sure of that. The girl suggested that Cassadine had gone crazy. He was quite sane, since he was not going to silently watch if Aaron had another man. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the girl did not understand why he spoke, as if that was how it was supposed to be. Grabbing Cassadine's face, Aaron asked why he was even measuring Tyr's purity, and asked him to never talk about him like that again. The Countess had freed Cassadine from the fate of a slave, and now he spoke so calmly, as if he had forgotten the times when he himself had been treated like a thing. In this way, he was no different from Damien. Their lips were very close. The girl asked if she would get dirty too if she kissed him. Irina's lips touched only Cassadine's forehead, although the guy clearly expected something else. The brother believed that if his sister became dirty, then the whole world would become dirty with her. The girl asked him never to say that again, because first and foremost he is a noble man. The hawk with broken wings, so that he would no longer suffer from rotting wounds alone, Aaron gave him her nest. Cuddling the girl, Cassadine admitted that he had lied to her when he said he hated her. From their very first meeting until now, there was not a single second when he hated her. Cassadine wanted to say something else, but fell silent. Aaron didn't want her brother to go through the same thing she had with Damien. For everything to fall into place, it was time for the Countess to make her move. The Archduke entered the room with a smile on his face. Aaron said that she had been waiting for him very much. The girl lied very skillfully. She said that she heard that the Archduke was released, but did not contact her, so she was very worried whether something had happened to him in prison. Of course, this could have happened, but the guy was just preparing a lawsuit. Taking Damien's hand, Aaron's smile broke out, and she said that she was very happy to see him again. As she thought, the guy had a very unstable heartbeat. He hid his chronic illness from her, but then the attacks began to happen so often that the Archduke began to lose consciousness right before the Countess's eyes. Around this time, she should have already healed him. Before healing, she studied a lot about this disease. One of the many causes of attacks was strong emotions, such as anger or overexcitement. Aaron assumed that Damien had not received an invitation to the Crown Prince's banquet. She was going to bring a slave to the upcoming banquet, so she invited him to go with her. The Archduke thought this idea was wonderful. The butler brought the guy a certain document. Damien looked at it and laughed. It was a slave deed for 5 billion from Aaron Serkia. Returning to the estate, the girl was met by Tyr. He was glad to see her. The guy had already received the clothes. They fit him perfectly. Tyr did not understand how the mistress could be so kind to a slave like him, but he was very grateful to her. Aaron needed to discuss something with the slave, so she needed a minute of his attention. She told him of her plan, that she wanted Tyr to go with her to the imperial banquet in a few days. But there he would run into the Archduke, who had done such terrible things to him. The slave was confident that he could handle it, since he wanted to repay his mistress for everything she had done for him. After finishing her conversation with Tyr, near the door to her room, Aaron saw Cassadine, who was waiting for her. The boy wanted the Countess to take him with her. Although he understood that she couldn't do it, he tried to persuade her, promising that he would be as quiet as a corpse, that she wouldn't even notice him. Aaron couldn't take Cassadine into the palace. The guy thought that his real enemy was the Crown Prince. The lady asked if she would take him to the palace. He would tell her what he was hiding, and in return, Aaron promised to tell her something too. The Countess clarified that she was not forcing him, but if Cassadine did not want to tell her, then she would go to the banquet without him. Aaron looked great. The maid Sasha was crazy about her outfit. The girl wished her mistress a good journey, and she got into the carriage in which Tyr was waiting for her. Sasha was surprised that Mr. Cassadine was absent, but it was clear from Aaron's face that the guy would not go with her. The carriage had just begun to move when its door suddenly opened, and Cassadine jumped in, saying that he would go with his sister. Trying not to show that she was happy, Aaron smiled and told her brother to climb in. There were a huge number of people at the ball, even more than at the prince's birthday celebration itself. Most likely, the entire high society of the empire was invited here. Aaron noticed that although there were a lot of people, one person was missing. Someone called out to the Countess. It was the Archduke. The guy said that the Lord can see even from afar. Bowing slightly before the lady, Damien asked the Countess's permission to be her companion for the evening. Upon seeing the Archduke, those present whispered that the guy was going to sue the imperial family, but he nevertheless showed up to the banquet. There was a feigned pleasure on Aaron's face as she accepted Damien's offer. The girl's hand was suddenly intercepted by her brother. He said that his sister had promised to accompany her to the banquet. The Archduke turned his attention to Cassadine, remembering that he had met him at the last ball. The lady was furious, because her brother had promised her to be as quiet as a corpse, and now he had done such a thing. With innocent eyes, the boy asked if his sister had forgotten the promise she had made to him. Damien decided to attract attention and asked the lady if this was the younger brother. Aaron confirmed this, with even more sarcasm. The guy said that these purple eyes are hard to forget. By the way, the Archduke said that this was already their third meeting. Come to think of it, Lady Serkia was there all 3 times too, Damien added. Aaron pretended not to understand what the Archduke was talking about, noting that as far as she knew, this was the boys' second meeting. Damien insisted, saying that he thought she had taken her brother with her to prison on purpose. The Archduke assumed that his brother was deceiving his older sister. Then, changing the subject, he indicated that Lady Serkia had invited him to the banquet, and therefore he would accompany her. Cassadine did not back down, saying that until his sister told him to, he would not let go of her hand. Leaning over Aaron's ear, Damien said that she must be having a hard time, and how dare this impudent slave bother her. The Countess stood silently, but her expression showed that she was both furious and confused. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away from the Archduke. She was outraged that he could say such a thing. She accused him of insulting her brother. Damien didn't have time to answer anything when they introduced the appearance of His Highness, the little son of the Empire. Leon immediately turned his attention to Aaron and greeted her. Whether he sincerely thought so or was just pretending, the Crown Prince said that he did not think that the Countess would attend this event, but the girl could not help but accept his invitation. This wonderful meeting was interrupted by Damien, who intervened in the conversation, saying that he was glad that the prince was in full health. Narrowing his eyes, Leon said he didn't remember sending the Archduke an invitation. Even though Damien hadn't committed the crime, the prince still treated him that way, but the Archduke wasn't one to just sit still. Leon publicly stated that the guy had lost their trust immediately after he filed a lawsuit against the imperial family, but then Damien responded by reminding him that he had never been trusted in this family. Turning to His Highness and the Archduke, Cassidy pointed out that everyone was looking at them, and silence reigned in the hall. The Crown Prince smirked, calling Damien his father's son, noting that there were many people who hadn't even been invited today. Aaron realized that they were talking about her brother as well, but the prince was generous, so he turned a blind eye to it, or simply pretended to. However, Leon did not understand why his guest continued to hold hands with her brother. Cassidy replied that, according to his promise, he was obliged to accompany her today, and if his sister allowed it, he would not let go of her hand. Aaron didn't answer. She just didn't take her eyes off her so-called brother. The Crown Prince, in fact, recently wondered whether his guest and her companion were really brother and sister. His Highness noticed that the look with which Cassidy looked at Aaron was completely different from the look of a brother at his sister. Wanting to quickly close this topic, the Countess loudly shouted whether the prince would like to dance with her. The girl considered him a complete idiot to bring such ridiculous suspicions to public attention. Leon began to laugh loudly, thereby making himself look like a fool. After calming down, he told Aaron that she always exceeded his expectations. It was incredible. Usually men invited ladies to dance, so Leon made a gesture with his hand, inviting the Countess to dance with him. Cassidy didn't want to let go of his sister's hand. He looked at her with such a pitiful look. Before the dancing began, the Crown Prince wished for the uninvited guest to leave immediately, turning to Damien at that moment. After apologizing, the Archduke said that due to an agreement with Lady Circia, he could not leave this event for now. Turning to Aaron, he asked if she had anything she wanted to say to the Crown Prince. Smiling, the lady called Tyr. The girl introduced the man, who was a slave, and said that the Archduke was going to give him to His Highness at a birthday ball. However, before Aaron was going to explain why she had brought him, she needed to make sure that if anything happened, the Crown Prince would protect her. She believed that the Archduke would be very angry with her if she told everyone the truth. Damien started shouting loudly, as if trying to stop her. He pretended not to understand why the gentleman thought he could harm her. His Highness shut the Archduke's mouth, citing the fact that no one had asked him here. If anything, Damien was considered the best swordsman in the Empire, which of course didn't mean he was capable of murder, Leon noted. The Archduke was angry. It was not enough for His Highness to put an innocent man behind bars, so he decided to insult him publicly. Leon noted that one must behave appropriately in public, which may be why Lady Circia asked for protection. A raven can never become a hawk, a man who wants to seize the throne that he believes is his birthright. Aaron thought it would be a good idea to turn them against each other, but she didn't think the prince would give Damien such a fight. This was not enough for the lady. Her revenge was only just beginning. The Countess began to say that she was enchanted by the Archduke, and that was why she decided to see him in prison. Already at this moment, the guys realized that things were bad, no matter what Aaron said. The girl continued her story about how Damien decided to take advantage of her friendship with the Crown Prince and wanted her to convince His Highness to grant him freedom. The Archduke began to shout that this was complete slander. Leon knew that the Emperor had released the Archduke due to lack of evidence, despite all the dubious circumstances, and yet Damien decided to file a lawsuit against the imperial family. The benefits of friendship with the prince were different for everyone, but Aaron was unable to find out what the Archduke really wanted. People who already had everything wanted more because they looked up, not down. Aaron believed that everyone knew what a person with a title like Damien could want. The guy was incredibly furious. Cassidy stood up for his sister, forbidding the Archduke to touch her. Damien grabbed Aaron's brother by the tie. He was angry as if some pathetic slave who had been wallowing in the dirt in the gladiator ring dared to stand in his way. Those present were shocked by what they heard, trying to understand whether it was really Mr. Cassadine. The Archduke seemed like a worthy gentleman to the boy, but he spoke of him as if Damien knew him, although they had only met twice. Cassadine reminded the boy that he was the prime suspect in the assassination attempt on the prince, and then filed a lawsuit against the imperial family, speaking out against them so confidently, reproaching the Archduke for not allowing himself to do such a thing. These words simply drove Damien crazy. His teeth clenched, his eyes seemed to become even greener than they were, from rage. Exhausted, the Archduke clutched his heart. People surrounded him, trying to figure out what was wrong with him and what kind of help he needed. Erin's eyes lit up. It finally happened. She rushed to him, asking why he had turned so pale, and whether the guy really had any heart problems. The Crown Prince was surprised to learn that Damien had a weak heart, and Lady Circia asked for the court physician to be called immediately. The Archduke began to shout that he did not need any doctor, demanding that his butler Kindle be called. Arin asked Tyr to help her lift Damien, but the boy resisted. When the slave called the Archduke his original master, his eyes popped out of his head, and he couldn't believe his ears, while Tyr was about to greet his master properly. Damien began to lose consciousness. The last thing he heard was Erin's words. She said that she knew a doctor who could identify and cure almost any disease. The gentlemen were walking through the Imperial Park when they suddenly heard footsteps from behind them. It was the Crown Prince. Arin was so happy, as if she had been waiting for his appearance. She was sorry that this banquet was over, because Leon must have put a lot of time and effort into preparing it. The prince thought it would be strange to continue the banquet, as the Archduke lost consciousness right there. The Countess pretended that she did not immediately understand that His Highness had come for a reason, as if he did not intend to be alone with her. Leon was amused that the girl wanted to get down to business right away, without even intending to enjoy the local nature. Typically, the Rose Garden was not accessible to anyone except members of the ruling family. Arin reminded her that her brother was waiting for her, but the Crown Prince was not going to remember her strange brother yet. His Majesty admitted that he had arranged this banquet for the sake of Lady Circia. The girl ignored this, asking why he called her brother strange. Leon laughed in response, saying that she was not paying attention to that. Arin continued to pursue the Cassadine topic anyway, saying that she was extremely surprised when she heard that her brother was looking at her strangely. The Crown Prince saw nothing wrong with telling the truth. It was difficult to hold a proper banquet. And then the Archduke hid the fact that he had a bad heart, and it seemed that the situation could not be corrected, Leon noted. Damien had a very loyal butler. He believed that it was better to keep the master's illness a secret. Since such rumors would not bring anything good, the man was ready to bear responsibility for all the inconvenience caused. Leon did not understand the motive of people who concealed such diseases, nor did he understand who gave away slaves in the first place. Arin wondered if she should really send Tyr to the Crown Prince, even if he was aware enough to be impartial and regard Cassadine, a slave, as part of his inner circle. However, this was a slave sent by Damien, and in such a situation, welcoming Tyr would clearly not be the best idea. Most likely, the guy would have simply been ignored. It was terrible when you couldn't turn to anyone. Arin had already had the chance to see this for herself. The Countess started the topic regarding Tyr, but the Crown Prince interrupted her and said that he did not need the slave, so she should return him to the Archduke. The girl asked him to keep it for himself, because after talking to him, she realized that he was a very brave man. The prince happily agreed, saying that let it be his gift to her. From now on, Leon promised that he would keep a closer eye on Damien to immediately notice anything suspicious in his behavior, since he was now obliged to protect Arin. Tyr could not be sent back to the Duke's estate. For both her and the slave, this place was a living hell. Keeping this guy with her meant that the girl would break the promise she made to her father. Arin and Leon's private conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Cassadine. It was strange to the prince that the girl's brother was here, since entry was only permitted to members of the imperial family. The guy admitted that he came for his sister. A lot of time passed, she did not return, so he began to worry. Taking Erin's hand, Cassadine said that it was already very late and that they should go home. Leon believed that his brother's level of love was indeed above the norm, and he asked Cassadine if he would continue to behave the same way when his sister got married. Turning sharply to the prince, the boy replied that this would never happen. He was sure that his sister would always be with him and would never become anyone's wife. Turning to Arin, Cassadine asked if he was right, but there was no answer. The brother still longed to hear an answer. He received it after some time. The girl confirmed his words. The prince noticed that the lady had been thinking about her answer for a long time, and that her brother was putting too much pressure on her. Aaron changed the subject, saying goodbye to His Highness, since it was already quite late and it was time for them to go home. The Crown Prince wanted their meeting to take place again. He really liked it when Lady Circia visited his palace. Heading towards the carriage, Cassidon asked why Aaron wasn't looking at him at all, but the girl was worried about something else, why he was looking at her like that. Hugging the Countess tightly, the guy said that he was behaving this way because she was his sister, the only one and the most beloved in the whole world. Aaron couldn't tell if her heart was beating so wildly or his, or if Cassidon really saw her only as a sister. She would like to ask about it, but if she hears the answer, there will be no turning back. Damien's butler stood over the girl's body. It was unclear whether she was alive, but he was clearly going to set her on fire. The flames flared up. The girl on fire was Lady Circia, tongues of flame spreading all over her body. The imperial palace was ablaze along with Aaron's body. Everything was on fire. People ran wherever their eyes looked and begged for mercy. Someone had clearly started a rebellion. The crowd shouted that the commander of the knights had rebelled, and it became known that the emperor had died. The old sun of the empire had set, and people could not believe that God had turned away from them. Only Cassidon was unperturbed. He officially declared that it was time for a new sun to rise. Aaron suddenly jumped up, all in a cold sweat. She did not understand what had just happened, a vision or a dream. Cassidine was standing near the countess's bed. He noticed how the girl was sweating and immediately asked if she'd had a nightmare. The guy began to calm his sister, repeating that nothing would happen because he was nearby. Cassidon said that they had just recently returned home. Aaron was fast asleep and he could not wake her up. Then the guy apologized for bringing the girl into the room without permission. Everything was in order, however. One thing confused the countess. Her hair was loose, and she herself was wearing completely different clothes. Finally, Lady Circia realized what had happened. She paused for a minute, collecting all her thoughts. Then she started yelling at Cassidine, what a scoundrel he was, because he was there all the time. But the guy started making excuses, that Sasha, the maid Sasha, did all this. Aaron suddenly calmed down, exhaled, and everything suddenly became good. The girl would be lying if she said that Cassidine's smile didn't melt her heart, but there were some things that needed to be cleared up before she could move on. Regarding trust, something needed to be clarified. Aaron reminded her of the guy's promise that he had to tell her everything he was hiding if he went to the banquet with her, and then she would also tell him something. Of course, Cassidon remembered everything. He just didn't know where to start. There was a kingdom called Hiran. It was neutral because the king was a pacifist, but in the face of a more powerful power, the kingdom had no choice but to fall due to its underdeveloped military and lack of good generals. All members of the royal family died. Only the crown prince survived. The prince lost everything and became a slave, and he had only one reason why he could give up and die. The reason was revenge. The empire that destroyed his kingdom still exists. Cassidine decided to kill them all by tearing them apart. He wanted them to feel the same pain as him. Aaron had to admit that her family had been under the patronage of the imperial family for many generations, and the Archduke, as she had said at the banquet, wanted to seize the throne. In case Damien was going to harm them, Aaron wanted to gather as much information as possible, and when she said she loved him, she was lying. Finally, Cassidine understood why his sister had become close to the Archduke even while he was in prison. The girl decided to tell the whole truth, which is when she found out that Damien's father was the one who destroyed Chiron. In the Seville Empire, there was a soothsayer who had long since died. When he prophesied that a great ruler was born in Chiron, the previous Archduke, who was seeking to seize the throne, felt threatened. This became sufficient grounds for the attack. The one responsible for the destruction of the kingdom, Cassidina, was already dead, and Damien was his only descendant. Aaron knew that it didn't undo everything the empire had done to her brother and his family. However, it was not that she did not understand Cassidine's feelings. On the contrary, the countess was glad that they had a common enemy. She was also glad that the guy decided to tell her everything honestly. Still, for some reason, it was very strange to hear Cassidine's answer. It was just a normal nightmare, but Aaron didn't understand why she felt that way. One day, when the guy came to his sister early in the morning, she healed his wounds. He was not happy. Cassidine was full of resentment and hatred towards this empire, but the help of the lady began to confuse him. He thought that she would never touch him again. He was sure that Aaron would soon abandon him and had even already come to terms with this. The girl accepted him despite everything she had learned. At that moment, Cassidine felt like his life's purpose had changed. He had a new reason to live, and it was his sister who brought him out of this utter hell. She was his salvation. These words brought tears to Aron's eyes. Estate of Archduke Damien. The butler was very worried about his master. He wanted to know what happened at the banquet, because the guy had so carefully hidden his illness for a long time. It was all about Aron Serkia. In his opinion, the girl turned out to be crazy. Damien decided that the lawsuit needed to be dropped. Because of this girl, his position was shaken. It would be bad if rumors spread that he was planning a rebellion. The Archduke could not understand when the ruling family and the Serki clan had managed to come to an agreement. The butler said that Count Serkia was quite close to the imperial family. At one time, he regularly visited the imperial palace with his daughter. Because of this, there were rumors that she could become the bride of the crown prince. Otherwise, why would the daughter of an ordinary count visit the palace so often? Damien was confused by this version. He believed that there was another reason, especially since the girl at the banquet said that she knew a doctor who could cure any illness, and it was either a family friend or a family member himself. The butler tried to convince the gentleman that they had tried all the ways to cure his heart, and if there was a doctor, they would definitely know about him. Damien did not calm down, because the slave whose tongue had been cut out had had it sewn back on, and he spoke as if nothing had happened. It's as if the tongue had never been cut out. Archduke Damien was about to meet with Aron again. Tyr sat in his room and thought about how good he felt. Comfortable clothes, a spacious and warm room, lots of delicious food. The guy remembered little about the time when he was a slave, but this was enough to appreciate such luxury. Tyra was worried about how much longer they would allow him to stay here. Will he then become a slave of the imperial family or not? A stranger suddenly burst into his room. After a few seconds, the guy realized that Mr. Cassadine was standing in front of him. Tyr assumed that something had happened, since the boy came to him alone, and not with Lady Aron. Cassadine was very insistent, saying that he would ask one question now and wanted an answer to it right away. Tyr saw very well that Archduke Damien had threatened his sister at the banquet. Even after this, Tyr still did not want to talk about what happened to him at the Duke's estate, since Cassadine could now trust him. The slave was depressed. He really couldn't remember anything, and if he had remembered, he would have immediately told everything. As soon as Tyr began to speak of the Lady Aron, who had surrounded him with such care, Cassadine grabbed him by the throat and forbade him to pronounce that name. The lady entered the room. She was confused by what she saw. Damien stood in his estate and admired the portrait of his father. Before his death, he said that even though he had lost, his son should ascend the throne, since he was the only one who deserved it. Although it was obvious to the Archduke, he did not know what to do with this damned heart disease. He would have torn it out of his chest if he could. The butler brought Damien the medicine, informing him that more ingredients had also been received. Kindell reported that the medicine contained everything that was needed, and he chose the healthiest ones. The man also reported that the slave was still in the Count's estate. He sent a spy to check everything. The spy confirmed that the slave not only grew a tongue, but was also completely healthy. Also, tranquilizers were no longer used on him. It was amazing that such a large beast could be cured. Kindell had a bad feeling, since paradise in Aron's hands was a great danger, and it was also suspicious that a man who had never been mentioned as part of the family had begun to live in the Count's estate. Damien considered the Countess to be just a girl who had tamed a beast. It was surprising to him that the butler had spoken about premonitions. The guy ordered to get rid of all unnecessary ingredients without creating unnecessary problems. Aron wanted Tyr to tell her what had happened between him and Cassadine, to tell her everything as it was. The guy wasn't going to tell anything. After some time, he still told that the guy only wanted to check whether he really lost his memory, but he understood him. In his place, he also would not have trusted a slave sent by such a scary guy. Tyr knew that Aron and Cassadine were not related by blood, but he was still worried that their friendship would be ruined because of him, because he was just a slave who would soon leave this place. The Countess wondered if the slave would like to stay here. She explained that the boy had been through so much during this time, and she certainly had no intention of returning him to the Archduke. And besides, the Crown Prince had already given his consent to this. Tyr couldn't believe his luck. His eyes filled with tears. Was this really possible? He promised to repay Aron for her kindness, if it did not cause her any trouble. The Countess came to the garden to meet Cassadine. The guy didn't understand why his sister wanted to keep the slave. Was he really not enough for her? The girl tried to explain that this was not the issue at all. Cassadine asked his sister to repeat again that she loved him. It was important to him. Love. Aron realized too late what this word really meant. She asked Cassadine if words of love weren't something that lovers could say to each other, not just brother and sister, but whatever the case, they weren't connected by a single drop of blood. Getting close to Aaron's lips, the guy said that he never for a moment considered the girl his family. Taking her hand, he noticed blood. She had pricked herself on the thorns of a rose in the garden. He touched the wound with his tongue and licked off the blood. Aaron pushed him away and demanded that he stop. Anger was seething inside her, but at whom? Was it really Cassadine who had broken the family ties she had so wanted to preserve? Or anger at herself for being afraid to push him away, even if it was only for a short time? But neither mattered now, because this strange game of being a brother or sister was over. Cassadine admitted that he liked Aaron ever since he looked into her eyes in that damn gladiator arena. He tried not to cross the line and not let the girl into his heart, but the guy realized too late how much he began to value her mere touch or friendly smile. Aaron had once asked what Cassadine wanted, but now he asked her the question. For her sake, he was ready to become her sword, but he had to be the only one. The Countess pushed the guy away. She was, to some extent, angry with him, since she did not want him to consider her his sister, but that was the agreement. She thought he shouldn't have talked about it. They were now brother and sister, and all the documents said so. Aaron insisted, until the very end, that she was just an older sister to the guy. The girl thought, and began to compare all the thoughts in her head, and then she realized that Cassadine's smile was like the sun. She suddenly began to shed sincere tears because of those relationships that were for the sake of revenge. Cassadine asked Aaron to exclude him from this family. The girl couldn't believe her ears, but the guy was persistent. He believed that his sister thought he was weird, and if she hated him, she could banish him. The Countess was upset. She did not understand why Cassadine was behaving this way. Did he really want to be exiled? The guy didn't want to be Aaron's weakness, so he asked to be excluded from the family. Count Circia was furious. He couldn't imagine who dared to publish such an article. At the estate, the servants were actively discussing the article that had come out about Mr. Cassadine. The Count was furious because the family's reputation had suffered. Mrs. Aaron locked herself in her chambers and has not left them since yesterday. The Countess sat with tears in her eyes. She did not know what to do. She could not answer Cassadine because she did not know what she wanted. Somewhere a mistake had clearly been made. Like paint and water, Aaron hoped that the boy would be painted in her colors. For her, on the contrary, it became a curse, because his colors also colored her. She had never thought before about what kind of relationship they really had. The maid Sasha knocked on Aaron's room. The girl asked her not to disturb her, as she wanted to rest alone, but the Count insisted that she drink a cup of tea with him. The father was furious that the Crown Prince gave his daughter such a giant. Aaron was sorry that everything turned out this way. She was going to send it to the Crown Prince, but because of the incident at the banquet, the slave now had nowhere to return to. The Count hoped that his daughter would not consider adding Tyr to their family register. Aaron promised that she was not going to include him in the family registry, but that he would remain as a slave, and not even as a guard. This time the father gave permission again. The Countess breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't even count on that. The Count didn't expect it to cause such a stir, but he knew that sooner or later everyone would find out about it, since the guy was attracting too much attention to himself. To be honest, at first everything about Cassadine irritated him. The Count wanted to drive him out of the family at the first opportunity. The more she looked at the guy, the more she realized that he was not just a slave. The elegance with which Cassadine moved, his handwriting and literacy, he dealt with the paperwork in a day when it would have taken the Count several days. The guy did an excellent job. If he were an ordinary slave, he would not have been able to assess the family's financial situation based on the papers the Count provided. Surely, on top of everything else, it is unlikely that an ordinary slave would be so elegant. It was these incidents that led the Count to believe that Cassadine was a fallen aristocrat who had been sold and made a slave. Aaron realized that her father had noticed this too, but there was nothing surprising about it, since the girl had felt something strange from the very beginning. The girl was worried about the question of whether her father would kick him out of the house or take pity on him when he found out about Cassadine's origins. The Count invited his daughter to have tea with him to discuss the situation that had astonished him. This morning, Cassadine came to him and asked to be removed from the family. The guy allegedly did not want the family's reputation to suffer because of this incident, and he also passed on the letter. The Count refused the guy, but asked why he was doing this, to which he received the answer that Cassadine wanted to take everything into his own hands. As he said, he had to figure everything out himself, and he wanted to repay everything that Aaron's family had done for him. After a pause, the father told his daughter that Cassadine was no longer there. He had left. Damien's butler was tied up and in some house, judging by the furnishings, where no one had lived for a long time. The cloaked stranger took the vial from his robe and sniffed it to determine its contents. Smelling the scent, he remembered Tyr's words that those who held him needed a lot of blood. Pouring out the contents of the bottle, Kassadin realized that the slave had not lied. The father tried to support his daughter by telling her about a bird that lives in a tree for a while and then flies away. But with the change of seasons, it returns here again. The Count was glad to see from the window of his office how she was chirping so loudly that it could be heard even inside the house, something he had not noticed before. In some ways, Kassadin reminded the Count of this bird. In fact, the man initially thought he was just an unlucky guy. He called the Count father only when Aaron was nearby. One day, the man got so angry that he insulted and was rude to Kassadin, but in response, he did not receive what he expected to hear. He thanked the Count for speaking first to a slave like him. Kassadin was very happy to be with his sister, no matter what. Aaron finally understood what her brother was thinking about when he was next to her. The girl blamed herself for everything. She didn't want it to happen. She just wanted to know about his past. The Count felt guilty before his daughter, even though he failed to dissuade the guy, and he was excluded from the family register, but he promised to return and also gave Aaron a letter. In the letter, Kassadin apologized to his sister for leaving her without telling her, but he promised to return as soon as he had done everything that was necessary. 2 days later, the Archduke's estate. Damien clearly didn't expect to see Kassadin in his estate. The guy was extremely surprised. The Archduke immediately realized that the disappearance of his butler Kindle was the work of his uninvited guest. Kassadin knew that news reached Damien extremely quickly, which meant that it was nothing new for him that he had been excluded from the family line of Count Circia, and therefore had no connection with them. The Archduke laughed. He was glad that finally the slave, who had been unjustly lucky, got what he deserved. Damien assumed that the guy had come for revenge, but as the guest said, he had come to offer a deal. The Archduke laughed out loud, amused that Kassadin imagined that he would agree to a deal. Damien was too self-confident. He told his interlocutor that if he thought that he could stop him by dealing with the butler, then he was very much mistaken. The guy insulted Kassadin, calling him so stupid and disgusting from birth, while Kassadin stood silently and listened. The Archduke heard the tricks his interlocutor performed in the gladiatorial arena, even though he was a slave, but thanks to this he began to admire him. Finally, the guy found something to answer. He sold his life in order to survive. Damien drinks the blood of other people for this, and this seems even more disgusting. The Archduke certainly didn't expect that his secret would become known to anyone. Kassadin presented the bottle with the words that he knew that the gentleman had many more like it. When he collapsed from a heart attack, he refused the help of the palace doctors and immediately called his butler. Damien began to lie, citing the fact that the medicine was made from goat blood, and his butler knew better than anyone how to treat it. Kindle had too much work to do, helping his master, studying medicine, coming up with treatments, and looking after the sick. Kassadin was able to get close to him easily because the butler was just looking for servants to work in the estate, young, strong, and without chronic diseases. Another important condition was that these servants had no connections. Servants were hired quite often, but there were few of them on the estate. It was then that Kassadin got Damien emotional by suggesting that he find out where these people had disappeared to. Erzetsrog grabbed his sword and, holding it to the throat of his uninvited guest, said, "How could some slave dare to threaten him?" Kassadin didn't move from his place, only smiled, looking into the master's eyes. Damien held his sword to the throat of a stranger. He knew that the condition of his heart had improved significantly. The master needed to know the secret of this. The Archduke threatened the man that if he did not start talking, he would have to find another way to loosen his tongue. The man gave in, promising to tell everything, but begged not to tell this secret to anyone else. Blood. You need to drink blood. It will not cure the disease itself. The stranger made medicine from completely different ingredients, and by chance human blood got into it. Then he noticed that his heart began to hurt much less often. Only human blood worked, but the medicine only removed the symptoms themselves. Not believing the man, Damien said that he would check it all on his blood. A few minutes later he was dead. Kassadin asked the Archduke to calm down, promising to keep his secret a secret and even return the butler back. But for this, the master would need to fulfill his one request. Damien was very interested to know what this slave was up to. Although he was irritating to him, he was agile enough to dodge the sword strike with one movement, and besides, the guy was quite knowledgeable about slavery. He decided to try to convince Kassadin to side with him, in which case he would be much more useful than Kindle. Damien decided to listen to what kind of deal they were going to offer him. Cassidon heard that the founding day of the Seville Empire was coming up soon, and he would like to take part in the knightly tournament that would take place on that day. The Archduke had never taken part in it, and his interlocutor really wanted him to fight him in the arena. Every year, in honor of the founding day of the empire, a festival tournament is held, which is organized by the emperor on this day. This tournament is the most anticipated event. Anyone could take part, regardless of their origin or status, and since any weapon was allowed to be used, the competition often resulted in deaths. The winner receives a valuable prize from the emperor. If the winner is a commoner, he is also awarded a title. Damien had never entered the tournament because he didn't want to waste his time fighting the scum, but it was a tempting offer if that was all it took. Cassidon said that if the Archduke fought him during this tournament, that would be enough. At the same time, the guy warned that he should not be underestimated. Several days had already passed since Aaron's brother left the estate, and she still couldn't come to her senses, rereading his farewell letter several times. Suddenly, the girl jumped up and demanded that Sasha get ready immediately. They needed to go to a meeting place. Aaron couldn't sit idle. She had a lot to do. She also warned Sasha that another person would go with them. This man was Tyr. While the girl was getting ready to go out, she asked the maid to tidy up his hair. Meanwhile, the slave was chopping wood in the yard, gathering crowds of admiring maids around him. Sasha didn't understand why someone was constantly hanging around Tyr. Approaching the boy, the maid said that his mistress had called him. He immediately dropped the axe and headed towards her. Before this, Sasha was going to cut the guy's hair, and during the haircut, he confessed to her that the lady was so kind to him that he would like to help her with something. The maid thought that the guy was overloaded with work, and she began to worry, but as it turned out, it was not a burden at all for him. After a few minutes, the girl finished the work, so Tyr felt much better. His blue eyes sparkled as he looked at Sasha and expressed his gratitude to her. The mistress entered the room. She assessed the work of the maid and said that the carriage was ready, and it was time for them to set out. Still, Sasha was impatient to find out who Aaron so urgently needed to meet. The flower that Aaron revived still withered. Prince Leon recalled a childhood memory of Count Circia talking to his mother, telling him that the soul is not as easy to heal as the body. He also buried his wife and was left with only a daughter, the same age as the crown prince. The count knew what it was like to feel pain and loneliness, and he came to test Her Majesty's heart. A marriage of convenience. The crown prince's mother did not want to marry, but her heart did not mean anything against the imperial power. In all of Leon's memories, his mother's face was full of tears. The crown prince was about to leave the palace when his father stopped him to find out where his son was going without telling anyone. Leon was surprised that the emperor cared about what he was doing and was not just busy ruling his empire. His Majesty could not believe that his son was talking to him like that, and the crown prince quipped that in that case he should have had children from concubines who would have certainly lived up to his hopes. The emperor was furious at what he heard. Leon's mother didn't want this marriage anyway. She wouldn't have cared about other women. The crown prince confidently stated that he does not intend to repeat his father's path. The emperor did not stop trying to find out where his son was going, and finally the prince said that he was not going anywhere, but was going to meet his guests. Leon was very happy to see his guest, who was Mrs. Aaron. His Highness was already tired of waiting. The girl promised to visit the palace, but then there was no news. He was already thinking of going to her himself, but now the girl was here, and the prince could calm down. Leon was glad that his guest was doing well. Aaron admitted that thanks to the prince, Tyr got used to life in the estate and helped his father with some work. In fact, the countess did not come just like that. She had a request. She would like to visit the Archduke's estate in the north. The crown prince was surprised by such a request. He was curious what the girl could need there. Aaron referred to the fact that although Leon had given permission according to the documents, Tyr was still a slave of Archduke Damien, and with this visit, she wanted to prevent possible conflicts on this matter. The prince still did not understand why the countess had to go there herself. The Archduke was already a rather gloomy man, but recently he had become even more aggressive. With the sweetest smile, the girl reminded him that His Highness had promised to protect her, so there was nothing to worry about. Leon considered going with Aaron, but then realized that his visit would be misinterpreted due to the near trial for the attempt on his life. However, the prince guaranteed that the imperial family would protect her. Everything was prepared for the trip north. Looking out the window, Damien was extremely surprised to see a carriage from the imperial palace. Aaron was going to see if the fish took the bait. With flattery in her eyes, Lady Circia greeted the Archduke warmly, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. Not reciprocating, the guy asked why she had come here without warning, and with the Imperial Knights too. Aaron explained that this was the escort that His Highness had provided her with, and that she had not come here to fight Damien. The Archduke narrowed his eyes and thought about how he himself had planned to get involved with this girl. Every move Aaron made was planned in advance. She decided to protect herself before heading here, but Damien didn't know what she wanted. He understood perfectly well that the girl had no reason to worry about his health, which meant the reason lay in something else. The Archduke could not help but take advantage of this opportunity, so he invited the lady to go inside the estate and talk there. The girl thanked them for accepting her despite her sudden visit, but Damien understood that he had done this solely for his own benefit. With a smile on his face, the Archduke asked Aaron why her brother had not come with her. Lady Circia guessed that Damien already knew that Cassidon was excluded from the family. She wanted to find out if he had appeared here. If the Archduke did not yet know about this, she should not make things easy for him, so she replied that her brother had left for a while. Although the Countess was angered by Damien's insult to her brother at the banquet, she was still anxious after the heart attack. Turning to Tyr, Aaron asked to be left alone with the Archduke for a minute. The slave left, remaining behind the door to wait in case he might be needed. Turning his attention to Tyr, Damien noticed that both the boy that Lady Circia had taken in were slaves. With malice, the Archduke said that apparently Aaron managed to tame this wild beast, but everything was much simpler. The girl only healed his wounds. Finally, it was time to talk. The gentleman was interested in why the lady had come such a long way, and where she had found such a good doctor who could return Tyr's tongue. Without showing it with her appearance, but in her soul, Aaron was happy that Damien took the bait. The girl said that in fact, he was not really a doctor, but a person with healing abilities. But what she is about to tell is a secret. Such healers are only allowed to treat the Emperor and his children. Outsiders were not allowed to know about the existence of such healers, and Tyr also did not know how his wounds were healed. Aaron indicated that if anyone from the imperial family found out that she had told everything, she would be punished, so the Archduke must also keep this information a secret. Damien warned that if Lady Circia was lying to him, she should be prepared for the consequences. The girl played her role perfectly. She apologized for her rudeness, since she did not know about the gentleman's illness, and now she wants to make amends for her guilt, going to tell about the one who can cure him. It was this man who helped save the Crown Prince from poisoning. Damien was eager to know how Aaron knew about this man, but first he wanted her to tell him who this healer was. After a pause, the Countess admitted that she was the healer and that she had returned Tyr's tongue. The Archduke froze in surprise. What he wanted most of all was to heal his heart. In her past life, Aaron had immediately healed him, but now she wasn't going to step on the same rake again. She was not going to heal his heart, but only to calm the pain that would periodically return, and Damien would cling to the thread of hope, not knowing that this thread had long since rotted, and if it broke, it would send him into the abyss. The girl said that since childhood, she had often visited the palace, so the Emperor ordered her to be called first when the Crown Prince was poisoned. Finally, Damien realized why Aaron had such a close friendship with the prince. It was because she was a healer. The girl asked to be taken to a place where she could prove her abilities, and for a few more days after that, it would be necessary to observe the condition of the Archduke. Aaron suggested forgetting about past grievances and making peace if Damien believed her words and was ready to try. The guy's eyes lit up. He grabbed the Countess by the hand and demanded to prove her incredible healing abilities right now. The Archduke led the girl and Tyr to his room. The corridor seemed incredibly familiar to Aaron. This is where Damien killed her. Lady Circia still couldn't ask him after her father's death why, if he was also on the battlefield, he couldn't protect him. At that time, the girl could not even imagine that Damien could commit murder of her father. When the Archduke informed his bride of the Count's death, he said that the body was too mutilated to be identified, and that if she went to the funeral, she would be much worse off. With tears in her eyes, Aaron begged him to see her father one last time. Damien hated repeating the same thing. Without his permission, the girl could not take a step out of the mansion. The Archduke was all that was left to her. The Countess was very sorry that she realized this only now. Fate had given her a second chance, but she would never be able to trust or love someone again. Since Aaron couldn't get rid of her anxiety because of Damien, she was going to fight him face to face because she would never be happy living under the same sky with him. The Archduke opened the doors of his room and hurried his guest and slave. Lady Circia thought she saw Cassidon in that room, but to her great regret, it was only her imagination. She missed him so much. She missed his smile and warm hugs. Aaron reproached herself for letting go of her beloved brother. She realized this only after arriving here. She knew perfectly well that if she could love someone again, it would undoubtedly be Cassadine. There was very little time left until the day of the founding of the empire. Cassadine reassured himself that he was doing all this not for revenge, but for him and Aran. He missed her so much that it seemed as if he was about to go crazy. He kissed the sword his sister had given him, thinking of her. Damien lit the candles in his room, thinking about how he was now on the border between good and evil. Erin found books on philosophy on his shelves. She loved this kind of literature, and one of the books was her favorite. The Archduke said that it was also his favorite book. The girl remembered everything he liked and didn't like. She tried her best to make him love her. The Archduke quoted a phrase from the book that there is nothing that can completely distinguish between good and evil. What some consider evil is perceived by others as good. The third section, the fourth chapter, really made you think, Erin noted. The girl asked Damien to take off his coat and shirt so that she could begin the treatment. While the Archduke was undressing, the Countess decided to ask a question, although it might seem a little rude, but she was interested in where the butler had gone. Without changing his expression, the guy replied that the one who usually puts out the candles in the estate and helps him change his clothes is currently away. It was very strange for Erin that Kindle left Damien alone. It was completely unlike him. After some time of healing, the girl said that, unfortunately, she was not able to help even such a famous person as the Archduke. The disease was too advanced and would require several sessions. It wasn't a problem for the guy. He was too hopeful to see Lady Circea's healing abilities. The Countess had no intention of curing him of his illness, but only of temporarily improving his condition. When the pain returned, she planned to return to the Duke's estate again. After some time, Damien's face radiated genuine surprise. The pain disappeared, which meant that his guest really did have healing abilities. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, the gentleman could not believe it. The Archduke immediately proposed to shake hands in honor of their reconciliation. He apologized to Aran for the misunderstanding that had occurred, admitting that he had been very rude to her. Damien asked the girl what her favorite quote was from a book called The Line Between Good and Evil. Sinners don't know that I'm a villain. The righteous don't know that I'm a good person. When the time comes, my sins will be weighed on the scales, and I will pay for everything I've done. This phrase was Aran's favorite. The Archduke also liked this passage. As it turned out, they had a lot in common. He invited his guest to talk some more. The Countess stood up, refusing the gentleman, as it was already very late. She knew that even if they just talked, because she would be staying overnight at the Duke's estate, rumors might start to spread. Erin reminded that she was not able to cure him in one go. The pain will return until the treatment is finished. In that case, Damien wanted to visit Lady Circea when the pain returned. Smiling, the girl happily agreed, saying that this is what real friends do. Gently taking Erin's hand, the Archduke said that in that case they had agreed, calling the lady his friend in response. Kissing her hand, he added that it was even good that they were starting with friendship. While escorting the Countess to the carriage, Damien reminded her that the day of the Empire's foundation was coming soon. Did this mean that the girl would come to the festival? But Erin had not yet discussed this topic with her father. If she comes, the Archduke has promised to show her something special, so he will be waiting for her there with impatience. This intrigued the Countess, and she immediately became interested in what Damien was going to show. If he told her now, it would no longer be interesting later, so the girl could only wait for that day, which would fuel her interest even more. Other people had a hard time maintaining eye contact while talking to the Archduke, but Aran didn't avoid his gaze, and he liked it. Because of his cold gaze, people misunderstood him, thinking that he was a scary person. But the Countess, when she first saw Damien, thought that he was handsome. Grabbing the girl's hand and pressing closer to her, he asked what was said in the fourth section of the fourth chapter of their favorite book. Don't give your heart away without thinking, but don't doubt the person who gave you his heart reluctantly. Damien promised that he would never again doubt the one who heals his heart. He wanted Aran to trust him too. The girl immediately agreed, but in her head, she was only thinking about the fact that a man who would burn in hell because of her was asking her to trust him. The guy said it so thoughtlessly, she thought, but she only replied that she believed him. Aran approached the carriage where Sasha was waiting for her. The Archduke said goodbye to her, saying that they would see each other soon at the festival. After seeing his guest off, Damien stood and thought about her abilities, which were given by God. He thought that the girl was crazy, but for him, she became a goose that laid golden eggs. Drinking blood made the pain go away, but the heaviness in the chest always remained. But now the chest felt light, as if a piece of lead had been removed from there. The Archduke was very angry that the imperial family had a monopoly on Erin's abilities until now. His eyes lit up, He was sure that her abilities were now his. The girl did not go home, but to the palace to see the crown prince. He, as usual, received her with cordiality. He was eager to find out how the conversation with the Archduke had gone, whether there had been anything interesting. Aaron thanked her, saying that everything went quite well. Leon offered to organize an escort straight to her house, but the girl refused, since her estate was not far at all. She thought that the prince would be worried, so she hurried to tell him everything. The crown prince was about to invite Aaron to drink tea with him, but he thought that by the time they drank it, it would already be completely dark. Lady Circia was already very grateful to His Highness. She did not want to cause him any more inconvenience. Without taking her eyes off Leon, the Countess asked why he was so kind to her. Once again, the guy laughed loudly. Then, coming closer and hugging me, he said that he himself did not know why. This behavior made Aaron very angry. She started yelling at the crown prince. He only wished him a good journey and see you later, then left. Leon really was a very strange man, the girl noted. At dinner, the Countess told her father that the crown prince had done her a great service. At that moment, it seemed to the Count that his daughter was special to His Highness. In his memory, the crown prince had not been particularly interested in the lives of other people. He had been like this since the death of the Empress. But be that as it may, it was worth treating with gratitude. Leon never struck Aaron as a person who was interested in others. In their past life, they didn't even exchange a few words. If it weren't for Cassadine, they would never have spoken, and the Countess caught herself thinking that she was missing something. Aaron asked her father if there had been any news from Cassadine. The Count's face immediately changed, answering that they had not even received a greeting from this impudent fellow. Not much time had passed since he left, the man suggested, waiting a little longer, believing that the guy would return. The Countess asked her father's permission to be the first to get up from the table. She also needed to go somewhere today. She was going to find the one who had run away without telling her a word. Aaron was going to take matters into her own hands. Cassadine wrote in the letter that he would return once he had done what he had to, either because his past as a gladiator slave had been revealed, or because his home kingdom of Hairan had been destroyed. It was unknown what Cassadine was trying to achieve, but one thing was clear: Damien was involved in both options. The Archduke was sure that her brother was a slave. He could not insult a noble family without evidence, so he found out everything there was to know about him. At first, Aaron was going to find out where and how Damien found information about Cassadine. The proof that he was a slave was the bill of sale. She had one of 2 copies of it. Aaron went to the man who had her second copy. The man who conducted the gladiatorial fights was glad to see Lady Circia, of course. The girl paid him 5 billion gold. Looking at him straight in the eye, she asked if he wanted to tell her anything. The man began to apologize. How sorry he was. He had told Cassadine everything he knew, but why had the Countess come now? Aaron was surprised that her brother was already here. Lady Circia realized that the man knew nothing about Cassadine being expelled from the line, so a change of tactics was necessary. She asked on what grounds she should believe him, but the man convinced her that there was no point in him lying to her. The man was wearing a robe, but his voice made it clear that he was not young. He immediately took the deed and left. It was probably Kindell. He was the one doing all the dirty work for Damien. The man thought that Cassadine's past was known to everyone. Since he was a fairly popular gladiator, he could not even imagine that the deed of sale was so important for the Countess. The man even managed to sell the deed. He was only interested in money, so much so that he forgot about principles. He clearly didn't care how Cassadine's life would turn out after he stopped being a gladiator. He had absolutely no sense of guilt. This man understood only one word, and that word was money. Aaron was angry. She warned her interlocutor that even though he had exploited Cassadine in front of 1,000 spectators, he would not be able to do anything like that again. Then the girl switched to threats, saying that if his mouth uttered anything concerning her brother, she would easily close his shop. Watching the carriage drive away, the man wondered why Lady Circia was acting like this, since Cassadine wasn't even her real brother. Not long ago, someone knocked on his door. He clearly didn't expect to see Cassadine in front of him. He came to find out if anyone had recently tried to confirm that he was a gladiator slave. After telling the story of the man in the robe, Cassadine pinned the gentleman against the wall, threatening that if he tried to harm the Circian family again, then he would have to part with his hands, which so loved to hold money. The lady returned home. She kept thinking that she still didn't know where her brother was. Most likely he contacted Damien. She initially planned to attend the Imperial Founding Day Festival, figuring that the more she interacted with Damien, the easier it would be to find clues about Cassadine's whereabouts. Near the entrance to the estate, Aaron found a cart. Turning to the maid, She asked if guests had really come to visit them. Sasha asked to go inside quickly, in the hope that the lady would want to see everything with her own eyes. Lady Serkia discovered a huge number of gifts, dresses, jewelry, all of which were sent by Archduke Damien. The gift attack continued for several more days. These expensive spices and precious stones were sent as gifts. The father could not understand when his daughter had managed to become such friends with the Archduke that the gifts kept coming and coming. Damien also asked for a message that she wanted to meet him at the square tomorrow to go to the festival together. The Count immediately agreed, just to get rid of the new gifts. Just in case, the Count asked his daughter if she liked the Archduke, but she denied it. The girl understood that the Archduke treated her this way because he wanted to be healed. He was still willing to manipulate the feelings of others to get what he wanted. The guy didn't even suspect that this time he had fallen into a very terrible trap. Arin couldn't sleep for a long time. She kept thinking about Cassidon, whom she hadn't seen for 10 days. He came to her room for the first time, just on the night of the full moon, and the memories of him became brighter and brighter with each passing day. Cassidon was in many ways like the Countess. She wanted to tell him so much, ask so much. Arin dreamed that the guy would come back. When she went out onto the balcony, the girl heard someone calling her. She went downstairs and began to look around, when she heard a voice from behind her again, a voice similar to Cassidin's. Turning around, she saw him, the man she had saved, her beloved brother. The guy hugged Arin tightly. The girl didn't have time to understand what was happening. Realizing that it was indeed Cassidine standing in front of her, she became angry and began to hit him with her fists, screaming that he left without saying anything, not even realizing how disgusting she felt. Squeezing Arin's hand tightly and not taking his eyes off her, the guy said how much he missed her. It was time to confess his feelings for her, which he did. He liked her so much that he couldn't do anything about it. Cassidon confessed his love to Arin. His words sounded sincere. Not waiting for an answer from her, he asked if she really hated him for this. The Countess's eyes filled with tears. Cassidine's fixed gaze seemed to trap her. She wondered if it would be strange to answer that she was no longer afraid. Arin believed that she would never be able to love again. His gentle touches, his blinding smile, as if intended for her alone, she treasured all of this very much. Unfortunately, the Countess only realized this when Cassidine left. She was really very glad that he came back. Arin admitted that she doesn't hate the guy, even if they call her crazy, but he may no longer call her sister. The girl could not admit that in order to create the appearance to everyone that they were brother and sister, she had mistakenly tried to tame him. If being with Cassidon was a crime, then Arin was willing to accept it. Taking the guy by the hand, the Countess said that she wanted to confess her feelings when he returned. Judging by the look on Cassidine's face, he wasn't surprised. Most likely she felt how his savior felt about him. The guy changed the subject, saying that when he left, he reapplied the ointment that Arin had used to treat him. He did not notice any improvement, and at that moment, he realized that it was she who had cured him. She said that the gift of healing is the reason that their family has been under the patronage of the Emperor for many years. If a greedy person finds out about this, it could destroy them. Arin recalled the incident at the banquet with Damien. She knew that he was terminally ill and would do anything to be cured. The Empire was aggressively eager to expand its influence, and the Countess would not be surprised if war broke out soon. She was afraid that Damien would be a threat if he decided to take advantage of it. If her father did not return from the war, then she would fall into the hands of the Archduke when no one could protect her. Finally, Arin admitted that this is why she brought Cassidine into the family. The only question the boy asked was how the Countess knew about Damien's intentions. She tried to convince Cassidon that the Archduke was as much her enemy as he was his. Damien would try to kill her father and then capture her. Arin found it difficult to explain everything right now. There was something else that the girl still couldn't understand, but if the guy didn't believe her, he might not answer. Taking the Countess by the hand, Cassidine assured her that she was fine and could ask whatever she wanted. She was surprised that he didn't despise her. According to the guy, this was impossible, since he also used Arin to achieve his goals. Cassidine thought the Countess's concern for others was foolish, but he stayed because he understood her motives. Those words, touches that he received, he didn't think that they could calm and save him. If it weren't for Arin, the guy would have been overwhelmed by a mistaken desire for revenge. But their anger was directed at one person. The guy touched the Countess, looking into her eyes. He said that he was her sword. Cassidine was going to tell what new he learned about the Archduke, which could shock the girl. Everything is as Arin said, to get rid of the pain in his heart. He drank human blood as a medicine, hiring different people as servants, and then killed them. That's why Tyr remembered the words about needing more blood. Arin didn't understand how Cassidon was able to find out all this. He said that he used the butler Kindle to get to the truth. For the Countess, this was very important information. She hoped that now Damien would stop killing, as he thought that he could be healed thanks to her abilities. Initially, Cassidon had thought of coming back a little later, since he had other plans, but he just couldn't watch Arin collect mountains of gifts from this guy. He was ashamed to talk about it, but he wanted them to no longer be like brother and sister to each other. Squeezing Arin's hand tightly, Cassidon said that he still had business to attend to, and if she would trust him and wait a little longer, he would proudly return and tell her everything. Touching his face and coming closer, the girl asked him to return safe and sound. He kissed Arin hard and promised her that everything would be like this. The morning of the day of the founding of the empire arrived. The festival was filled with people. Some were buying waffles, others were buying wreaths of fresh flowers. A man approached Lady Circia to greet her and ask how she was enjoying the festival. The girl came to the celebration with her father, Count Segan. The man said that Archduke Damien had asked her to accompany him, but the girl did not understand and asked again what this meant. It turned out that the Archduke had reserved a good place in the tournament arena in advance. The father and daughter walked to the seats that were reserved for them and saw His Majesty the Emperor. Count Segan greeted the shining sun of the empire. His Majesty was surprised to see the Count here, since these places were intended for members of the ruling family. The man began to justify himself by saying that they had been led there by a messenger of Archduke Damien, that there had probably been some mistake, and that he was about to leave the Emperor when His Majesty stopped Segan, saying that it would not be so boring with him. The shining sun of the empire was just about to talk to Lady Circia, so this meeting was advantageous for him. The Emperor learned that the Archduke had been sending the girl too many gifts lately, and he wanted to know when they had become so close and whether Arin had any feelings for him. Cassidon gave the Countess courage. Now she had nothing to fear, so she told the Emperor that she liked one person, but it was not Damien. The father was furious at what he heard. He didn't know that his daughter was in love with someone. Count Segan immediately began to apologize for his daughter and her rudeness, but the Emperor only laughed. He understood perfectly well, because he himself was a father. His Majesty hoped that this was about his son, since rumors had reached him that Arin had been seeing him often lately. The girl really didn't want to offend the Crown Prince's honor, so she beautifully changed the subject so that no one noticed it. The Emperor asked Count Segan whether he had ever attended a tournament, but this was his first time, and the man was not particularly fond of such events. These were rather brutal competitions, where all types of weapons were allowed. It is not surprising that this tournament was so popular. Death in the arena was not a shame or a crime, but just part of a fair competition. If the winner wants the title, he will get it. If he wants so much money that he won't have to worry about it for the rest of his life, then so be it. The host announced the start of the 34th tournament, named after the Emperor of the Shining Sun of the Empire. His Majesty said that the winner would be rewarded generously for his strength and courage, blessing all the participants in the tournament. All 50 participants who participate in this competition were talented warriors who passed the selection rounds. The tournament is held in the form of duels, where each of the participants can use any weapon. The first participant was one whose name was known to every inhabitant of the empire, Swordmaster Archduke Damien Kindias. The boy was a little nervous to be the first to enter the arena. Arin and his father froze in surprise at what they saw. None of them clearly expected this. The Emperor was also unaware. He immediately asked Lady Circia what the Archduke had forgotten there, and whether she knew that the guy would participate. The girl really didn't have the slightest idea. Everyone was curious as to why the Archduke, who already had enough merit, decided to take part. Besides, this tournament was the only way to get a title and become a higher class. The Emperor knew that Damien was a greedy man, but now he was convinced of it personally. The host announced the start of the fight. A few minutes later, the Archduke's opponent was defeated. The man had taken quite a few blows and was also not in the most favorable position. Fearing death, the opponent immediately surrendered. The host announced that this was impossible at the very beginning of the duel. Otherwise, the victory would automatically go to the Archduke. Damien was bored. For him, this was not a duel, but a laughing stock. Thanks to Arin, he felt better than ever, and was already thinking about what kind of prize he should ask the Emperor for. The host announced the start of the second fight, saying that in this case the opponent decided not to reveal his identity, so he was called the Nameless Warrior in the Black Cloak. The boy turned and looked at Lady Circia. The girl almost screamed, covering her mouth with her hand in time, but her father noticed this and asked if she knew him. Erin justified herself by saying that she had simply made a mistake. She couldn't believe her eyes, not understanding what Cassadine was doing here. Here, Erin remembered Damien's words that if she came to the tournament, he would show her something special, so that was exactly what he was talking about. The girl tried to reassure herself that there was no reason to worry. Cassadine had probably calculated everything before participating in the tournament. She believed in his promise to return safe and sound. After all, now everything was not as before. People noticed that the crowd was buzzing very loudly about the new warrior today. There were rumors that his first fight did not last even 5 minutes. Some thought about Archduke Damien, who was taking part in this tournament for the first time, believing that he would undoubtedly win. But it was not about him at all. Someone from the crowd said that it was about a warrior who reached the very end with an old sword in his hand. It was the first time the emperor had seen anyone take part with such a sword in his hand, and he moved differently from everyone else. It was surprising to him that such a talented young man lived in their empire. At the end, the emperor added that he felt sorry for this talented warrior because he would have to fight with Archduke Damien, and the capable warrior would die. The time has come for the final fight. Everyone has probably been waiting for this moment. Archduke Damien Keen Diaz versus Nameless Black-Cloaked Warrior. The fight was declared to have begun. It was obvious that the boys met on the battlefield as Cassadine had requested. But the Archduke did not understand what it was all for. For the boy, it was all for honor. For Erin, the fight was extremely tense. Calling Cassadine a gladiator slave, Damien asked why he kept blocking his blows, but never threw his own. After making fun of him, he will ask if he wants to disappoint him. The Archduke knew, or guessed, where Cassadine's weak spot was, so he touched Erin by saying that he liked his sister. The rival did not react in any way. Then Damien reminded him that he had been expelled from the family, and now the Countess was not his sister. Cassadine couldn't take it anymore, threatening that if he said Erin's name again, he would die right there. The Archduke found this funny, as he believed that one would have to be extremely confident in one's skills to say something like that to someone one could not defeat. As Damien spoke, Cassadine went from defense to offense, hitting his opponent. This made the Archduke extremely angry. He didn't expect this puppy to be so fast. Swinging his sword once more, Cassadine struck his opponent again, cutting his face with the tip of his sword. At this point, Damien was truly afraid for his life, because Cassadine could easily behead him, but for some reason he did not do it. The Archduke realized that the guy knew from the start that he could defeat him, so he set all this up, and this made him very angry. What angered the boy even more was that Cassadine dared to look down on him. Knowing that he could easily defeat Damien, Cassadine said that he understood why the Archduke so easily agreed to take part in the tournament, because it was extremely boring to watch from the stands, but now it would be worthwhile to reduce his pride. Now the green-eyed man was furious. Some slave dared to talk to him like that. While Damien was expressing his emotions, Cassadine once again took advantage of the opportunity and disarmed his opponent, who fell to his knees. The spectators were in complete shock. Everyone shouted that it was impossible, watching as the Archduke fell right in front of his opponent. Damien turned his gaze to Lady Circia. He needed her help. Cassadine immediately noticed where he was looking. Leaning towards his opponent, he whispered that if he dared to harm Erin, he would beg him for death. The guy warned that if he didn't dare to desire or even look at her, then perhaps this would save him. The Archduke began to lose consciousness, and the leader announced that he was no longer able to continue the battle. The winner of the 34th tournament was declared to be an unnamed warrior in a black cloak. The audience burst into applause. No one expected such a spectacle. The emperor ordered the Archduke to be carried to the palace. Finally, Erin was able to breathe a sigh of relief that it was all over. The emperor approached Cassadine to offer his congratulations. He admitted that it was the best duel he had ever seen, then asked the boy to introduce himself. Without hiding anything, the guy told his real name. After thinking for a moment, His Majesty said that if his memory served him right, that was the name of the gladiator whom the Count had adopted, and he asked the boy to stand up and look at him. Standing up, Cassadine revealed that he had indeed been a slave before becoming part of the Circian line, but had then left the family to avoid causing harm, and was now a slave again. So, those rumors were true. The emperor, in fact, had long wanted to meet Cassadine. His Majesty acknowledged that the boy could have taken advantage of his luck and lived in comfort, but he had acted honorably and decided to take part in order to gain a title or something else. Cassadine was going to ask the emperor for the best he could give him. Strata immediately went on the offensive, saying how dare he say such a thing to His Majesty, but the emperor stopped them. Among all the wishes of the winners, This was the most daring, however, since the boy had left the count's family. The emperor did not think that the boy was driven by greed. After apologizing, Cassadine said that he actually had a wish that he would like to make come true. Despite the fact that he left his family, the boy really appreciated the kindness with which he was treated in this family, where they helped him accept himself and thus save himself. Arryn watched what was happening very carefully, but unfortunately, she heard nothing. Cassadine was going to repay the count's family in the way he was most confident in. In the event of war, he wanted to fight on the battlefield in Count Saoirse's place. The guy just asked not to call the count in case of war. If that was his wish, he had to remain part of the family, but it was possible to do so even in this situation. The only problem was that the count's reputation would be greatly damaged if a slave gladiator went to war in his place. Circia was the only line of healers in the empire, and the emperor himself did not want to send the count to war, but he did not have the privileges that would allow him to stay. Now, fortunately for him, such an opportunity presented itself. The emperor stated that Cassadine had the right to make such a wish, but it was impossible in his current position, hoping that the boy himself would understand that he was asking for too great a privilege for the count. His Majesty asked him what he would receive in return if he fulfilled his wish. Pressing his hand to his chest, Cassadine swore that he would carry out any order the emperor gave him. He received another question. If the promise is not fulfilled, then how does he intend to pay for the deception? In that case, Cassadine promised to repay with his life. The slave's skill in defeating Damien, the best swordsman in the empire, and his blind loyalty to the kindness he had received showed that he was indeed a very valuable man. The emperor did not know how this slave was able to see the signs of the coming war, but Elsia, a small country in the northeast, was rapidly gaining strength. Damien's rise to influence had so far been due to his mastery of the sword, and His Majesty knew that when the war with Elsia began, he would need Damien to strengthen his position. At any moment someone could appear who could restrain the Archduke, although His Majesty did not know whether he could make a faithful dog out of him, but he decided to try. The Emperor offered Cassadine the title of Marquis. The audience couldn't believe their ears, especially Arryn and her father. After some time, Damien came to his senses. He had difficulty understanding where he was. The imperial butler explained that His Majesty had ordered him to be looked after, but with their capabilities, it was really difficult to help him. The Archduke was more interested in what happened after he lost consciousness. The butler said that the winner received the title of Marquis, and preparations for the award ceremony are underway in the palace. The Count didn't know what would come out of all this. Everything was too confusing. He wondered if his daughter knew that Cassadine would participate in the tournament, but Arryn didn't even think about it. In any case, she was glad that the guy was found, and later he would still explain everything to them. Someone called out to Arryn from behind. It was the Archduke. The girl asked how he was feeling, saying that she had been very worried when he had lost consciousness. Looking at his face, she realized that he was experiencing unbearable pain. His face was pale, and his breathing was intermittent. It seemed that the guy had lost control of his emotions. The Count extended his hand to Damien, saying that he was glad to meet him, and the boy reciprocated, saying that he himself wanted to meet. Having apologized in advance for any possible rudeness, the Count asked when the Archduke had managed to become so close to his daughter. Damien thought it was too early to talk about their closeness. He was sorry, but he was going to keep the details a secret, suggesting that they have a cup of tea next time. The Archduke asked the Count to speak with his daughter alone. Arryn noticed that there were no palace guards in the surroundings, which made her think that the guy wanted to ask for treatment, but he reassured her that he was not going to ask for it now. Damien said that he had been thinking a lot about the Countess and wanted to see her. The girl admitted that she was greatly honored to hear this, saying that she could not believe that the Archduke had thought of her immediately upon waking up. Damien said that he heard that Cassadine received the title of Marquis. Trying to humiliate him, he said that he now understands the phrase from rags to riches. He asked to convey his congratulations to the winner, then corrected himself, making it clear that they probably no longer communicated, as he had been expelled from the family. Grabbing Arryn by the waist and pulling her close, Damien said he couldn't hold back any longer. The girl began to struggle, but the Archduke did not let her do this, whispering in her ear that butterflies always fly to fragrant flowers. But not only butterflies like flowers, dirty flies also fly to them, some of them poisonous enough to destroy the flower. Looking at Cassadine, who was standing behind him, he continued, "Can one really call someone who is now looking at him from afar as if he wants to kill him a butterfly? Or is he still a poisonous insect?" Cassidon walked up and pulled Aaron out of Damien's arms, asking if he had hurt her. Approaching the Archduke and looking him in the eyes, the boy said that it was a great pity that His Excellency did not like him. Damien was extremely persistent, making it clear that Cassidon was just a slave and nothing more, adding at the end that he was still waiting for him to return his butler to him. Cassidon whispered that Kindle was not that far from his master. Let him try to find him. The Archduke decided to tell Aaron everything, that the slave gladiator, forgetting about her kindness, decided to participate in the tournament because he was eager to get the title, and in order to drag him into the tournament, he took his butler hostage. Damien was playing on pity because Lady Circia didn't even suspect it. He extended his hand to the girl, saying that he was very sorry that she had to deal with such a dangerous man, but he could help her get out of his clutches. The Archduke did not calm down. In his opinion, Cassidine was inadequate. He could tell a lot about him. Moreover, he believed that this man experienced a perverted attraction to his sister. He believed that a man who had always taken advantage of Lady Circia's kindness had no right to such feelings. He called Cassidon an animal, which means that Aaron took from the gladiator arena not a man, but an animal. Taking her lover by the hand, the Countess said that, obviously, there was a misunderstanding between her and the Archduke. Her so-called brother was not an animal at all. Not wishing to develop the subject further, the lady said that if the Archduke had nothing more to say, then it was time for them to go, as the award ceremony was coming up soon. Aaron moved closer to Damien and whispered that if he calmed down, she could come to him in a few days to conduct another healing session. Preparations for the award ceremony were declared complete. The Emperor praised Cassidon's spirit and the way he performed in the tournament, and for this he grants him the title of Marquis. The boy will receive an estate and land plot corresponding to his title. Cassidon will receive the surname Deus, which will also be on his coat of arms, as well as a hawk with outstretched wings. Bowing before His Majesty, the boy thanked the Emperor. Returning to the Count's estate and starting dinner, the Count declared that he was waiting for an explanation, which should be as detailed as possible. Cassidon lied, saying that he suddenly learned about the tournament and decided to take part in it. The Count was angry with the guy, because, in his opinion, he was not even thinking about Aaron at that moment, and his daughter was worried and spent several nights without sleep. The girl tried to protect the guy, referring to the fact that he had now become a marquis, but the Count did not care even if he became a duke, because he trusted him and let him go, expecting that he would return when he had resolved all his affairs. Cassidon, without saying anything, decided to participate in the tournament, putting his life on the line, and then, in front of everyone, declared that he was a slave. The Count considered this a real betrayal. The guy started making excuses that he didn't want to cause trouble before he won, and even dyed his hair dark for this reason. Cassidon promised to return when all business was finished, but he thought that if he did not take the risk, his reputation would suffer, and he could not return in disgrace. He wanted to return to the family of Count Circia with his head held high, and besides, the Emperor allowed him to fight in the war instead of the Count. The guy wanted to somehow repay the kindness of the family that saved him. For this, he was ready to do anything. At the end of his monologue, he apologized to the Count and his daughter for making them worry. Aaron didn't know about this. Since the Emperor didn't announce this decision, she couldn't believe that Cassidon was actually going to go to war in her father's place. The guy admitted that even though he had now been given the title of Marquis, being with them was the same as being in heaven. Cassidine asked that the same close relationship be maintained between them. The Count admitted that the guy was as close to them now as before, but what he asked of the Emperor was hardly acceptable. According to the Count, the title of Marquis is not given just like that. The Emperor will probably want to know whether Cassidon will remain on their side or will follow His Majesty. It is for this reason that if the boy goes to the estate tomorrow, Count Singen will treat him as a marquis and not as a member of the family. Today was the very day when they could still consider each other close. The Count knew that Cassidon cared about them and believed that this concern would not fade in the face of political intrigue, so the boy could trust them as he walked his own path. Aaron almost burst into tears from her father's words. Finally, those gathered could begin dinner, especially since the Count had ordered all of Cassidine's favorite dishes to be prepared. After dinner, the Countess was in her room and thought about her father's words. He was right. It would be better if he behaved formally with Cassidine in public. There was a knock at her door. It was her lover, who asked to come in for a moment if the lady did not mind. The girl said that not today, since it was already very late, but the guy was not going to leave. He wanted to thank his savior. Before she died, his mother told him something. She told her son to survive at any cost, Forget about everything and be happy. Cassadine couldn't understand how he could find happiness when he had lost everything he had, and he was unable to fulfill her dying wish. All this was exactly until the moment he met Aaron. Now the guy just wanted to be with her. When it was all over, Cassadine asked the girl to marry him. Lady Circia simply listened and remained silent. She could not answer him. The girl was still obsessed with revenge. She thought that this was how it should be. She thought that by achieving her goal and taking revenge, she would find paradise, and for this she used Cassadine. The boy was supposed to be the captain of the Emperor's Knights and the right hand of the Crown Prince. He was supposed to kill Damien in a duel, not just beat him in a dangerous tournament. Erin ruined everything herself. Despite the fact that she knew the future, to ensure her own safety, she made the guy her brother. Even knowing all this, she no longer hoped that he would love her. Cassadine became incredibly strong, dreaming of a happy life with her. The Countess still thought about revenge and her past life. From the very beginning, it was not Cassadine who lied, but she. The guy didn't demand an answer right now, he just wanted to say it all. Arryn sat in despair and blamed God for everything, for allowing her to be reborn. The next morning, news was brought to the Emperor from the port on the North Sea. The Emperor did not think that such an opportunity would arise. Even before Cassadine had arrived in his new possessions, His Majesty ordered him to be brought to the palace. Erin's heart was so heavy that she couldn't sleep properly and felt exhausted. In the morning, Sasha brought a fresh newspaper and asked to look at the front page. There was an article about pirates of the northwestern seas robbing the merchant fleet of their empire. For the first time, they encroached on such large ships. People in the empire were worried that this situation could lead to armed conflict. The girl tried to remember if something like this had happened in her past life, but if it had, it clearly would not have slipped her memory. Arryn asked the maid if Cassadine had woken up. Sasha forgot to tell him that the master had already left for the imperial palace early in the morning. Although the pirates of the northwestern seas often sailed into the waters of the empire, this happened in the north of the country, and therefore it was the responsibility of the Archduke to deal with them. This time, the emperor was going to test Cassadine. The Archduke was ill at the time, so the chance came to send the imperial guard to the north. His Majesty ordered Marquis Cassadine Deus to stop the pirates' crimes in the northwestern seas. The family of Count Singen saw the Marquis off on his first mission from the emperor. The Count was confident that the boy would undoubtedly cope with it. Erin stood and barely restrained herself from crying and throwing herself on Cassadine's neck. The guy came up to her and tried to calm her down, that everything would be okay with him, and he would return soon. Leaning closer to the girl, the Marquis said that he had hidden Damien's butler not far from his estate, and for some time the Archduke would only be concerned with finding him. The Countess didn't care about Damien and his butler. She was worried about Cassadine, whether he would return safe and sound. Hugging the girl around the waist, the Marquis said that the only person he could not defeat was her, his Arryn. Sasha was in the kitchen preparing everything for tea. The cookies were already ready, and she began to lift a heavy bucket of water. The girl almost fell, but Tyr caught her from behind, not allowing her to hold such a weight. Sasha tried to make it clear that she was able to carry the bucket of water herself, but the guy insisted that he would help her. The maid did not resist. Something was bothering her, and she decided to share it with Tyr, telling him that Cassadine had gone north during the day, and the mistress was sad, so he decided to cheer her up. Tyr also wanted to be useful to Mrs. Arryn, so he asked Sasha how he could help. Lady Kirkia sat in her room and kept thinking about what Cassadine had told her about Damien, how the Archduke drank human blood to sustain himself. In fact, the Marquis had revealed Damien's main secret. The problem was that the Archduke, like a goose, would get away with it if there was no compelling evidence. Surely Kindell was the only one who was initiated, while the other servants remained in the dark, and it was highly likely that he knew much more that would confirm Damien's guilt, which is why the Archduke would send as few people as possible to search for the butler. Arryn thought that when Cassadine returned, it would be too late, so the only chance was now. The lady's thoughts were interrupted by Sasha, who brought her tea and something sweet. The Countess ordered to close the door and go through. She was just about to call her maid. Erin had an assignment for Sasha. The girl immediately rejoiced, but the mistress stopped her. The assignment was dangerous, so she had to listen first before agreeing. The assignment concerned a matter at the estate of Archduke Damien. At the same time, a poor area on the outskirts of the capital. The robbers discussed today's loot. It was quite good. A huge amount of jewelry. The girl in the cloak was thinking about something. The leader of the bandits asked what she was thinking about. The girl said that she was thinking only about these beautiful decorations. The man was clearly flattering her. Compared to her, these jewels were just stones. If only she knew how surprised he was when he met her. He immediately thought that the girl deserved a better life than here. For him, she was like a goddess who had descended from heaven. After drinking a glass of wine, the man winced. The wine tasted strange. At that very moment, blood poured from his mouth and he fell down dead. His last words before he died were that he asked the girl to take the key to the safe and live with his wealth and not deny herself anything. Having taken the key, the girl left the tavern, dropping a bottle with some liquid. Most likely it was the poison from which the gang leader died. Taking off her hood, the girl said under her breath that she had asked not to be called Lillian. That pathetic bastard, he stole so much. But it wasn't enough for the girl. She didn't need this scum, but someone who would lift her much higher. At the market, she heard them discussing Marquis Cassadine. The guy had actually defeated Archduke Damien, who had previously held first place for 10 years in a row. Turning to the stranger who was discussing the Marquis, the girl asked him to repeat it again. Aaron arrived at the Archduke's estate. The guy came out to greet his guest, expressing his hospitality. The first thing the Countess asked was how Damien was feeling. He proudly told her that the Emperor was performing all his duties due to his illness. Moreover, he called on Cassadine for help. The girl believed that health was above all else, so she asked why the Archduke himself met them and did not send one of the servants. Damien got out of it by saying that he was obliged to meet such a guest personally, adding in a whisper at the end that he had no servants left. Aaron ordered the maids Sasha and Tiur to wait for her in the carriage, as she needed to discuss one very important matter with the Archduke. Damien did not understand why the slave had become so docile and did not even try to object. Lady Circia did not answer this question, since she came here to improve the boy's health. After a few minutes, the pain disappeared as if by magic. After all, the lady had an amazing skill. The girl apologized that the Archduke had to wait so long, but the guy said that he had not waited for her to cure his heart. He waited for her to turn her against Cassadine, starting with the fact that the lady allegedly exposes herself to great danger by being near him. Damien asked Aaron to listen to him, as he believed that he could protect her from the Marquis. The Archduke listed everything that Cassadine had done that in one way or another concerned the girl, and twisted everything so that it seemed as if he posed a threat to her. Aaron, of course, did not buy it. After listening to Damien, she assumed that he had reason to think so, but she believed him, which she admitted to her interlocutor. The guy didn't understand this. For him there was a limit to holiness, and Cassadine was not even a member of Lady Circia's family. This all began to anger him. He came closer to Aaron and asked persistently what was the matter, why she accepted the monster's hand and not his. If Damien needed to know the reason, the girl was ready to reveal it. She said that even though Cassadine was not her family, he was still her man. From the Archduke's face, the girl assumed that she was irritating him. He clearly hoped that she would fall for his sweet words. Aaron decided to smile as if she was innocent. The more she dragged out the dialogue, the more time there was to find evidence. Finally, Sasha and Tiur opened the door that the key given by the mistress fit. But the maid began to worry that it was all in vain, and there might be nothing behind that door. This was the last place that the lady pointed to, showing a rough plan of the Archduke's mansion. The key was something that Cassadine had taken from the butler. If there was any evidence left, it would be behind the door that the key belonged to. Damien's mansion was large, but access was limited to only a few rooms. Here, at the back of the mansion, is this storage room. Sasha found another hidden door. The room looked more like a workshop than a storage room. All the shelves were filled with empty jars and bottles. The boys assumed that all the evidence had already been destroyed. When the maid found something that horrified her, the mistress turned out to be right. The Archduke killed people for their blood. Tiur suddenly grabbed his head. He felt sick. His head was spinning. The guy felt sick that Damien was capable of such a thing. If it weren't for Lady Circia, he would have been among those killed. It was decided to take away all evidence. Noticing that Sasha and Tiur were already waiting for the lady near the carriage, the girl realized that she could go. Watching the carriage drive away, the Archduke thought that if this girl had been a simple street girl, she would not have irritated him so much, but it seemed that she was in his arms, and then the Countess slipped away. Aaron's words about Cassadine being her man made her even more angry, and the guy decided to do everything to ensure that he was no longer her man. Cassadine was sailing on a ship in search of that very pirate ship. The object they were looking for was discovered. The captain ordered everyone to take their positions and prepare the guns. Cassadine could not understand whether it was really necessary to approach the enemy ship, and he immediately asked the captain about it. The Marquis had already prepared a strategy. He was sure that the pirates had enough resources for a 30-minute shootout, but if the Imperial Guard shot at them first, or simply fired blanks, then they would take an unnecessary risk and they could suffer. The guy suggested leaving the ship in the same place and launching a boat at night, but the captain was not satisfied with this plan, since, in his opinion, it was impossible to organize a battle on board an enemy ship. The first captain of the Knights, Rumen, decided to put Cassidon in his place, saying that he apparently does not understand that the battlefield and the tournament are completely different things. Rumen did not accept the Marquis at all, believing that it did not matter what power he was endowed with. His knights had been through fire and water. All their victories were achieved through courage. The captain understood that Cassidon wanted to move as quickly as possible, but the battlefield could not be won by luck alone. The Marquis insisted on his own, believing that winning without losses would be a stroke of luck, but if they took advantage of this chance, there would definitely be no losses. Rumen considered Cassidon to be too cocky and a brash kid, and now he had to fight side by side with the former slave. But nevertheless, he asked the boy what kind of squad would be needed on deck. The Marquis stated that he would need only one person. The captain got really angry. His voice turned into a shout. He thought the guy was joking. Otherwise, what could two people do? Cassidon's plan was that one would remain on the boat to give a signal if everything went well. But if after some time there was no signal, then the boat would simply return to the ship, and then he would no longer mind if the cannons were used. The Marquis was going to board the pirate ship alone. The pirates were happy with their booty. This time it was what they needed. When they returned, they would be able to bathe in gold. Suddenly, Cassidon appeared on their ship. The pirates did not even have time to understand what was happening. They immediately began shouting that there was an enemy on board, while simultaneously drawing their swords, preparing for battle. The pirates immediately realized that the uninvited guest on their ship was the Knight Seville. One of the knights kept trying to find out from the captain why he had acted so recklessly. Even for the emperor, it was too much to send a slave along with the knights on a military mission. It turned out that the emperor had ordered the boy to be tested. If his youthful naivety failed him, then His Majesty would deal with him personally. The captain announced that time was up, as agreed, and an order was given to prepare for boarding. One of the knights stopped the captain, noticing that Cassidon had given the signal, but the boat had not returned. The Marquis gave the signal to capture the ship, and the sortie was successful. The captain of the knights could not believe his ears. 42 men, all were taken prisoner, including the captain. Despite what Cassidon had managed to accomplish, he had not yet had time to inspect the hold, which he immediately reported. Captain Rumen remained silent until now, thinking that it was impossible to capture the entire crew alone. It was much more difficult than just killing them. Even though some were unconscious and some were bleeding, the most important thing was that there was not a single fatal wound. Finally, Rumen broke the silence, ordering that they check to see if there was anyone else left on the ship. After checking the ship, the knights captured several hidden pirates and found everything they had stolen. Judging by the volume, the enemy was more than serious. The captain announced that it was necessary to prepare for sailing when he saw that the Marquis was heading somewhere with purpose. Cassidon discovered a hidden door. Opening it revealed a room in which the pirates had hidden their most valuable loot. In one of the chests, the Marquis found a certain stone. He had read a lot about it in various literature. It was brownite. The captain could not believe his eyes. He did not understand what the stone was doing on a pirate ship, because it is mined only in the mines of the Seville Empire. Cassidon asked again, wasn't the stone on the merchant ship that the pirates captured? It seems the Marquis was unaware that brownite was used to strengthen their army. The national defense depended on it, so it was not just a metal, but a strategically important resource. This thing was simply forbidden to be taken abroad. It could not end up on a merchant ship, and certainly not on a ship going to Elsia, which was actively increasing its power. The largest mine where brownite was mined was in the north of the country, which meant it was located on the lands of Archduke Damien. The Marquis decided that there was a need to conduct an interrogation. The one-eyed pirate began to justify himself by saying that he knew nothing about the stone, especially since it was so valuable. Cassidon was interested in what kind of ship they had robbed and where such stones were. The pirate said that they took him from a merchant ship that was heading to the Seville Empire. There was a lot of stuff on the ship, so they took everything. After exchanging glances, the captain and Marquis decided to immediately return to the port. Damien said that the northern mines belonged to Count Kristin, and they mined diamonds, not brownite. All the brownite mined in the south of the empire was strictly controlled, so due to the extreme importance of this matter, the emperor ordered an inspection of all the northern mines. Since all the northern mines were located on the territory of Archduke Damien, he too would not be able to escape responsibility. The guy suggested detaining Count Kristin and investigating all the circumstances. His Majesty was very serious and stated that the Archduke should not interfere in the process until the results of the investigation were announced. The Emperor ordered that Count Kristin be brought to the palace immediately and that a message be sent to Elsia. Next, the Emperor summoned Marquis Deus. He had already heard that Cassidon had performed brilliantly, not only taking control of the ship and intercepting the smuggling of a strategically important resource, but doing so without a single casualty, although this was highly unusual. The guy truly exceeded all of His Majesty's expectations. It was a great honor for Cassidine, but the boy said he had not contributed much to the success of this case. According to the Marquis, it was Sir Rumen who controlled the progress of the operation, and he, realizing the seriousness of the situation, made the decision to immediately return to port. There was nothing more gratifying than seeing the commanders being saluted. Cassidon was truly a valuable warrior. The Emperor thanked Sir Rumen for his service, and the captain bowed and said that he had only done what he had to. His Majesty announced that in honor of this feat, a banquet would soon be organized, but for now it was necessary to have a good rest. Then, turning to the Marquis, who had shown himself worthy during the first task, he said that he would expect even greater feats from him. Meanwhile, Arryn was wondering where Cassidine was now. It was all very strange. She expected that he would go to war instead of her father. Now that he was ordered to capture the pirates, the girl was very worried about him. Sasha entered the ladies' room with the news that a message had arrived from the Imperial Palace. Cassidon was promoted to second captain of the Knights. Right now, the Marquis is heading to Lady Circea's mansion. The girl was beside herself with happiness. She couldn't even imagine that she would miss him so much. The Countess rushed to meet the carriage that had just arrived. It was her beloved Cassidine who had arrived. The Marquis rushed to embrace his beloved, but Arryn abruptly backed away. She saw her father leaving the mansion and heading towards them. Lady Circea greeted the boy, saying that she was very glad that he returned safe and sound. They looked at each other as if trying to show with their eyes how bored they were, but unfortunately they couldn't say it now. The Count also approached Cassidine to greet him. Good news concerning the Marquis had also reached him. It turned out that the guy had come for Arryn and her father. The Emperor had personally ordered them to take part in the ceremony of appointing knight captains. On the same day, the Imperial Palace, His Majesty received news that Elsia was having difficulty fighting the pirates. The country's authorities had nothing to do with the theft of the Brownite. The authorities apologized and regretted the attack on the Seville Empire's merchant ships, and Elsia also expressed hope for maintaining friendly relations with the Seville Empire. Cassidon, along with Arryn and the Count, arrived at the Emperor's palace and headed towards him to greet the son of the Empire. His Majesty asked Count Circe and his daughter to come. As they were the ones who had found such a precious stone as the Cassidine, they had every right to take part in the ceremony, and it was a great honor for the Count and his daughter. The Emperor received information that Arryn Circea personally took the boy from the gladiator arena. It was for this reason that His Majesty wanted to personally talk with the former members of the Marquis's family, since they obviously knew him better. If he understood correctly, then having recognized the Marquis's talent for wielding a sword, they made him part of their family. Arryn understood that they were invited only to show that the Emperor had eyes and ears everywhere. This is exactly what the girl's father was worried about. His feat should not have given the Emperor grounds to test his loyalty, but it could also mean that Cassidon had become the Emperor's favorite. So Lady Circea could not make a mistake here when she said that nothing would escape His Majesty, but it was not a matter of skill at all. Previously, no noble family had accepted a slave. It would have been difficult to avoid condemnation for such a thing. The Emperor did not understand why the Count and his daughter did this, risking their reputation. The condemnation of those around her had no meaning for Arryn and her family. The girl told His Majesty so. The girl said that she simply felt sorry for the guy. His bloody face and indifferent gaze directed at her looked devastated. Arryn brought him to be their sword, and paid no attention to what he wanted, thus making him the only one on her side. Of course, the girl didn't tell the truth, saying that she wanted to give the guy some family warmth, that's all. Prince Leon intervened in the conversation. He was clearly angry, saying that he could not watch this any longer. First the Marquis, then the captain of the Knights, how well everything was going. The Crown Prince was interested in why Cassidon. The Emperor could not understand what exactly his son meant. He asked his father if he really didn't feel anything after hearing Arryn's words. if it was only because the Count was here that the Marquis was silent about the fact that he had never perceived Erin as a sister. The girl stood as if she had been doused with ice water. She didn't know what to say or how to react to this statement. The Count asked what Prince Leon meant. The boy laughed and mockingly asked if he really didn't know anything. His Highness began to shout at Arin that he had warned her so many times. Why didn't she listen to him? The Emperor did not tolerate such behavior from his son, he shouted at him. If he had nothing more to say, then let him go. Apologizing, Leon turned around and walked away. He knew that he would definitely have a dialogue with Cassadine. This whole situation shocked those present. None of them could say or ask anything else. When the Marquis left the throne room, Leon was waiting for him near the door, and he was the first to start the conversation, saying that he had not liked Cassadine from the very beginning and always looked strangely at his sister. The guy asked the Crown Prince not to interfere in their relationship, since it only concerns him and Erin. At the end, he added that he and Lady Circia were no longer brother and sister, so they could easily become husband and wife. The Crown Prince laughed loudly. It was too strange for Leon, the Archduke, who had no interest in the tournament, suddenly decided to take part in it, and then, who had previously not hidden his obsession, decided to leave the family, since everyone knew that he was a former slave. The Crown Prince called Cassadine an ungrateful beast, promising that he would destroy any relationship between him and Arin, even if she felt so sorry for the slave. He threatened the Marquis that if he approached the Countess, he would tell everything to her father. Cassadine asked if he could tell the Count the whole truth when he himself had feelings for Lady Circia, thus disgracing her. Leon began to justify himself by saying that it was a lie, but the Marquis interrupted him, saying that he had not liked him either from the very beginning, ever since the prince had dared to offer his sister to become a princess. Cassadine asked why all these threats if they could simply throw him in prison for insulting the honor of the imperial family, thereby solving all the problems. Smiling slyly, the Marquis added that if the prince did not have feelings for Erin, then he would not care whether she hated him or not. Leon realized what a disgusting bastard Cassadine was. If the Countess had known what he really was, she would never have looked in his direction. The Marquis knew perfectly well that it was not up to the Crown Prince to decide. Cassadine was informed that his residence was ready, so he was about to head there. His Majesty granted land in the capital, so the Marquis would be close to the Count and his daughter, but the Count did not think so, as he was sure that the guy would now have many new concerns. Having finished the dialogue, Count Zingeg called his daughter, getting ready to go home. Seeing the girl cowering from the cold, Cassadine took off his cloak and put it on her. The Marquis gave his military cloak to his beloved, saying that it was rightfully hers, since he had fought for her every moment. When the girl was already getting into the carriage to go home, Cassadine called out to her, asking her to look at him. After a short pause, the guy confessed his love to her. Erin laughed stupidly in response, noticing that the Marquis said it with just his lips, and the anxiety she felt before immediately let go. Perhaps this was what helped the girl relax a little. Finally, the Count decided to have a serious talk with his daughter, asking if the man she was in love with was not the Crown Prince. The girl confirmed this, but after apologizing to her father, she added that she could not yet tell the whole truth, but as soon as she was ready for it, he would definitely find out everything. The Count decided that one day his daughter would certainly explain everything to him, so he did not insist, adding that anyone except Cassadine would suit him. The man was against Cassadine because he considered him to be Arin's younger brother. The Countess remained silent, only clutching her cloak tightly in her hands. Erin searched for a long time in her home library for a book about Elsia and finally found it. Cassadine discovered a smuggling of brownite. With their heads bowed, the Elsia ambassadors declared their innocence. Arin did not know how this would further affect the relations between the two states, but in her past life, Elsia was the first to attack the Seville Empire, and the war began. Elsia was a rapidly expanding country that targeted smaller kingdoms, so suddenly increasing its power and attacking the empire seemed very strange. The northern part of the empire suffered less. Since it was the most fortified, the war was not over yet. Cassadine was always next to the prince, so Damien did not have enough strength to seize the throne. The Archduke killed Arin without any regrets. Most likely, the guy had something he believed in so fervently. If Damien had a secret agreement with Elsia, with the help of which he wanted to overthrow the emperor and take his place, then the attack would not seem so strange. The only thing that stopped Arin was that this suspicion was too serious even for her. The Archduke showed up at the Countess's estate. The girl was not happy, since it was already too late for such visits, especially without warning. Damien said he missed you. Aron pretended not to hear what he said, and asked, after all, he came so that she could help ease his pain. The girl began to assure him that illness was not a vice, and the more he hid it, the worse it would be for him. The Countess handed her uninvited guest a cup of freshly brewed tea. He tried to touch her, but failed because Aron managed to dodge. Damien felt like he could touch the girl, but he couldn't. The reason he couldn't catch her, and she kept slipping away from him, was because of Cassadine. The Archduke said bluntly that after everything he had told Aron, she still chose this heartless beast. Damien believed that poisonous insects killed even such beautiful flowers as the Countess. The flower will suffocate in this poison because it will not allow other butterflies and flowers to fly to it. Smiling, Aron asked if the Archduke was talking about the poisonous viola butterfly. Once she read a book that described creatures with an unusual way of life, Violo sprays its poison everywhere. The butterfly did this only for one flower. To protect the flower she liked, the butterfly would spray poison from its wings until it ran out and then land on the flower. Damien admitted that he didn't know this, but Aron thought the story was beautiful. Having put a cup of unfinished tea on the table, the Archduke stood up from the table, saying with displeasure that this was the girl's answer. Moving closer to Aron and taking a strand of her hair, the Archduke said that it was very strange, because she and Cassadine were no longer a family, but he was still so dear to her. The Countess confirmed this, adding that she would not punish anyone who harmed the Marquis. What happened next? Aron did not expect and could not even imagine. Damien bit her on the shoulder. The bite was so strong that it left teeth marks on the girl's collarbone. Looking at Aron, the guy asked if he could now heal himself. The Countess could not believe her ears. For a second, it seemed to her that the Archduke had gone mad. The girl insistently asked her guest to leave, pointing to the door, because not only had he shown up at night without an invitation, but he had also allowed himself to behave like that. Trying to touch Aron, Damien asked if he had really upset her that much. According to him, he did not think that the girl would be so offended, so he asked her for forgiveness. The lady's patience was running out. She repeated again that he should get out of here immediately. As they parted, Damien said that when Aron calmed down, he would visit her again. The girl was incredibly angry with the Archduke. It was she who suffered, so why did he make such an offended face? Aron understood perfectly well that the Archduke was the last person who could call anyone a monster. Cassadine was challenged to a duel. It was a training fight. Archduke Damien fenced superbly without any frills. For this reason, the boy considered his defeat a pure accident, but having seen how the Marquis fenced, he personally wanted to verify his skills. Cassadine warned immediately that his technique was still far from perfect, thus asking for leniency. Getting a master swordsman to become the new knight captain was certainly a great achievement, but there was still something troubling the Emperor. His Majesty believed that since the Count's safety was guaranteed, he had no reason to worry about the Marquis. The Emperor asked his right hand where Marquis Deus was now, and he was informed that the guy was now on the training ground. The Emperor ordered the captain of the knights to be called, as he had a conversation. It was not more than a few minutes before Cassadine and the knight captain arrived before the Emperor, greeting the shining sun of the Empire. His Majesty called them to tell them good news, thanks to which the Empire managed to take an advantageous position in negotiations with Elsia. The banquet which the Emperor promised to hold will take place in December, and he would like all the imperial knights to attend it. The Marquis also received a special gift during the celebration. Elsia proposed an international marriage as proof of their friendship, and it was said that the youngest princess was incredibly beautiful. The Emperor was convinced that this princess would be a wonderful bride for Cassadine. The Marquis was angry that the old fox wanted to separate him from Aron, but he didn't show it, saying that he didn't deserve it. He had already been generously gifted. Cassadine was very grateful, but he was only following the orders of Lord Ruman, the first captain of the knights, and he believed it would be fairer to bestow such an honor on the lord, rather than on him, who had only recently become part of the knightly order. Ruman was very ashamed in front of the Marquis. He realized this when they crossed swords. The guy was much superior to him. His level of fencing made him shudder. The lord looked down on Cassadine. Since he was a slave, he defeated him with ease, but did not mock him, but on the contrary, attributed all the merits to him. His Majesty still insisted on his own, believing that perhaps the Marquis would change his decision when he saw the princess in person, but for now, they all needed to have a good rest before the banquet. In the end, the Emperor added that the former Cassadine family would also get good seats at the banquet, asking that they be sure to persuade Count Circia's daughter to come to the banquet. Clenching his fist tightly behind his back, the Marquis obeyed His Majesty's order. Having left the negotiation room, the guy was heading towards the exit of the palace, when he heard Rumen's voice behind him, asking him to stop. Bowing before Cassidon, the boy asked for forgiveness for everything, including his ignorance and rudeness. The Marquis asked the Lord to rise, convincing him that he had absolutely nothing to apologize for. Lord Rumen had never seen such a high level of skill before. He tearfully begged to be trained. A title bestowed by imperial grace is not enough to stand firmly on one's feet. To rise to the position that will allow Cassidon to protect his beloved, one must have people on one's side. The Marquis readily agreed to teach Lord Rumen everything he knew. Arryn received a letter from her lover. He wrote that he and Lord Rumen often had training fights. The Emperor also asked to invite her family to a banquet that would take place in December. In the end, he added that he hoped that everything would be fine with her until then. Having become a Marquis, Cassidon found himself in the spotlight of the entire empire, and he and Arryn could no longer meet freely as before. The girl was sure that the guy was doing just fine without her. Even the first captain of the Knights recognized Cassidon's skill, and soon the last dissatisfaction with his origins also disappeared. Everyone around was discussing the Marquis and the captain of the Knights. What an incredible person he was. The girls dreamed of meeting him. Arryn caught herself thinking that Cassidon had been able to fly so high without her help, so high that it was blinding to her eyes. Lady Circia arrived at the studio, where she was warmly greeted and immediately offered the first dress, but it turned out to be too revealing for the girl, so she asked for another one to be brought. Sasha was surprised that the lady didn't like the dress, but the girl said that the banquet would take place in December, which meant it would be cold in it. Arryn could cure someone else's incurable disease, but she was powerless against her own wounds. They had not seen each other since Damien had bitten her, but the fact that the imprint of his teeth was still on the Countess's body horrified her. In both my past life and this one, the nightmare never stopped. A red-haired girl approached the Countess and introduced herself as Lillian Grace. The girl had not yet made her debut in high society, but wanted to meet Lady Circia. Arryn froze in her tracks, looking at Lillian. The girl kept talking and talking. She knew that it was the Countess who took Cassidon from the gladiator arena, and she was waiting for confirmation of this. Lady Circia couldn't understand how this girl ended up here. She tormented her with her lies again and again. Damien's mistress, Lillian, she grabbed Arryn's hand, pressing it to her chest, and said that she was so glad to meet them, in the hope that they would become friends. The Countess still stood there without saying a word, while Lillian kept talking nonstop about how she wanted to know more about her new acquaintance. Someone called the girl, saying that it was time for them to go. Squeezing Arryn's hands tightly, Lillian Grace said that she was very sorry, but next time they would definitely talk. Sasha also stood there in bewilderment. She asked the lady if this was her friend or who. The seamstress considered the girl to be very cheerful. After the carriage of Viscount Grace hit this poor girl, the Viscountess took pity on her and decided to shelter her. In her past life, Lillian moved in with Damien before the winter ended, and much had changed from the past that Arryn knew. Autumn flew by unnoticed. Finally winter came, the long-awaited December. Damien's butler reported to him that he had found everyone who had been in the Count's estate when Cassidine had lived there, as well as his slave owner, and he said that the boy had been dressed in very expensive clothes. The Archduke knew that the Marquis's behavior and level of swordsmanship were completely different from that of an ordinary slave. Based on the description of his clothing, he could be from Haran, and the butler found a merchant who claimed that the Count's daughter had bought a sword that was completely unsuitable for her. Without listening to the end, Damien ordered the investigation to continue. The means did not matter to him. They had to be ready for anything. Imperial Palace, first day of banquet. Arryn was incredibly happy because today was the day she would see Cassidon. Here he stands before the Countess, the one for whom she is ready to change her life. The Marquis approached Arryn and apologized for making her wait. He confessed how much he missed her. The girl couldn't take her eyes off her lover. He wasn't late at all, since she wasn't ready to drive up to the door anyway. Cassidon believed that nothing terrible would happen if they did not come to the first day of the banquet. The Emperor had given him special permission to do so. Instead, the Marquis was going to invite his beloved to another place. Cassidon brought Arryn to an estate she had never seen before. This was the new villa of the Marquis Deus. Few people knew that it belonged to him. The guy deliberately didn't let anyone in there. Cassidon wanted no one to disturb him when he was here alone with someone. Looking at the guy sarcastically, Arryn asked who he was talking about. The Marquis became embarrassed. Gently taking the Countess by the face, he asked if she really had no idea who he was talking about. Cassidon kissed his beloved tenderly on the forehead. Arryn felt that the mansion was too empty and lacked servants, but the Marquis objected, saying that there were enough people in his mansion. Pointing to the door that was nearby, The guy said that this was a pantry with food. He offered to cook something for Aaron. The girl was extremely surprised that Cassidon also knew how to cook. What couldn't this guy do? He wanted to see with his own eyes how the girl ate with appetite what he cooked for her. The Marquis had often done this before when he had time. Aaron couldn't take her eyes off Cassidon. He was too handsome. She didn't expect at all that he would pull her towards him so abruptly and suggest something they couldn't talk about before. The Marquis firmly squeezed the girl's hand and kissed her. The Countess reciprocated. They seemed to dissolve in each other. The kiss was filled with passion. When Cassidon suggested talking, Aaron didn't even think that he meant talking with their bodies. The guy noticed that his beloved's skills had improved since their last meeting. If they really were to speak through their bodies, then there was a high probability that the Marquis would not be able to go to the banquet tomorrow, because he's unlikely to be able to stop after just one time. Gently laying the girl down on the bed, Cassidon told her not to be afraid. Without her permission, he would not touch her with a finger. He kissed Aaron because he fell for her provocation and simply couldn't resist. The couple experienced incredibly strong and warm feelings of love for each other. The Countess decided to ask whether Cassidon had been very busy all this time, why he had never visited her with his father. 2 months ago, Elsia proposed an interethnic marriage to the Seville Empire, and the Emperor, an old fox, decided to marry off the Marquise to the kingdom's youngest princess, he said. Aaron couldn't believe her ears. The Marquis added that he didn't need anyone except the Countess. He told the girl his assumptions that the Emperor probably ordered to invite her to the banquet to find out about their relationship and see her reaction when she learned about the possible marriage. Since Aaron and Cassidon were no longer brother and sister, there could be no other reason for the invitation. The Marquis admitted that he missed his beloved madly, but he could not meet her because of the Emperor's constant surveillance. Cassidon promised Aaron that he would not spare those who would so presumptuously try to separate them. The guy couldn't even imagine how much she missed him. His ash-blonde hair, violet eyes, and such gentle hands. The Countess didn't want to let go of her beloved for a minute. She missed him more than anyone else. Hugging him so tenderly, Aaron clearly wanted to test Cassidon's willpower. Her finger ended up in the guy's mouth. He gently ran his tongue over it, flirting with her. At that very moment, the Marquis stopped. It was impossible. When he was next to such a pure person as Aaron, he felt too dirty. Without letting go of the guy's hands, Lady Circia reminded him of her words, which she once told him, that if he is dirty, then the whole world is drowning in dirt. Pulling Cassidon closer to me, the girl whispered that she wanted him. She really needed him. The Marquis wanted her even more. Goosebumps ran across his body. He was very afraid that Aaron would regret it later. The Countess began to gently pull his shirt off. Looking her straight in the eye, Cassidon admitted that he had wanted this since their very first meeting. Even the way his voice touched Aaron's ears made her head spin. There was still a worry in her soul that she didn't deserve to be with him now, but she liked how he turned a blind eye to all her mistakes, which is why the girl appreciated this moment so much. Gently touching Aaron's body, Cassidon told her again of his love. Finally, the girl reciprocated. She loved him. She was able to admit it not only to herself. She felt calm with him. In her sleep, the Countess felt warmth. Her nose was enveloped in a certain aroma that seemed to instantly carry away all her experiences. Opening her eyes, she saw Cassidon in front of her. The guy was already awake and could not take his eyes off his beloved. Aaron admitted that she likes this scent. It turned out that she is crazy about the beast perfume. Cassidon smiled. He knew Aaron would like it. He asked a question that the Countess was most likely thinking about. How would they go to the banquet tomorrow? She didn't know what to say, since she didn't have an answer either. The Marquis was so happy now that he could not understand whether it was a dream or reality. Aaron came to him in his dreams every night, and finally his wish came true. It turned out that Cassidon was incredibly worried during these 2 months of separation that someone would be able to steal his beloved from him. The girl laughed, but in fact she thought about it every day too. A carriage pulled up to the Countess's estate. It was Archduke Damien. The servants did not expect to see him so late. The unexpected guest persistently asked where Aaron was. Cassidon carefully tied a bow on his beloved's dress. He would really like to stay with her, but he had to part. He was going to take Aaron to the mansion. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he saw that he had done a poor job of hiding the marks he had left on her. Smelling her skin, he admitted that it was even much better this way, as if it were saturated with its own Cassidine. While putting the shoe on Aaron's foot, the Marquis asked if this Archduke Damien had done anything wrong while he was away. The Countess thought about it. The scar on her shoulder from the bite had long since healed, but if Cassidon found out about what had happened, something irreparable could happen. She didn't want him to worry about such nonsense. The guy had enough problems to worry about, including the emperor. Erin wanted to keep this moment perfect while her heart was fluttering like that. Returning to the estate, the countess froze in place, not understanding what this man was doing in her house. Turning around, Damien saw Erin with Cassidan, the pair holding hands, which the Archduke immediately noticed. The thoughts in his head could not come together. It seemed to him some kind of madness. The countess, knowing what a dirty man the Marquis was still with him. The first to start the dialogue was Marquis Deus, who turned to the Archduke and asked what His Excellency was doing at the Cirkiev estate at such a late hour. Ignoring the question, Damien said that he found it strange that Cassidan was not at the banquet, but it turned out that he was with Erin. With a regretful expression, he called Erin a poor thing, adding that he knew from the very beginning what kind of animal the Marquis was, but he had no idea that everything was so serious. Gritting his teeth, the Archduke said that Cassidan would not be able to get what he wanted from her. The guy couldn't even imagine that so many people would stand in their way, passing by Damien. He casually said that now he should deal with the man who was transporting contraband to Elsia. Marquis Deus promised not to stand aside, turning a blind eye to his crimes. After placing his robe on Erin, Cassidan said in a gentle voice that it was time for her to go home. He promised the girl that he would come and pick her up tomorrow morning. Left alone with the Archduke, the Marquis said that it seemed that she wanted to tell him a lot, so he was completely ready for dialogue. Damien again deviated from the topic, referring only to the fact that he came to see Erin, and he had nothing to talk about with animals like Cassidan. For some reason, this made the Marquis laugh. It seemed that the wounds he had inflicted on Damien during the tournament were not enough. The Archduke was very angry, but he was not one to be irritated by insects like the Marquis. It was funny. Cassidan understood that Damien was interested in such insects. He promised him that if he did not interfere in his business, he would not touch him. The Archduke did not believe a single word, because the Marquis had almost killed his butler Kindle last time. He believed that Cassidan was driven only by animal instinct, not human reason, and therefore this animal did not even know what he was talking about. Looking into the Marquis's eyes with his bright green eyes, Damien said that the kingdom of Harran was destroyed, the last crown prince. Since Cassidan's body could not be found, the Archduke thought that he had died in some ditch, but he had hidden here like a rat. It took Damien several months to realize who his enemy was, and he turned out to be the noble crown prince. With a smirk, he said that he did not hope that the prince was alive, much less living such a vile life. The Marquis did not show any emotion from what he heard, only saying that he did not understand what was being discussed. The Archduke's opponent was either brazen or didn't care that his secret was revealed. But what really interested Damien was whether Erin knew about it. Coming close to the Archduke, Cassidan reminded him of what he had said at the tournament, that he should not even dare to pronounce her name. Damien noticed that the Marquis seemed to have left his footprints on the freshly fallen snow. But the purity of this snow could not be so easily soiled. No matter how long Erin was with him, she would never be enough for him. With a smirk on his face, he asked if Cassidan had felt uneasy when their bodies were reunited, but there was no longer any reason to worry. Due to the Marquis's hunger and lack of restraint, marks remained on Lady Circea's body. Damien threw and turned around, heading away. He believed that the guy had put his beloved in a dangerous position with his own hands. Since the Archduke's threats to reveal Cassidan's past did not work, his next target will be Erin, and if the girl is in danger, the Marquis will have no choice but to remove what threatens her. She was his ray of light after a long life in darkness. He didn't need anyone but her. He wanted only her. Imperial Palace, the day of the banquet has arrived. Like a gallant gentleman, Cassidan helped his lady out of the carriage, holding out his hand. The couple looked stunning together. Erin hoped to have a wonderful evening with her lover, who was accompanying her, but they had to act as if they did not have such passionate feelings for each other. The table at the banquet was filled with an abundance of different dishes. As soon as Marquis Deus crossed the threshold of the banquet hall, the crowd of girls immediately turned their attention to him, as if they had been waiting only for him. They all looked at Cassidan with loving eyes. It turns out that Damien wasn't the only one who noticed his absence on the first day of the banquet. Erin was prepared for the fact that today people would swarm around them like bees. Everyone was discussing how the Marquis had defeated the pirates from Elsia. It was already known to everyone that they were smuggling a strategic mineral. There were also rumors that these mines belonged to Count Kristen. One of the ladies drew Cassidan's attention to a girl of unremarkable appearance. It was Count Kristen's daughter. The lady was outraged that she was allowed to attend the banquet. Evely Kristen, Of all the people at this banquet, was the last person Aaron wanted to see. The impudence of the unmarried ladies crossed all boundaries. Despite the fact that Kassadin was standing with Aaron, he was still invited to look at the ice statues standing in the garden. The guy politely thanked her for the invitation, but declined because he wanted to spend the banquet with his sister. The ladies were also aware that the Marquis was quite close to the Countess. They even came to the banquet together. Finally, Aaron broke the silence, saying that it was the Emperor who insisted on their visit together, as he knew that they used to be family. Out of nowhere, a voice was heard. It was Evely Kristen. The crowd parted. The girl demanded not to lie, even though it was an order from the Emperor. "But people are not blind and see what is happening here," the girl said. These two were too close, even though they were no longer family. Aaron tried to explain that even when they were brother and sister, people already had misunderstandings. The conversation with this unpleasant person was interrupted by a girl who ran up to Lady Circia. It was Lillian. She reminded Aaron how they met in the boutique. The girl was extremely persistent. She wanted to talk to the Countess right now. The lady couldn't understand what Lillian was doing here, because she shouldn't be here. The girl pretended to be very upset that Lady Circia was not understood, since they had become so friendly with Kassadin after he came into their family. Finally, the girl realized that she had interrupted the conversation. She immediately apologized, citing the fact that it was her first day in high society. Lillian turned to Count Kristen's daughter, saying that she really wanted to meet her. The girl froze in bewilderment. Lillian smiled and continued to talk. She had heard about Avel. As she was the star of this season, her name could be heard from everyone's lips. These words made the Count's daughter angry. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. As if nothing had happened, Lillian repeated that Evely was the main heroine of this banquet, or wasn't she right? The Count's daughter's anger went beyond her limits. She grabbed the girl's hand and squeezed it tightly. Tears began to flow from Lillian's eyes. The ladies immediately ran to her aid. The girl pressed on pity, as if she did not understand, because she just wanted to make friends, and they treated her like that. Evely began to draw attention to herself, trying to explain that she had not even squeezed the girl's hand, but she was suddenly interrupted. One of the knights approached, taking the Count's daughter by the hand. He was about to throw her out, since only those who had received an invitation from His Majesty, the Emperor, could be at the banquet. Aaron remembered a situation from her past life, how Damien did not believe only Lillian's words, blaming the Countess for everything, including the wound on Lillian's wrist, which Aaron allegedly inflicted. The Countess demanded to check. If there was a wound under this bandage, then she wanted the girl to remove it. Hearing this, Damien immediately swung and hit Aaron in the face with all his might. She suddenly remembered that day, the day when the Archduke had first struck her. Lillian stood to the side and quietly laughed. The girl again drew all the attention to herself by loudly introducing herself as Lillian Grace. She immediately attracted attention to herself. People did not know that there was such a beautiful girl in Grace's family. Everyone began to worry about her hand. Lillian said that Viscountess Grace said that she looked like her daughter, whom she lost when she was very young, which is why the Viscountess made Lillian her adopted daughter. Since they were not related by blood, the Grace's daughter understood better than anyone what it was like to have others doubt the affection of family members. Lillian decided to drag Aaron and Kassadin into this so that people wouldn't question her past during her high society debut. If this was all the girl wanted, it was unclear why they were making such a fuss. She dropped her fan and publicly asked the Marquis to pick it up if it wouldn't be too much trouble. Kassadin stood there in confusion, but Lillian, hand on heart, said that, you see, it was very difficult for her to bend over because of her dress. At that moment, Aaron realized that this insidious girl's target was her beloved Kassadin. The Countess did not understand why this was so, because this girl was supposed to be with Damien. The Marquis was not only gallant, but also cunning. He gave the opportunity to raise Lillian's fan to the young gentleman, who did not take his eyes off her. He liked her madly, because the girl was even more beautiful up close. With a smirk on his face, Kassadin took Aaron and they walked on. At this point, Lillian was left with nothing. Her plan had clearly failed. The guard led Evely Kristen out, but the girl was not going to leave. She needed to talk to the Emperor, and she was thinking how to do it. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was Archduke Damien. The girl pounced on him. It turns out she was waiting for him, but he still wasn't there. Damien asked Evely Kristen why a girl from a family that had not received an invitation came to the banquet. The girl started screaming. She was forced to come, since the Archduke ignored her, no matter how she tried to contact him, so she decided to visit the Emperor. This made Damien laugh. He personally ordered Count Kristen to keep his mouth shut, and his ignorant daughter decided to set him up. The girl's scream turned into anger, which was about to get out of control. Her father trusted the Archduke, and he ended up exposing him as a traitor, so she decided to take everything into her own hands. Damien remained calm, and in an even tone he asked Evely if she even understood who she was raising her voice to. The girl slowed down. Inside herself, she sensed the danger that came from this guy, but she was very worried about her father. The Archduke was too cunning. He covered himself from all sides. According to the documentation, the mine belonged to the Kristen family, which meant that those who committed the crime did not even dare to blame Damien for everything. The guy was sure that no one at the banquet would believe some Evely Kristen. The girl acted very recklessly. As sad as it may sound, only the Archduke could protect her and her father. Damien tried to calm the girl down. If she trusted him and waited a little longer, he promised that Count Kristen would receive a reward for everything he had done. Cassidan was still the center of attention. He was the hero of this banquet. Yesterday everyone noticed that he did not show up, but today he came, and not alone, but with Lady Circia. Arin noticed that Cassidan didn't look like he was uncomfortable with all the attention, and there was no sign of embarrassment either. The guy was like a moth to the light. The herald announced the appearance of the Crown Prince and His Majesty the Emperor. Arin's gaze crossed with Leon's, as if the prince wanted to tell her something. Everyone lowered their heads, greeting the son of the Empire and the young son of the Empire. The Emperor announced the beginning of the second day of the banquet, thanking the esteemed guests who had accepted his invitation. Special mention was made of Marquis d'Osse, since this celebration was in his honor, so he should have enjoyed it to the fullest. His Majesty then introduced another special guest who attended this banquet, the beloved youngest daughter of King Elsia, Princess Bella. Thanks to the service of the valiant knights of the Seville Empire and the initiative of the King of Elsia, the princess was sent to form an alliance between their states. The emperor was ready to guarantee that there was not a single man in the hall who did not want to marry such a beautiful lady as Princess Bella. His Majesty believed that this marriage would be a symbol of friendship between the Seville Empire and the Kingdom of Elsia. He would like to give such a wonderful chance to marry the princess to the knight who accomplished the feat, Marquis Cassidan. Arin tried to look as surprised as possible. If Cassidan had not warned her of this in advance, she would have been put in an awkward position in front of the emperor. He decided to make the princess and the marquis his pawns. He had an incredible chance. In his past life, when Cassidan served the crown prince, nothing like this happened. The emperor's mind was more depraved, to some extent even similar to Damien's. Addressing the marquis, His Majesty said that his loved ones certainly wanted him to be happy, but perhaps the opposite could upset them. The emperor then turned to Arin, asking what the previous family thought about this situation. Before the girl could answer, the crown prince appeared out of nowhere and shouted, demanding that this farce be stopped. Grabbing Arin by the hand, Leon began to contradict his father, because the countess saved his life. They should be grateful to her, but instead they disgrace him in front of everyone. Lady Circia couldn't understand how the crown prince could say such a thing right in the middle of a banquet. Besides, Leon remembered very well that Lord Cassidan had valiantly given this reward to the first captain of the knights. He asked his father if he really wanted to keep him at his feet so much. His Majesty was furious. Not only did his son dare to behave like that, but he was also talking nonsense. Looking his father in the eye, the crown prince admitted that his actions disgusted him. The emperor was speechless. He was incredibly angry with his son. Wild laughter broke out in the hall. It was none other than Damien, who publicly stated that the royal family should maintain their dignity more than anyone else. Yet they had such a conversation in front of everyone. This situation only made the Archduke happy. The crown prince asked Damien in a threatening tone not to interfere in this matter. Placing his hand on the prince's shoulder, the Archduke declared that he could not help but do so, since, despite all their differences, they were still blood relatives. Then he turned his gaze to Cassidan and Arin and asked them to pay attention to these brother and sister who were not related by blood. Even if they are so close, then shouldn't they as cousins help each other? Crazy bastard, Arin thought. The emperor did not understand what the Archduke was talking about, so he asked him to tell him in more detail. Arin intervened in the conversation, turning to Damien. She asked why he allowed people to talk about her and Cassidan like that. As usual, he smiled sarcastically and apologized to the girl without sincerity in his eyes, citing the fact that he was jealous, which is why he said it. There was supposedly no other meaning in his words. The Marquis wondered why the Archduke would start to be jealous of him. Damien replied that even though Cassidan no longer belonged to the Circian line, he still tried to be close to the man who had captured his heart. The emperor asked whether he had understood correctly that the archduke was hinting that the marquis was in love with Aran. Damien replied that the fact that Cassadine was holding the countess's hand didn't confirm his words. The girl could not understand why he was acting like this, as if he was not afraid of dying from heart disease. Could he have found another way to be cured? But that can't be. Aran took a risk and told about her abilities, but she did everything she could to avoid curing him completely. Turning to Damien, the countess said that if he saw the friendship between her and Cassadine that way, then perhaps the emperor and the guests at the banquet had misunderstood him. The crown prince laughed loudly, advising his brother to make his confession in a more private place, and also to be more careful when talking about matters of the heart. The emperor, breaking the silence, said that he was only concerned about the happiness of his knight. Many ladies would like to marry Sir Cassadine. He was more than sure of that. Even though this girl was the princess of Elsia, she was beautiful and noble. There was no point in refusing such an offer. There had to be a good reason for it. If Cassadine's heart was occupied by another, then His Majesty demanded to name her here and now, and perhaps then he would change his mind. After thanking the emperor, the Marquis said that wasn't it, he who personally asked them to come together with Aran. But His Majesty would like to believe the knight. But after Damien's statement, he began to doubt. Laughing again, the Archduke pretended that he had not just provoked this conflict, citing his jealous nature. Grabbing Aran by the hand, he said that it was his mistake, and he had to explain everything. Turning to the girl, he said loudly that they had decided to keep their relationship a secret. But unfortunately, they had to reveal everything to everyone like this. The people around opened their mouths in surprise. This was not a banquet, but some kind of show. Aran's eyes lit up. She finally understood what Damien had planned. The emperor decided to test the relationship between her and Cassadine, and this was no different from a confession. This would come as a shock to Aran's father, but it would be impossible to avoid the emperor's constant checks. So this confession, and the way he took her hand, was an attempt to drive the girl into a corner. The Archduke decided to use this lie as an excuse that would help him keep Lady Circia under control. Aran was not simple. She was afraid of almost nothing, publicly asking if she was his beloved, because they had not spent a moment together. The emperor asked the countess again if he had understood correctly that she wanted to say that Archduke Damien had lied, and the girl confirmed it. The gentleman did not give up. He was not a bad actor, trying to prove that he would never lie to the emperor looking him in the eye. Aran was asked if this was her way of confirming that the scandalous relationship between her and her brother was true. Those around did not understand what was happening. Who was telling the truth? The ladies were confused, because just recently, there was talk about a strong friendship between brothers and sisters. Many believed that the Archduke had no reason to tell lies. Aran was about to tell His Majesty the Emperor something, but Cassadine interrupted her, asking her to give him the floor. The Marquis confessed that the girl who had captured his heart from the very beginning was his sister. It was not easy for the guy to talk about it, since it was the first time he admitted it, and he was not going to hide his feelings anymore. Aran had been his lover for a long time. Cassadine hugged his beloved and whispered in her ear that if she pushed him away, insulted him, called him a complete bastard, the emperor would no longer trust them. Now at least his heart would belong to her, but the girl had to pretend that she did not accept him. To escape the emperor, Aran had to reject Cassadine and Damien. The Marquis decided to put an end to this scandal, which had unfolded right before the eyes of the emperor, by personally turning the whole situation upside down. Rumors of what happened will spread from mouth to mouth throughout the empire. Cassadine fell in love with the one who saved him from slavery and made him her family. The one who was considered a friend turned out to be a traitor. Now the boy could stand up to the emperor on his own. Aran had to do everything as he said. Only then would Cassadine be safe. Pushing the guy away after the desperate confession wasn't that difficult, because the countess had done it many times before. Lady Circia began to shout at the Marquis. How could he say such a thing in such a place in front of everyone? Once they were one family, the girl also wanted to use him, but she didn't want to truly become a family. The emperor can strip Cassadine of all his power, can start treating him even more harshly and tighten his control, but the guy decided to give up everything he had achieved during all this time and sacrifice it for the sake of his beloved. His sincerity was clearly visible in his gaze and shone brighter than any precious stone. Looking into Cassadine's eyes, Aran loudly declared that she loved him more than anyone, as a man, not as a brother. She whispered in his ear that she didn't want him to face everyone alone. The girl asked to trust her just this once. Looking at His Majesty the Emperor, Arin said that it was she who brought the former slave, Cassidin, into her family. After a life in the gladiator arena, full of danger, because of the warm care on her part, the Marquis developed feelings for the girl, and this was quite natural. However, the fact that she fell in love with Cassidine could be considered her personal choice. If this whole situation looks scandalous, then Arin took full responsibility upon herself. The Emperor did not know what to say, he just bowed his head. Damien was the first to speak. He knew that the girl always protected her little brother. Even when he was ungrateful for all the kindness that was given to him, he believed that Arin was doing all this in order to protect Cassidine. His Majesty. The Emperor shouted loudly, ordering an end to this farce that was arranged at the banquet, promising that he would not spare anyone who lied to him. The Archduke thought he had found the Countess's weaknesses, but she had already made her choice. There were too many people here, so the girl asked the Emperor to talk in private. She revealed that Damien knew about her healing abilities, which is why he was lying to the Emperor. Arin decided to turn the Emperor's attention, which was about to control Cassidine, back to the Archduke. His Majesty decided to postpone the discussion of all this until later, since such things could not be said at a celebration, but now he was going to continue the banquet. The Emperor ordered Arin to come to him as soon as the holiday was over. Damien wondered why the girl had decided to complicate things herself if he had come up with a way for her to get out of it. She didn't know which path would be easy and which would be difficult, because everything depended on her own perception. It was too difficult for the Archduke to understand the girl. Cassidine approached, saying that he was not required to understand her, asking her to move away from Arin. Damien considered the Marquis's behavior stupid. He should be pleased with the princess given to him by the Emperor, because it was more than a worthy reward for someone like him. Cassidine noticed that the Archduke was too rude to Princess Bella. The girl left home at such an unstable time, and all for the sake of a marriage that neither she nor the potential groom wanted. Bowing her head, Bella asked what she should do. The girl was completely at a loss. Cassidine promised that he would try to stop the rumors about their wedding, and after that, she could do as she saw fit. She was led to believe that she would become the wife of a Marquis, and that they would have to take care of each other. That was all she knew. Arin noticed that the princess was very worried. Bella was not here by her own will. Due to the imperial ban, none of the retinue was allowed to set foot on the territory of the empire. It turns out that the princess could not even take a servant with her. The girl was completely alone. Since Cassidine was no longer connected to the princess, he could tell her what to do next, but he promised to talk to His Majesty. Sir Ruman promised that he would continue to accompany the princess, so there was nothing to worry about. Damien appeared out of nowhere again, saying that the rumors were true about the first knight captain and the Marquis becoming close. The aristocrat who had become a slave was now teaching the captain of the knights fencing, as the Archduke had presented it. Not wanting to listen to all this nonsense any longer, Ruman called the princess to leave here. Turning to Damien, Arin asked him to stop all this and never try to contact her again. The Countess was unable to understand the Archduke, and she certainly did not want him to ever remember her or Cassidine. Damien warned the girl that she might regret what she just said. Holding her lover's hand tightly, Arin proudly declared that she had absolutely no regrets. The Archduke left, saying as a parting word that she was saying this now, but the moment when she would begin to regret it would definitely come. From his lips, it sounded like a threat. Sensing his beloved's anxiety, Cassidine reassured her, saying that he would protect her and there was nothing to worry about. The girl certainly didn't expect this from anyone but the Crown Prince. He promised to protect her too, so she had nothing to worry about. Leon and Cassidine began to argue among themselves about which of them would protect the Countess, and who was the first to promise it. Having broken up this small scuffle with herself, Arin said with a grin that since it came to that, she would protect both of them. The realization that she was not alone gave the girl confidence. Immediately after the confrontation with the slave from Chiron, Damien's heart began to ache again as punishment. The pain had been eating away at him from the moment he touched Arin's hand. The Archduke had never wanted to take anyone's hand so much. Damien recently had a conversation with the butler Kindel. The gentleman told him that he was going to lure the girl to his side again, but he chose too difficult a path. Kindel believed that in this situation, he could use the Count, her father, thereby threatening her. It should work. It was important to Damien that Arin wanted to help him herself. If he hurt her father, she would never heal him. It seems that this callous guy who only seeks benefits for himself has developed feelings for Lady Circia. The Archduke's thoughts were interrupted by Lillian approaching. The girl saw him at the banquet and now decided to come up and introduce herself. Damien remembered her. She was at the banquet, this commoner who used Kristen to get attention. The guy was rude to her, saying that if she wanted male attention, she should look for it at the banquet, not here, and he wouldn't fall for such a cheap trick. The girl didn't come here for that. She was going to talk about Lady Circia. Damien had no intention of discussing anything with her, and as he was about to leave, he heard a question that infuriated him. Lillian asked if he liked Aaron. Lady Grace didn't want to upset the guy, but hinted that she was familiar with Lady Circia. She decided that she could help Damien, since she too had only recently become a member of the family, and she had maintained such close friendship with her brothers and sisters for the sake of the Marquis's well-being. However, thanks to the Archduke shedding light on the truth, Lillian felt as if Lady Circia, with whom she was supposedly close, had betrayed her. The girl suggested using it once, since most likely they have common goals. Lillian seemed to give Damien a choice, but secretly insisted that they achieve their goals together. In principle, the guy had nothing to lose. It was clear from the start that Lady Grace would do anything to achieve her goals. She took advantage of Evelyn Christine's provocation wisely, and Damien immediately noticed that the girl knew how to manipulate situations to her advantage. Every time the Archduke looked at Aaron, he was driven by something he had no control over. Just like that day, she was indescribably soft and warm, with a subtle sweet scent emanating from her skin. Even if Damien tried to restrain his impulses, if he left Aaron, his thirst only grew stronger, because the girl was something that was not so easy to obtain. He thought about whether, if he pushed the girl further into the corner, he would see her tears, whether Lady Circia would hate him even more, whether finally, in her eyes, there would only be him, and not this slave. Once again recalling the situation that had occurred at the banquet, the Archduke decided to trust Lillian, in the hope that she would live up to his expectations. Damien asked her to prove her usefulness to him. He was definitely going to get what he wanted. The Crown Prince was going to go with Aaron. He didn't want her to be alone with the Emperor. The butler forbade anyone to go with her, as His Majesty had ordered the girl to be brought without unnecessary noise. Leon didn't understand why Cassidy decided to tell what he was hiding in front of everyone. The Marquis admitted that he thought that if he showed that love came only from him, the girl would be safe. The Crown Prince was angry. He didn't know what Lady Circia had told the Emperor to smooth things over, but she clearly hadn't done it for herself. His Highness knew perfectly well that the Countess did this to protect Cassidy. The Crown Prince still couldn't understand why Aaron fell in love with someone like Marquise Deus. Come to the throne room. The guys have become quiet to hear everything that is happening there. Aaron sat on her knees with her head down. The Emperor demanded that she raise her head and clarified that she had told the Archduke about her healing abilities. It seemed to him that the girl herself did not understand the seriousness of this situation, because she personally pointed to him as a suspect in the poisoning of the prince. Damien's attempt to shield the girl like this immediately made sense if he knew about her abilities. Aaron was sorry to say it, but the Archduke had learned of her abilities due to her carelessness, and she had no intention of contacting him again. Lady Circia promised to do everything so that His Majesty the Emperor would no longer worry about this. The Emperor was very careful about the girl's entourage because she was a trump card that no one should get hold of. Therefore, when Damien learned of the Circian line's abilities, the Emperor had to direct his anger at him, not Aaron. The next thing that interested His Majesty was that Lady Circia accepted Cassidy's feelings only in order to refuse the Archduke in this way. With a trembling voice, Aaron replied that this was not so. She really loved Marquis Deus. Not a single word she said in the banquet hall was a lie. Sir Cassidy never forgot the kindness shown to him, just as he was devoted to Lady Circia, so he will be a loyal knight to the Emperor. If anyone made a mistake, it was the Countess herself. The girl asked not to be too strict with Cassidy. From what the Emperor could see over the past months, Marquis Deus was truly an outstanding person, so he understood Aaron's feelings for him. Probably, when they talk about the ideal person, Cassidy immediately comes to mind, because even he was able to win the heart of the Emperor. The girl now heard something she did not expect to hear at all. His Majesty said, since she lived with this man under the same roof, she clearly confused these feelings with love. He believed that Aaron had confused ordinary sympathy with love, although this was strange, since the Circian family had sensitive hearts. The Circia family has always served the Empire faithfully with their loyalty, especially Aaron was able to show the greatest power of healing. The Emperor thought that Leon's childish actions were due to the fact that he liked the girl, but he gave her time to think about his words again. His offer to make Aaron a princess would be a very wise decision, the Emperor thought. The Crown Prince and Marquis Dusa froze in surprise at what they heard. The Emperor remembered the moment when he and Cassidy played chess. His Majesty taught the boy that when a pawn reaches the end, it turns into a knight, and if his son had moved the pawn, he could have won the game, but it looked like he had decided to give in. Marquis Deus began to justify himself by saying that he had never intended to do this to the emperor, but only wanted to anticipate his intentions. His Majesty reminded that there can only be one king, but now, Archduke Damien, besides Leon, is closest to the throne. No pawn can become a king. Even if it is promoted, it becomes only a shield for the king. To stop the Archduke, Cassidan suggested using it. The emperor smiled. Using sounded too rude. His Majesty told Aron that Marquis Deus would be fighting on the front lines, and he would look forward to new exploits from him. According to the laws of the Empire, His Majesty could not remove Count Singen from fighting in the war. The only reason the emperor decided to fulfill this difficult request was the request of the knight who had sworn allegiance to him to repay him for his past feat. This was also of great importance to Sir Cassidan, His Majesty was sure. Finally, the emperor said if he could trust the Marquis and fulfill his request, looking closely at Aron, he asked again how about becoming a princess. On the chessboard, all the pieces were supposed to exist only for the king. Aron was furious at what this son of a bitch told her. Count Singen immediately arrived at the palace. He was extremely worried. The man was informed that his daughter had to stay in the palace. The emperor said that one person had learned of Lady Circea's healing abilities, and in order to ensure her safety, she would have to stay in the palace for a while, all for her protection. The girl was also forbidden to contact anyone. Aron now found herself in a real prison. At first, Lady Circea was of interest to the crown prince as a healer. She could say unexpected things with a completely calm face. Leon realized that all this time he was afraid to leave her, because she saw in him not only the crown prince, the guy was happy being next to her. Aron will quickly become his bride. The girl was sure that the prince did not love her at all, but he tried to convince her otherwise, intending to make her happy. Leon didn't know what else he could do to save Aron. When the girl becomes a princess, it means that Count Singen will become a hostage and horse of the emperor. The prince understood this perfectly well. Cassidan knew only one way to make His Majesty listen to the crown prince. However, in that case, Leon would have to trust Aron, possibly risk his life, and follow the Marquis's instructions. Sir Cassidan told his plan, which enraged the prince. He grabbed him by the collar and began to shout at him for what nonsense he was talking. The guy asked him to think again. Even though Leon didn't like this method, it was the only way to resolve the situation. The crown prince had no intention of going so far as to prevent this wedding from happening. Even though he had guessed it initially, Leon now definitely thought that Cassidan was crazy. This meant only one thing. The crown prince was also crazy. The emperor came into Aron's room to tell her that her father had arrived. His Majesty did not tell him anything, because if the count had found out that his daughter had feelings for Cassidan, he would certainly have been very upset. The emperor believed that he had given the girl enough time to make a decision. Will she become the princess of this empire? Before Aron could answer, the butler burst into the room with the first knight captain. They came to report that the crown prince was unconscious. Leon drank poison. Palace of the crown prince. Having burst into his son's room, the emperor saw Cassidan. He immediately attacked the guy, demanding to explain how everything happened. The Marquis began to tell that when he came here, the prince was already in such a state. He called the palace doctor so as not to attract attention. The palace physician reported that the poison had spread so widely that the antidote was no longer effective, and Leon refused to accept any treatment. Gritting his teeth in anger, His Majesty ordered the courtiers and knights to wait outside the door. The emperor took his son by the hand, but he pulled it away. His Majesty immediately turned to Aron, asking her to immediately cure his son. The girl could not understand why the prince drank poison so suddenly. Even at the banquet he was so bright, persistently offering his help, and now he lay half dead. Looking at Leon, Aron realized that the prince had kept his promise and risked his life. She didn't know whether to consider this reckless or a last resort. Lady Circea did not move from her place after the emperor's order. His Majesty began to shout at the girl. How dare she disobey his order? Did she really not understand the first time that she had to cure the prince? Leon turned to his father and said that neither he nor Aron wanted this marriage, and then he demanded that the girl be freed from it. The emperor's mouth fell open in surprise. Could his son really have drunk poison to avoid getting married? Leon was waiting for his father's decision, or threatened to renounce his title. He was sick of it all. His Majesty shouted at Aron Circea without stopping, but the girl remained standing, not moving from her place. The prince did not calm down, threatening that he would take this poison as long as necessary, either until his father fulfilled his request or he would die. The emperor could not understand how his son had come up with the idea of blackmailing him at the cost of his own life. Finally, the father gave in, promising to leave Aran alone if only his son would accept treatment. Lady Circia instantly flew to Leon and immediately began to heal him. A few minutes later, the crown prince stood up, feeling as if nothing had happened. The emperor looked very worried. He asked his son never to do that again and to pour out the rest of the poison, and he would fulfill his request. Leon asked his father to guarantee Circia's family freedom and the emperor's protection. His Majesty considered his son a fool because he himself wanted Aran to become his wife. The guy turned out to be a noble man. He was not going to commit such acts, taking away freedom from another person just for his own happiness. Leon thanked the girl for saving him. Aran was much more grateful to him. Meeting with Cassidon in the winter garden, Lady Circia informed him that the crown prince was in perfect health. The Marquis hugged his beloved tightly, trying to convince her that this was the only way to save her. He didn't understand why Aran stood up for him at the banquet. She had put herself in such danger. Cassidon was very worried about her, because everything could have ended differently. The girl confessed to her lover that he was more precious to her than anyone else, and everything she did was for him. The Countess did everything so that she and the Marquis could be together. She told him that Damien once got engaged to a girl for the sake of his ambitions. Only one man could stop the Archduke. Aran said that thanks to his outstanding talents and efforts, Damien was able to obtain the position of captain of the Imperial Knights. He did not communicate with his bride at all, and when he no longer needed her, he killed her. It was a story like a dream, but this girl closed her eyes on her birthday 4 years ago, and when she opened them again, she met a man. At that time, the man had not yet become the captain of the knights. The girl accepted him into the family. For her own sake, she stole his future from him. The Countess asked Cassidine if he could believe that this story was about them. It seems that for all this, Aran was punished by heaven. When she should have used it, she loved it more than herself. Cassidine had every right not to believe everything the girl said, but all this time, she had the feeling that she was deceiving him. She really wanted to tell him this, and now, finally, she was able to do it. Her soul felt much lighter. Cassidine sat in his estate, completely immersed in some thoughts. His solitude was interrupted by Sir Roumain. The Marquis was surprised that the captain of knights came to him without warning. Sir Roumain came to Cassidine to talk in private, and besides, today was not an easy day for everyone. Princess Bella is staying at the Imperial Palace. The captain of the knights has come to ask permission to accompany her tomorrow. The Marquis realized that Roumain liked the girl, so he would only be glad if he paid attention to her. The roses were still in full bloom, and it turned out that Cassidine had a beautiful garden, but the captain noticed that all the roses were blue. Remembering his beloved and her beautiful blue eyes, the Marquis replied that blue was simply his favorite color, that's all. Sir Roumain wondered if Cassidine was such a secretive and cautious man that he even built this mansion in secret. Why then did he not keep it a secret until the very end? If the Marquis had been sure that it would remain a secret, he would have kept it a secret. Cassidine asked the knight captain a question that stumped him, asking his thoughts on whether it was possible to return to one's past after death. Sir Roumain did not understand the question at all. He thought that the Marquis was going crazy and was going to return to the past after his death. The captain remembered that the great prophet Notios had once written about something similar, but the meaning of this statement was difficult to interpret. The saying went that when the gears of life intersect, the present passes away, and the past comes to take its place. Sir Roumain didn't know what it meant. He only started thinking about it after Cassidine asked, but people said that every prophecy of Notios had come true. The Marquis remembered him, the great prophet Notios, who left a prophecy that a great king would be born in Chiron. The boy kept thinking about the words that said that the present goes away and the past comes. As always, Aran walked along a thorny path, and although it was dangerous, and although she remembered what happened to her and her family, the girl looked very calm. The girl was able to erase all his scars thanks to her incredible strength. She accepted Cassidine with incredible warmth. Although everything was wrong with him, he didn't even understand that his desire to be with her was such. Now he has already decided whether to trust her or not. His beloved Aran lay on his cloak, which he gave her, and thought about her lover. The girl missed Cassidine madly. Early in the morning, the maid Sasha burst into the Countess's room, screaming and holding a newspaper in her hands. The girl was impatient to find out if what was written in the newspaper was true. It was revealed that the popular Marquis Cassidine Deus was in a romantic relationship with the daughter of Count Circia. There was no confirmation anywhere that Aran made a public confession. Maybe Cassidine took care of that. When the mistress confirmed that it was true, Sasha immediately grabbed her hands. The maid was incredibly happy. She considered it very romantic. The girl congratulated her mistress with all her heart. It turned out that when Cassadine lived in the count's estate, the maid immediately realized that he liked the countess. She saw him burning letters sent to Aran. Cassadine burned only those letters that were sent to Lady Circia by the young gentleman. Right after that, the guy left the house. So Sasha was in a difficult situation and didn't know whether to talk about it or not. Apparently, only the maid was happy. Count Singen, having read the news, could not believe it. He simply lowered his head and did not know what to do next. While drinking tea with his daughter, the man was silent for a long time. Aran could not resist and began to speak first. She really felt very sorry to disappoint her father. What was even worse was that he found out about it in this way. The count said that he learned from the emperor that someone had tried to take advantage of his daughter's healing abilities and that he had time to think about everything. The girl found herself in such a dangerous situation that she was not allowed to meet with anyone. The count thought that Aran was trembling with fear. He was hurt by the thought that it was unknown when he would see his daughter now. Since childhood, Lady Circia was forced to spend a lot of time alone. For Count Singen, the most important thing was not the title and the opinion of others, but the health of his daughter, so that she would not have any problems and she would be happy. In the count's opinion, Cassadine was responsible and smart enough to rise through the ranks and become a marquis, so he could be around him. The man admitted that he trusted the guy. No matter what happened, he knew that his daughter would be protected. Aran couldn't believe her ears, and out of happiness, she threw herself on her father's neck and hugged him tightly. With a smile on his face, the father asked how he could separate his beloved daughter from the guy who was going to go to war with him. The girl was very grateful to her father. The banquet would last until this evening. Aran was sure that their story would be interesting to everyone. She would like to not appear there anymore. The door to her room suddenly opened. It was none other than Cassadine. The guy looked incredibly handsome. Judging by his outfit, he was planning to go to a banquet today. Aran was worried that everyone would only look at them. But for the Marquis, this was one of the main reasons to go there. People's imaginations will fill the empty space. If they don't show up there, rumors will spread. So it's better to go and show everyone the truth, Cassadine thought. He extended his hand to his beloved and suggested that they go to the banquet together as a couple. The girl realized that she had nothing to fear, because her loved one would be with her. As expected, all eyes in the banquet hall were on Lady Circia and Marquis Deus. People whispered that they had only recently been brother and sister. Despite the many eyes on the couple, Cassadine spoke to Aran in his calm voice, publicly confirming that the article was telling the truth. That's why he agreed to the interview. He called Lady Circia his girlfriend in front of everyone, whom he loves with all his heart. Freed from the stares and whispers, the couple went out onto the balcony where they could be alone. The Marquis was very polite to his beloved. She thought that he would leave her, since what she told him was very similar to some kind of nonsense. Looking tenderly into Aran's eyes, Cassadine said that she was all he had. He couldn't help but believe her. The girl herself did not know how she was able to return to the past, but the Marquis still believed her words. Hugging his beloved tightly, Cassadine said that even endless pain ends one day, so she should not worry about anything, since she has nothing to worry about. The Marquis promised Aran to be with her until the very end. Gently kissing the girl's lips, he promised to make her happy at all costs, happier than anyone else in the world. All this time until now, Aran thought that if this time travel was for the sake of meeting Cassadine, then this moment was priceless. If she had not made him her goal from the very beginning, then they would not be so happy. Looking into the Marquis's bright purple eyes, the girl asked if his proposal to marry her when everything was over was still open. The guy didn't expect such a question, of course. The offer was still open. Aran was ready to give an answer right now. She was ready to marry the man without whom she could no longer imagine her life. All this time, the couple was being watched by the lurking Archduke Damien. The girl felt like someone was following them. It suddenly became dark. Cassadine decided to check what was going on, leaving Aran on the balcony for a short time. Sir Ruman protected Princess Bella. The girl was fine, but trembling with fear, as the banquet hall was too dark. Marquis Deus entered the hall and asked what had happened. It turned out that the chandelier had fallen, but it was unclear why this happened. It all happened too suddenly. At that very second, Lillian ran up to Cassadine. The girl was crying. She allegedly twisted her ankle from the unexpectedness of what happened. She asked the Marquis for help. She wanted to get outside as soon as possible. Without giving any answer, Cassadine immediately ran out into the street. Behind Aran, she heard someone's footsteps. This person was not Cassidon, it was too dark. It was Archduke Damien. The guy began to assure that there was no need to be afraid of him. He only came to check if everything was okay, because he was worried. The guy said that he didn't know why, but a chandelier fell in the main hall. The Archduke thought that the girl was here with Cassidon, but it turned out that he left her alone in such a dangerous situation. Hearing this, Aaron got angry. Damien again spoke badly about her lover. He offered to protect the girl instead of the Marquis, and the Countess immediately hit him on the hand that he was trying to reach out to her. Unafraid, Lady Circia declared that she was in more danger with the Archduke than with Cassidon. Aaron saw Damien's sword and immediately asked why he brought a weapon to the ball. The guy grinned and quipped, wondering if the Countess was afraid that he would hit her lover with it. Aaron was not simple either. She answered without losing her composure that it seemed the Archduke had already recovered, since he allowed himself to say such things. Damien grabbed the girl's hand and placed it on his heart, saying that his heart still hurt. Lady Circia pushed him away and screamed that she and Cassidon were together, so that he would never dare approach her with such intentions again, or even talk to her. The Archduke recalled that the girl was the first to try to get closer to him. First she came to him in prison, and then she came to the mansion, and now she rejects him. Aaron found it hard to believe that Damien had come here at the exact moment Cassidon left. It seemed suspicious. The hall is in disarray. The masquerade has turned into chaos without light. If a suspicious person were to enter here now, it would be very difficult to notice him, said the Archduke. Just like the last time the prince was poisoned. But perhaps this time, the criminal decided to do everything properly. Aaron couldn't believe her ears. Damien threatened her that if she refused him, then most likely the prime suspect in the murder of a member of the royal family would be Cassidine. The Archduke needed only one thing, for Lady Circia to become his bride. The girl thought that this madman didn't even suspect what he was asking her for. Did Damien really decide to harm the prince just to frame Cassidon? Did he really forget who was in prison as a suspect in the prince's poisoning? The Archduke did not know whether the emperor would believe his words. When he thought about it, it seemed that it would really be very unfair. Approaching Aaron, he whispered in her ear that there was a person who had more motives to kill the crown prince than anyone else, for example, the crown prince of the destroyed kingdom of Hiron, the girl's lover. Damien's eyes were filled with madness. He asked Lady Circia if when the truth came out, Cassidon would still be safe. No matter how much Aaron rejected the Archduke, even if she was in a relationship with that damned Marquis, it still wouldn't bother him. This madman believed that he always got what he wanted. The girl replied that even if he got what he wanted, it would never be enough for him. The Archduke grinned. She spoke as if she knew him well. That was true. Aaron knew how many people Damien had killed. She made it clear to him that she knew everything, that the hands of the Archduke's butler were elbow-deep in blood from killing people to heal his heart. The guy started to deny it, but Lady Circia interrupted him, saying that she was not a fool to accuse someone so confidently without evidence. Posted by Damien Tier. The way he led her into his mansion was full of evidence, attempts to take advantage of her healing abilities. These were all Archduke Damien's mistakes. Of course, if he had killed the girl right here, no one would have been able to reveal the whole truth about his crimes. Aaron also said that the emperor was also aware that the Archduke wanted to take advantage of the girl's healing abilities. Damien didn't expect such a turn of events either, but now the emperor, who is currently wary of the guy, will find out whose hands killed the prince. Therefore, if the Archduke touches Cassidon with even a finger, the last shield protecting him will collapse. The girl, with her head held high, began to leave, when Damien rushed towards her, hugged her tightly, and began to beg her not to leave. He didn't ask to forgive him. Even when he went back in time, he made the same decisions. The guy said all this sincerely, but the girl was also completely sincere with him. Aaron nevertheless broke free and ran away from the hypocritical scoundrel. The girl sat on the stairs and trembled with fear. Cassidon came up from behind and hugged her tightly. The guy apologized for being so late. Lady Circia smelled the blood from her beloved. He immediately began to calm her down. The blood was not his. The Marquis saw suspicious people on the street. Aaron shared that she found out that Damien was behind all this, but it was better not to spread this information for now, since they had no evidence. The Archduke knew about the Marquis's origins, so it was necessary to find out where they had gone. No one even suspected that the chandelier had fallen for a reason. The light was restored. Cassidine and Aaron came face to face with Damien. Lillian Grace screamed that the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared. The first to volunteer to immediately go in search of the prince was Archduke Damien. The crown prince appeared out of nowhere. his face showing bewilderment as to why they even thought they needed to look for him. The faces of Damien and Lillian clearly showed the question of how this could have happened. Leon asked if it was true that the chandelier fell on its own. His Highness said that he was tired, so he went out for a short while to get some fresh air. Soon after the hall had become dark, Sir Cassadine found the Crown Prince in the garden. The Marquis insisted that the garden was too dangerous now, so they returned to the banquet hall. Leon was distracted. Today, too many people were worried about him, both the Marquis and the Duke. The Crown Prince once again clarified what the problem was. How self-confident was Damien to commit such a reckless act? Cassadine had protected the prince. Now that the prince had confirmed Cassadine's innocence, all suspicions fell only on the Archduke. Now it was necessary to think carefully about the next steps, whether it was worth starting the battle right now or achieving a short truce by pressing on Damien's weak points. Aaron was going to calculate the pros and cons of each option. The Archduke lied blatantly to his face, saying that he was scared by what happened, but now he was very glad that the Crown Prince was okay. This was probably their last truce. Damien was angry. Out of anger, he threw away his mask. Then Lillian came up, picked it up, and said that you can't throw away your mask like that. The girl wanted an explanation of how it all happened, and how in the end, nothing important happened. Sir Cassadine suddenly came out, although he is so attached to Lady Circia. At that moment, Lady Grace touched Damien, and he screamed loudly that she should never dare touch him again. She asked the guy to stop acting like a child. Too many people were watching them, especially since she had done everything she could. The Archduke was serious. He threatened Lillian that if she crossed the line, she would know what death was. He may be an Archduke, but he behaves like a real idiot with a woman, Lady Grace thought. Now that the whole situation was resolved, Cassadine invited his beloved to return home, and she immediately agreed. Lillian appeared out of nowhere and asked the couple to have some more fun, as the banquet was not over yet. The girl expressed a desire to spend some time with Aaron. Supposedly, it was so noisy in the hall that they would not be able to have a calm conversation, and now the opportunity arose. Lady Circia said something that Lillian clearly did not expect to hear. Apologizing, she said that she did not intend to become friends with her, and she also did not plan to get closer to the Archduke. Lady Grace pretended not to understand what was going on at all. She was just trying to be kind to Aaron. Coming close to Lillian, the Countess whispered to her that this was precisely why she needed Cassadine. Wasn't it enough that the Viscount had adopted her? Lady Circia knew perfectly well that the girl had arranged everything so that the Crown Prince was in danger. Then, it completely coincided with the Archduke's plans. Aaron only wanted honesty. Lillian decided to become honest. But where it was beneficial to her, she said that she was very jealous of Aaron because she was born into a noble family. She has a beautiful appearance and a wonderful younger brother who is no longer just a brother. The girl had no intention of giving in to the Countess in any of this. Lady Grace was able to rise from rags to riches and was given the opportunity to converse with her mistress on equal terms. Lady Circia asked to tell what the girl feels. Parasitizing on other people like this, she doesn't even know what kind of person Damien is. Aaron reminded that Lillian's well-being all this time was only a temporary success. The girl was too self-confident. Brushing her hair from her face, she said that until now luck had smiled on her, and it would always be so, and then she left. Cassadine approached Lady Oren and asked if she was okay, and if that girl was annoying her. The Countess did not want to discuss this. That was enough for today. She was going to go home with her beloved, to a place where they would be alone together. Combing his beloved's hair and then inhaling its sweet scent, the Marquis asked what he was like in her past life. Half a year later, he was noticed by the Crown Prince. Being his right hand, he was often on the battlefield, and that is how he became the captain of the knights. It was strange for him to think that he could be close to this idiot. One day, about a year and a half after Aaron and Damien had become engaged, and after her father had died, the Archduke and she went to an audience with the Emperor. The Archduke thought that His Majesty was worried that the girl, who looked like a goddess, was now his. He demanded that Aaron smile as if she were happy. It was then that the only meeting between the Countess and Cassadine that she remembered took place. When Aaron saw him, she immediately realized that this was the same Cassadine who had caused such a stir in high society. The girl assumed that she had been reincarnated to meet the Marquis again. Cassadine hugged Aaron tenderly and thanked her for finding him, his beloved. Before changing clothes, it was necessary to take a bath. The guy suggested doing it together. A little embarrassed, the Countess agreed to do it together. After taking off her dress, the girl found herself in only her underwear, and then Cassadine noticed a bite on her shoulder, immediately asking who did this to her. She admitted that it was Damien when the Marquis left the terrace for a moment. He kissed the bite tenderly and said that he would kill him for this. Tyr began to feel unwell. The cup of tea fell out of his hands and broke, and the guy himself leaned against the cupboard with dishes. Sasha immediately flew up and asked what happened. She realized that the guy had some kind of memory. When Arin woke up, she noticed Kassadin. He gently ran his hands through her hair, as if he was waiting for her to wake up. The girl did not remember how she fell asleep. In the morning, a wonderful breakfast prepared by her beloved was waiting for her. He thought that she would be hungry, so he prepared it for her. The Countess slept for a long time. The Marquis touched her face with his gentle hand. Arin felt the incredible softness of his hands. Their lips merged into one. It was wonderful to start the morning with a kiss with a loved one. For a moment, in the warm sunlight, she imagined how happy she would be if she married Kassadin. But now was not the time for that. After studying the new news, the Emperor was furious. He did not understand how these barbarians had the courage to set foot on the Seville Empire. Sir Ruman asked permission to attack, but His Majesty forbade it. According to his orders, the second captain of the knights, Marquis Deus, was to take charge of the attack on Baron's barbarians. The kingdom of Haran bordered the great empire of Seville. Its fertile lands were conquered as a result of the empire's aggressive attack, and now it became part of the empire's eastern region. Kassadin was supposed to go there on behalf of the Seville Empire. He was going to leave immediately after handing over Arin to the Count. Sir Ruman was supposed to go on a military mission, but it was rumored that the Emperor had forbidden him to do so. The Marquis knew that His Majesty did this on purpose, and if the guy couldn't do anything about it, he would have to let his beloved go. Kassadin knew full well that this damned empire had the two of them at its feet, trampling and using them. Because of their own greed, they tried to separate the couple. The Marquis was no longer going to tolerate and forgive this. Arin remembered the words of the prophet that all countries, including the empire, bowed at his feet, and he would rule over all. With complete seriousness, Kassadin declared that he would become the ruler of this country. Prophet Nodios was not mistaken. This man during their meeting said that the prophecy had entered a new stage of development. At the time, Arin didn't understand what it meant, but now it turned out that Kassadin was planning a coup. The girl was wrong in her guesses. Marquis promised that he would never upset her or hurt her. He had no intention of committing treason now. Just for the sake of their future, he was going to always be close to his beloved. Sir Ruman didn't understand why Sir Kassadin had to be sent there, since they were just ordinary barbarians from abroad. Yes, they will be easy to deal with, however. One annoying thing has arisen, said the Emperor. They had too many hostages. They made demands. But it was worth remembering that the opponents were barbarians, which meant that casualties were almost inevitable. No one would dare take such a risk, so Sir Kassadin was perfect for it. Sir Ruman was worried about this, as he thought the refusal to take the princess as a wife had a bad effect on the Marquis. Because of this, even such a talented warrior had a bad attitude. The border of the empire is east. Kassadin's heart sank, for this was once the kingdom of Chiron, and now it was part of the Seville Empire. Young knights approached the captain, introducing themselves as an eastern detachment of knights. 4 days ago, Kassadin was informed that armed bandits who had crossed the border had taken hostages, and this would not be easy to deal with. There were casualties, but no fatalities. Marquis Deus had heard of Baron's warriors. The Empire had called them barbarians only to humiliate them. They had their own system, and there were never any conflicts between them and Chiron. Kassadin was determined to find out the reason for the attack, and the first thing he needed to do was ensure the safety of the hostages. First, it was necessary to find out their demands. The second captain of the knights ordered to send a request for a meeting with their leader, and then to subdue them. The meeting was to be arranged in a place where these alien warriors would be most comfortable. Kassadin's plan was to enter their camp. The leader of the barbarians was informed that the Seville Empire had sent its people here. The first dialogue was initiated by Kassadin. He knew that there had to be a reason for capturing civilians. He wanted to know what the enemy wanted. It was very strange. Baron's people were quite strong hunters, but why were there people among them who were not ready for battle? The leader did not think that the Empire would fulfill their demands. The warriors came to take back what was taken from them. They were not as greedy as the people of the Empire. Kassadin realized that the opponents did not understand the difference between them and the Empire, and if negotiations failed, it would lead to the death of Baron's people. It turned out that they were ready for this. Their people were already on the verge of death. What was strange was that the people were led by an old man. The Seville Empire invaded their lands, killed the young warriors, and took away their leader. The Empire's warriors have come to take away their leader, and they are treating him like an animal. They turned him into a slave. Cassidan asked if the leader they were looking for was by any chance named Tyre. The Marquis's guesses were confirmed. It was him. The guy immediately wondered if there was a man with green eyes among those who kidnapped him. It turned out that he definitely was. The elder immediately became wary. He thought that Cassidan was in cahoots with them. Marquis Deus promised to tell everything in detail, but first he said that he came from a family of counts who had done many good things for him, and that safety and freedom were important to him. The leader thought they were being tricked, because why wouldn't they just let their leader go? Cassidan said that in order to tame Tyr, he was given very strong poisons, which resulted in him losing his memory. The count's family saved him and cured him. The leader was allowed to remain within the walls of the mansion. Since he did not remember anything, the Marquis promised to return the boy to his tribe. The leader could not understand what the catch was, because in front of him sat also a subject of the emperor. The Marquis said that he was a slave, and then he was taken from the gladiator arena. Even the knight standing outside knew about this. Cassidan promised to convey to their leader a letter from his warriors and assured them that Tyr was safe. Arin stood by the window and watched the same picture every day. It was Damien who stood under her windows every day until sunset. For lying Circia, this was disgusting. She could not understand. The Archduke had already met with Lillian. So why was he standing under her windows and not spending time with the girl? She endured and never opened the door for him. The girl could not believe that he did not listen to her. Erin's patience snapped, and she asked Sasha to send a servant to Damien so that he would take him to the corner of the garden furthest from the mansion. If he was armed, the maid had to immediately inform the count about it. The girl was going to go out to him. This was the only chance for him to leave. Otherwise, Arin decided to ask for help from the imperial palace. While the countess was getting ready to go to Tiura, Sasha had to prepare her cloak, that very cloak. With a smirk on his face, Damien noticed that the girl had come out to see him, but had put on Cassidan's cloak. Arin asked if it was forbidden to wear the clothes of a loved one. The girl was waiting for the Archduke to tell her something important. Otherwise, why would he have stood under her windows for several days? It turned out that he just wanted to meet her, which is why he was so persistent in coming to her estate. Damien said that last night the girl appeared in his dream, and he was holding a book in his hands. Arin was surprised that the Archduke sees her in his dreams. In his dream, she was with him just like she was with Cassidan, which was strange because Lady Circia didn't remember that in her past life. Without letting the gentleman finish speaking, Arin interrupted him and asked why he had come here in Cassidan's absence. It was unlikely that he had simply come to share his dream. Damien grabbed the girl's face sharply. There was still so much resistance in her gaze. However, it didn't seem like she didn't like it. With hatred in her eyes, Arin removed his hand. Lady Circia was so kind to the slave, but she could not bear even the touch of the Archduke's hand. Looking into her eyes, Damien asked what he could do to make the girl stop hating him. Arin moved closer to him and whispered that she had been promised a future that could make her the happiest in the world, so she would rather die than be with Damien. Because of his overly strong self-confidence, the Archduke could not understand why the girl did not like everything he did for her, how low he still had to fall. Out of anger and humiliation, he grabbed Arin by the neck and began to slowly squeeze it. At that very moment, Tyr ran up and snatched the Countess from the scoundrel's hands. It looks like Lady Circia has stepped on the same rake again. She just shouldn't have met Damien in the first place. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had to go through all this again. Now, with even greater confidence, Arin declared that she did not want to see the Archduke anymore. She took Tyr and headed away to call the guards. At that moment, Damien seemed so defenseless and abandoned.